against the immunosuppressed model. Anyway, I didn't provide my picture, so I'm putting my slides in this slide. And this is my university, where it's located in this here, in this campus. So I'm working at the Department of Food Science and Biotechnology at Kachang University. So if you want to join our lab or if you want to collaborate with our university, you can contact me at this department. And you might wonder what is SEA militaris, right? I think some of you never heard of the SEA militaris. That's the medicinal mushroom. It's grown in the high mountains, and that's the fungus sort of the mushroom grown on the dead body of the insects. That's very expensive mushrooms in China. I think they are using for the bribing the high rank government officers as well. So this is the SEA militaris in nature, found in nature. They are growing in the dead body of the insect, as you see here, dead body of the pupae. And it's known for immune boosting property, and anti-inflammatory activity and anti-cancer activity as well. But it's difficult to obtain this SEA militaris in the large amount from the nature because of its own rarity. It's very hard to find in nature. But our research group and with collaborating with this company called Kari, they are providing actually these materials to our lab, and their technique is growing this SEA militaris mushroom on this germinated soybeans instead of that insect body. And this SEA militaris, which is growing in the germinated Rhinus nubilis, which is the black bean, and they have patent on this culturing technique. And the difference between the regular SEA militaris and then the SEA militaris grown on the black bean, which we call GRC in short, because it's too long to call SEA militaris.
आ जाओ ये स्टार्ट हो गई है
do you have any question?
अभी कहीं से
I think someone's mic is on. Anyway, the difference between the SEA militaris and then GRC is the compounds we found is very different, and we have found the novel isoflavonoid compounds found in these novel SEA militaris that's I introduced you just before. This SEA militaris grown in this black bean instead of that insect body. We also found the cordycepin, which is the very biomarker compounds in the SEA militaris, and then C. sinensis, which is also naturally found in founded as mushrooms. And as you can see, we have much higher contents of the cordycepin and adenosine. And interesting thing is, as it is grown in the soybean, it's presumably because of the soybean compounds, we have found the novel isoflavonoids only in this mushroom, not in the naturally found in SEA militaris. So that's why we have very active compounds only found in the GRC, but not can be seen in the SEA militaris. That's why we assume that there is many biological activity we're seeing in the GRC. So cordycepin and adenosine, as you know, this is the very bioactive compounds. It's mostly found this SEA militaris, but this compounds is increased. The contents of these compounds is increased in GRC. And APS is also, which is the polysaccharide, acidic polysaccharide, which is the bioactive compounds in this similars. These compounds, the contents of these compounds also increase in GRC. So, to increase this yield of these compounds, we have to extract this GRC with a different solvents, and the yield getting low, and then production cost getting higher. So that's why we are agonizing to produce the production cost. So that's why we come up with the idea that we are fermenting this GRC, which is the similars grown on germinated black beans again. We fermented with a probiotics called Pediococcus pentosalsis, and we are gonna. I'm gonna introduce why we chose this strain, and we are using these materials for studying this. So when we compare the cordyceps contents with GRC, with the GRC fermented with a probiotic, which is the lactic acid bacteria strain, Pediococcus pentosalsis. And as you can see, cordyceps contents is getting higher after fermenting with the probiotics, and also beta-glucan contents were increased. But I guess, I assume that it's not the total beta-glucan has increased. It's presumably that probiotics has degraded beta-glucan to the smaller size, so it can be more active in the cell or in our body. And also, the interesting thing is we detected short-chain fatty acid after fermenting with probiotics with GRC. So as you know, butyric acid among the short-chain fatty acid, this is the energy source for probiotics in our body, right? So what we found that the bioactive compounds were increased after the fermenting with probiotics with GRC. We found that increased the beta-glucan contents and the short-chain fatty acid contents, also cordyceps contents. And we assume this increased bioactive compounds would show enhanced biological activity, and among these compounds is known to show the immune boosting activity. So that's why we are focusing on the immune enhancing activity of GRC after fermenting with the lactic acid bacteria. And why we choose the Pediococcus pentosalsis is based on the which we tested 81 strains of the lactic acid bacteria for growing the GRC, and only 10 strains were chosen depending on the radical scavenging activity, and among them, we found that Pediococcus pentosalsis was showing the highest radical scavenging activity among 10 strains. So that's why we are focusing on this strain. And next, we also choose among 10 strains. We found this Pediococcus pentosalsis were showing best acidity and colony formation unit. So that's why we chose the lactic acid bacteria strain for fermenting GRC. So as I explained earlier, after fermenting the C. miltris with Pediococcus pentacelsus, the bioactive compounds, including cordycepin and adenosine or short-chain fatty acid, were increased. Those compounds were known to enhancing the immune system. And besides of the immune enhancing activity of the GRCON89A, we found this anti-allergic activity and anti-inflammatory activity as well. But today, lack of time, I'm gonna show only this result of the immune enhancing activity of the GRCON89A. We use the immunosuppressed murine models by injecting the cyclophosphamide, which is the anti-cancer agent, but with a high dosage, it's immune suppressing the animals as well as human. So first, to make sure that it's immune, showing the possibility of immune enhancing the activity of the GRC or ON89A, we tested this sample on the macrophage, and we detected the nitric oxide level, which is the biomarker for the innate immune system. And as you can see, ON89A show the most increased nitrite production among this GRC and GRC fermented with a different lactic acid bacteria strain, but it's not affecting the cell viability. So that's why this result is hinting us that GRCON89A would increase the immune enhancing system. And also we check the phagocytic activity using the macrophage. As you can see, this GRCON89A show the enhanced phagocytic activity compared to the control group. And we use the IgG opsonized the FITC particle instead of the pathogens, because we cannot actually introduce the real pathogen to the macrophage. So that's why we artificially introduce the IgG opsonized particles to this cell line. And next, we designed the experimental models. And first model is we just orally administer this GRC and GRCON89A to mice and once a day for 19 days. And this below animal models is the immune suppressed animal model. We intentionally administer the cyclophosphamide through the IV to make animal to immune suppressed. And we introduced this cyclophosphamide at day 4, 5, 6, and 16, and 17, and 19, 18. But the consecutively, we consecutive 19 days, we introduced these samples, including GRC and GRCON89A, and once a day. And interestingly, we found that GRCON89A increased the phagocytic activity compared to the unfermented GRC. So this is presumably the enhanced bioactive compounds contents, including cordycepin and adenosine or SC, short-chain fatty acid. And also immune suppressed mice, the phagocytic activity was increased in GRCON89A compared to GRC group. So it's very clear that phagocytic activity is increased based on the fluorescent intensity. So we are hypothesizing that why GRCOM89A is showing the increased phagocytic activity. Maybe it's due to the regulating the activation of this cell signaling pathway, which is involving in the phagocytic activity of the macrophage. So based on this novel isoflavonoids found in the GRC. Maybe isoflavonoids is activating this signaling pathway. And also the LTA from the probiotics cell membrane that's inducing the cell signaling pathway, the TRL2 signaling pathway that's leading to the increased phagocytic activity. So as you can see, all these signaling, activated signaling molecules were upregulated after treating GRCOM89A. And also we were interested in finding the cytokine mRNA expression level, which is enhancing the immune system. And it's increased the TNF-alpha level, as well as interest in the anti-inflammatory cytokine IL-10 level in the macrophage. So it's hinting us that GRCOM89A is not only causing the immune boosting activity, also it's having the anti-inflammatory activity as well. So what's, again, to repeat the bioactive compounds in GRC before and after fermentation with Pediococcus pentacelsus. I'm going to show the bioactive compounds level has increased after fermenting with Pediococcus pentacelsus. And as you can see, adenosine and cordycepin level, which is the structure looks like this. And only the difference between the cordycepin and adenosine structure is this 3' 3 carbon position has the H group in cordycepin, and adenosine group has OH group in the 3 carbon position. And this compounds is known to have lots of bioactive activities, including the immune boosting activity and anti-inflammatory activity. And this compound's level has gone up after the fermenting with this lactic acid bacteria. And we also tested other lactic acid bacteria, but among them, cordycepin level is especially increased after this fermentation with this strain of bacteria, which is Pediococcus pentacelsus. And also short-chain fatty acid has increased after fermenting with Pediococcus pentacelsus. Especially, I'm interested in this butyric acid because this is the energy source for lactic acid bacteria that's growing in our gut. So I think this is very interesting result for us to get. And as I mentioned earlier, beta-glucan level has enhanced after fermenting with the Pediococcus pentacelsus. But I guess it's not the newly they building up the beta-glucan. Instead, I guess it's breaking up down the beta-glucan polysaccharides to have the biological activity. So it's more plausible that it's breaking down the beta-glucan by fermenting with the Pediococcus within the GRC. So before wrapping up this slides presentation, I want to introduce this curry substance that we have provided from, this study materials were provided from this company, and they are having lots of healthy products. So if you are interested in their products, maybe you can contact with them, or you can contact me through me, so that I can introduce this novel health products or health materials. So thank you for joining my talk. And this is my lab members. This is my lab members, and then I'm collaborating with the Silla University as well. And mainly these study materials are provided by Curry, and these are my lab members are like having this good results, research results. So thank you for joining our my talk, and I would like to get the question from you. I'm happy to answer to your questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Park. I'm really excited with your presentation.
Thank you.
Because I take cordyceps every day. And of course, it's in a matrix, that's grown in a matrix, the soy matrix as well. So I'll be very interested. And also, I from Bhutan. That's a wild one. If you like to do your research there too, just collaborate. So I'll stay in touch with you to the products for you.
Okay, I'm happy to hear from you. I'm willing to share with this product with you. So you are in the China or Thailand? Singapore. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
So excuse me, I have a question.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Dr. Park,
Yes, please.
may I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Very nice presentation. I'm very interested to know about how long it has taken this up to this your experiment up to coming the product, finished product.
You mean the mushrooms or fermentation?
The time of this project from starting, beginning up to end of the product, and whether the in Korea is giving the license of distributing this product. Is it easy or no?
No, they are actually, the company is selling this product, and I'm collaborating with that company. So that's why they provide me to research of their product, and then I found a very good result. So if you wanna research or interested in purchasing their product, maybe I can introduce you to them, so you can collaborate with them as well. And the product usually takes up 1 year. And actually, I actually published the paper on the BMC Alternative Complementary Journal. So you can find up this journal as well. So as I put this journal,
is it the drug or supplement? Excuse me. Is it the drug or supplement, or is it the traditional drug, or just the FDA approval?
We haven't get the FDA approval, but the KFDA, Korean FDA approval health supplement. So I can say health supplement, not the drug, but maybe collaborating with our group. They are actually found a very active compounds. They are trying to connect with a pharmaceutical company, and then they are trying to register as a liver fat drug, anti-liver fat drug.
I see. Thank you very much. Best
Thank
of
you.
luck for you.
So any
Yes, any more questions, please?
okay.
Yeah, I have one question. Hello. Am I audible?
This one, right?
Hello.
I think someone is asking me about the animal experiments. Okay, but I cannot hear your voice.
Yeah, hello. Can you please hear me?
I think someone asked about the like animal study, but I cannot hear his voice anymore.
Yes, any more questions? Please go ahead and ask Dr. Haijin Park. We still have some time left.
Yeah, can I ask just one query I have? I'm not sure whether
I think I cannot hear any voice.
Is Professor Krishna Paramik, is it you speaking there? You are.
just I'm interested to know that this product already is in the market or it is being used to make product. I mean, this compound has different properties like antioxidant or
Right,
I think anti-inflammatory and others.
right,
So whether this compound means are being used or product are being manufactured at large scale. And
yeah, actually,
right.
this is the manufacturing in Korea, and then they are exporting as in Japan and Taiwan and Thailand and China. So it's already
Okay.
using product.
Okay. Okay. So because I'm interested because we are doing some means we are using some kind of herbal products for making some other products like these tissue grafts by using the stem cells, and maybe this compound
Right.
or this product may be useful for us. So that's why my interest is there. There may be some possibility for collaboration
Right.
for but
You can leave up your email address so I can contact with you in future.
okay, fine.
Actually, one of my colleague, she is working on the stem cell, and then she found that muscle stem cell was very proliferate, showing the like a very enhanced the proliferation rate after injecting the this cordyceps GRC. So she already published the paper, so I can maybe I can send you the publication as well. So as you are interested in like stem cell line, maybe that's the good like collaboration group.
Yeah,
as
okay,
well.
that's nice and great. And thank you very much for clarifying your cooperation. We'll see in the future we may have some collaboration, and
Okay.
that will be nice for us.
Okay, so
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
yeah.
Maybe Pranik, you can leave up your email address in the chatting room so that I can write down and then connect with you in future. Okay, contact with you in future. You can leave
Bye.
up. Yeah, thank you. So, other question?
Yes, Dr. Hagenpark, you can talk for another 5 minutes. If you can give any explanation on your talk, you can continue, please.
I finished my talk, so I think animal study might interesting to you guys, so that's why I'm gonna repeat again. So this result was very intriguing that the GRC ON89A was showing the enhanced phagocytic activity compared to the GRC in the cyclophosphamide treated immune suppressed mice. So this was very exciting result for us to find, and the reason for this increased phagocytic activity was presumably due to the increased bioactive compounds such as adenosine and cordycepin, and this short chain fatty acid, and also the beta-glucan level. So if you are interested in this product, maybe you can contact with this company as well, or you can email me so that I can introduce this company to you if you are interested in this product or in these materials. They are having not only this Cordyceps militaris, they have 23 different kinds of the medicinal mushrooms growing in the different culturing methods. So they have lots of patents, and they already their product is already in the market, so you can find that products as well through this website, or you can email me so that I can introduce you this company. So thank you for joining my talk, and hope to see you next conference. And I think if you don't have question, I will wrap up my presentation. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Hagenpark. Thank you for your excellent talk.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. And Professor Raza, you are welcome to give a talk next. Are you ready to talk next?
Okay, thank you very much. Best of luck for you also. Thank you, everyone.
And
May I
thanks,
start?
Dr. Wei-Ching Lee, she has agreed to swap her talk with you.
Okay. What's my time for presentation?
You can start it now for the next 30 minutes.
How much time I have?
30 minutes.
Okay. Okay, is it showing now my presentation? Is it okay?
No, we are not able to see your presentation.
Okay, then I have shared it already.
No, you have to share the screen. Click on the green button at the bottom of your screen. Please, Dr. Ajay Gupta, please start your presentation now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nawazi. Am I audible?
Yes.
I am audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Hello, everybody. And today the topic of my talk is Char Sutra management in Fistula in Nano, an exclusive sustained release drug delivery mechanism. We all know, the people of medical science, the Fistula in Nano, it is a very grave disease. It is one of the second most common anorectal disorder. And the seriousness regarding this disease is the management part. First is the diagnosing, and then it is the management. Why management is important? Especially management part is very, very important, because the data show the high recurrence rate of this disease. And recently we have observed that lots number of cases, they are increasing in our society all over the world. and no age is exempted. Males also are affected, females also are affected, older persons are also affected, younger individuals are also affected. And even we have seen very small children, they have been suffering from this disease, fistula in ano. So definitely this is a disease of very, very great importance. All of us know fistula in ano. It is an abnormal hollow infected tract. It is a tunnel-like tract in the perianal region, and it is lined by unhealthy granulation tissue. Two openings are there. The external opening around the perineal area is called primary opening, and it connects inside an opening in the internal canal, which is called a secondary opening. Right? Secondary opening may be inside the anal canal. It may be rectum, or it may be some other internal organ. Right? And this external opening, that is in the perianal skin. Besides this, there may be branching of the tracts. Tracts may be multiple. These tracts usually extend from the same primary opening, although the internal opening in most of the cases is one. And the commonest site of internal primary opening is usually mostly at 6 o'clock position when the patient is in lithotomy position. Right. I'll take pointer. So these are the external openings. This is the perianal area, and here we can see the external openings. Regarding the chronicle history part of fistula in ano, it is a very long history, almost more than around 5,000 years back. Acharya Shushruta, which we call as father of ancient surgery, he has mentioned this reference in a chapter known as a Nadi Vrana Chikitsa. Then Acharya Charak also, he has mentioned also in a chapter of Shosh Chikitsa. Furthermore, then after that, Acharya Chakrapani, first of all, gave the reference of a medicated thread. There he had mentioned one slok, Bhavitam Rajni Churnam Isnui Chira Puna Puna Bhinyat Sudranam Sutram Bhinyat Arsho Bhagandaram. So there he mentioned a medicated thread which has been repeatedly smeared with a medicinal milk of the plant, Isnui Chir. Isnui, it is the euphorbia plant, that is the Isnui, and Haridra Churn. Haridra, that is Curcuma longa. That reference we get in the text of Acharya Chakrapani, but their char was not there. There was no char in that text. Rastiringdi, first of all, mentioned the description for the preparation of char sutra, how char sutra has to be added in that medicated thread. So char was added afterwards, then it was mentioned as char sutra. Hippocrates also mentioned a similar device for the management of fistula in ano. He mentioned regarding the use of horsehair thread, what we call as the seton, which is being used nowadays. The most authentic available document today in the history is Sushruta Samhita, a very, very authentic textbook of surgery. The reference was taken from Sushruta Samhita, and the first turning point which came in the history of Char Sutra was in the late 60s and early 70s, when the learned faculty members of IMS BHU in the department of Shalya, they analyzed the reference of Chakrapani, and they worked on exact reshaping of Char Sutra by adding char to this medicated thread. Now, why they added char to this medicated thread? They added char to this medicated thread owing to its property of Chedan, Bhedan, Lekhan. It acts as a debriding agent. It helps in excision of the tissue. So due to that herbal exclusive properties, they added char to it and also did more research on what type of thread to be used. First of all, when char sutra was prepared, experiment was done on various types of thread, because char, when char itself is corrosive, then definitely it may lead to corrosiveness of the thread. The thread even may get damaged. When it is damaging the dead tissues, it is debriding the dead tissues of the body, then which thread has to be used? So many types of thread were experimented. Then how many coatings have to be done? Whether one coating is sufficient, 5 coatings are sufficient, 11 coatings are sufficient. Then what should be the sequence of the coatings? When we should put the Snui Chir, when we should put the char, and when we should do the coating of Haridra churn. And these coatings, for how much period they are effective, all these things they were analyzed. So after detailed analysis, detailed history, the best thread which they found was the surgical linen thread. And different coatings were done. The standard coating which gave the best performance, it was 21 coatings. And in the sequence of coating, the innermost coatings, there were 11 coatings. They were of Isnui Chir alone. After that, Isnui Chir along with Apamar Char, 7 coatings were done, total 18. Then last 3 coatings, they were done with Isnui Chir along with Haridra or powder of the curcuma longa. Why this was done? Because Haridra, it has got antiseptic, anti-inflammatory properties. It was kept most on the outer surface. Char was kept little inner to the Haridra because char is hygroscopic, just to protect it from the external moisture or humidity. And this Isnui Chir was the innermost coating, which was kept so that the action of Chir, it lasts for maximum number of time. And the tensile strength of thread was also tested. It should be tense, it should not break when the patient is doing his routine work, when during his routine activities, when he is driving. After that, the exact shaping of Charsooth came into existence. All of us know it is a very, very serious menace, grave disease, and it is a very, very increasing anortal disorder. Primary, it is considered as a disease of anortal region, but we have seen cases which may communicate with urethra, urinary bladder, or even vagina. They are complicated cases and they require different types of treatment. This disease, although it is managed by specialized proctologists and surgeons with best possible efforts, and we see the post-surgical complications, they are very, very common. The most important complication is the high recurrence rate, which is a very, very big challenge for the community. And due to its recurrence and frequent acute presentations, it has also been called as notorious disease. First of all, until unless we search for the exact etiology, it is very difficult to eradicate this disease. Basically, there are 2 types of etiological factors. One is the cryptoglandular infection. The crypts, they are present in the anal columns, at the base of anal columns, where the mucous glands are opening. Due to infection in those crypts, it is the commonest cause of fistula in ano. Basically, initially it starts from the perineal abscess, but later on, if it is not treated properly or it is not drained properly, then most of the times it results in fistula in ano. Cryptoglandular is one. Second is non-cryptoglandular. The non-cryptoglandular infections, usually they are systemic disorders whose complications in one or the other way manifest as fistula in ano. It may be Crohn's disease, tuberculosis, ulcerative colitis, lymphogranuloma venereum, hidradenitis suppurativa, actinomycosis, even malignancies, or even trauma. All these, they are causes the non-granular infection. The cryptoglandular phenomena, if we see the longitudinal section of anal canal, this is the longitudinal section. This is the longitudinal section. This is the internal sphincter. This is the side. Here a perianal abscess starts. This intersphincteric abscess, perineal abscess, gradually between the intermuscular planes, it may go in this area, ischiorectal area, giving rise to ischiorectal abscess. It may descend here in the perineal abscess. It may go even higher up, supralevator abscess. So this abscess spreads in different planes, intermuscular planes, and this is the final presentation. Initially, it started with an abscess somewhere in the perianal area. Now, gradually, it has taken part of a fistula in ano. It may be a subcutaneous fistula. It may be an intersphincter fistula. It may be a high transsphincter fistula, or it may be submucous. Lot of classifications are there. And this area is of the internal opening. And these are the points where usually external openings of fistula is present. So same disease, this is the simple form of fistula, where one opening, external opening is present in the perineal area, anywhere in the perineal area. And sometimes we get more than one openings. And these openings may be intercommunicated. If we put normal saline or xylocaine jelly or diluted betadine from one opening, it comes out from the anal opening, which confirms that it is most probably a case of horseshoe fistula in ano. And these, both the tracts, they have to be dealt separately. Then only the infection will be eradicated. The complex fistulae, what we label as complex fistulae, even the fistulae which are having multiple external openings or secondary openings, or those who are high level fistula. External opening is single, but internal ramifications are there. External opening is single, internal big cavity is there, which is usually not responding to treatment, or recurrent cases of fistula in history of previous surgery of fistula, or there may be some other visceral communications, rectovaginal fistula. Fistula coexisting with other anorectal element, maybe hemorrhoids, maybe malignancies, maybe fissure. These fistulas also require special treatment. That's why they have been called as complicated fistula. Then some systemic comorbidities. If a person is suffering from uncontrolled diabetes, uncontrolled hypertension, or immunocompromised patients, in such patients also, the judicious management is required, and such fistulas are called as complex fistulas. Obese patients. Normally also we see in routine surgical cases also, the healing process is often, sometimes it is delayed. So in obese patients also we see the delay in healing rate of fistula. That's why they have been labeled under the complex fistula. When we are diagnosing the fistula in ano, it must be absolutely non-controversial. In our ancient Ayurvedic texts, it has been clearly written, don't take a simple small pidica as a fistula. It may be a superficial boil. If it is a superficial boil, it will resolve with a suitable conservative management. But definitely if it is a fistula, then it should not be ignored. So all the controversies should be cleared. So when we are approaching toward the treatment, we have to move with a definite plan. We have to keep exact etiology in mind. We have to make up in our mind the patient is having, the origin is cryptoglandular or it is non-cryptoglandular, no systemic comorbidities are there. Those also aspects we have to keep in mind. Then clinical evaluation is very, very important. Often we see in our outpatient departments, the patient is coming, especially the recurrent cases of fistulae. Such patients, they are coming with lot of reports. They are coming with reports of MRI, transrectal ultrasounds. In some of the cases, we note that when we are clinically examining the patient, the findings which have been mentioned in MRI or other investigating procedures, these sometimes do not match with the clinical findings. So the best guide that we have to correlate the surgeon who is examining the case of fistula in the probe which he is using and his finger which is inside the anal canal, still that is the best guide for diagnosing fistula in ano. Although investigations are also very helpful, but we have to be very, very cautious while making a final diagnosis. And definitely patience is very, very important key in the treatment of this disease, in making diagnosis, in treating the patient. The treating surgeon also require a lot of patience, and even the patient we tell, you have to be very, very patient regarding the management aspect of this disease. This is a photograph of a normal fistula in ano. Patient came to us, just we were examining the patient, inspecting the patient, and what I observed, there was some induration on the left side gluteal region of the patient. The external opening was present only on the right side. The patient is in lithargy position, and some discharge drop was coming out from it. Some purulent discharge, seropurulent discharge was there. But when I palpated it after inspection, slight induration was also present on the left side, opposite side. On pressing with the thumb, when I pressed this side with the thumb, the discharge started trickling out. So this suggested me, definitely there is some internal communication, and this area, this place where I have put my thumb, definitely this space is spontaneously going to rupture, and this is going to open, and it is a case of horseshoe fistula. So I was telling the patients, patient's aspect is very, very important. So there are two things which we can do in such types of cases. Either wait patiently or anesthetize the patient and put a nick, and definitely you will find the second part. But being a surgeon and following, if the patient is absolutely stable, of course, then we give some time. Just we do dressings of some herbal medicines like the Shangle, advise sits bath, and in due course of time, within a couple of days or 2-3 days, spontaneously we find one natural opening of fistula in ano, and then it becomes a lot easier for us to handle the tract, to treat the tract. Diagnosis is more confirmed, which we will see in the next picture. For this, I sent the patient for fistulogram. The dye was inserted from this opening on the right side. Dye went inside. This is the site where the internal opening is there. And definitely a cavity which is approaching the tract is approaching on the opposite side. This is approaching on the opposite side. This is that area where my thumb was placed. And just we can see in due course of time, in 3-4 days, spontaneously, the fistula opening automatically, spontaneously is ruptured here. For this, now under local anesthesia, we will do probing from this side also, this side also. It will approach the internal opening. Before that, one more test we can do. I have put the diluted betadine solution from this side, and definitely see the stream of betadine solution. It is coming from the opposite side, the internal communication. It has been confirmed. Now the probing by a malleable probe under local anesthesia, very gentle probing, application of jelly is done, and both the tracts, they are there. At this point, when we put our finger in the anal canal, we can feel the tip of the probe. Then this is the medicated thread, or what we call a char sutra. Very easily, this char sutra was placed inside both the tracts. This will heal in this direction. This will heal in this direction. Both the tracts will heal simultaneously. I am going to show you few more photographs of patients in my further slides. So gradually see, this side is completely healed, and this is also approaching the healing. Diagnostic modalities, although finger and probe is the best guide, but wherever required, we can go for fistulogram, we can go for MRI, we can go for transrectal ultrasonography, and even anal manometry. Anal manometry is just to see the tone of the sphincters. Especially, it is very, very helpful in post-operative recovery of the patient. Whether the continence of the patient will be effective, it will not be compromised or not. Anal manometry is especially helpful in elderly patients. Then so many modalities of modern surgery, they are currently available. Fistulotomy, fistulectomy with primary wound closure, fistulectomy with skin grafting or sliding flap, covering colostomy, Seton, of course. Seton is there. One draining thread is put there. Chemical destruction or cauterization of fistula is there. Fibrin glue, Meyer-Chase graft, anal fistula, and so many other modalities are there. But definitely, in some way or the other, some chances of recurrence or incontinence is there. Success rate, what we feel is not up to the mark. So even after surgery, the post-operative complications are not spared. Daily painful post-operative dressings patient has to undergo. Wound healing is often delayed. Anal stenosis is another complication. Incontinence is another complication. And of course, recurrence is very, very painful. The objectives which we keep in mind for management is eradication of the fistula tract. It has to be eradicated. Continence has to be preserved. Preservation of continence is very important. Then recurrence. The patient has come to us. The patient has come to us with some faith, and definitely it is a moral duty that the disease should not recur, because already he has undergone treatment for such a long period. One very, very important thing, what we feel, the damage which occurs on the repetition of the surgeons. So, the patients, when laparotomy is being practiced, the bad results, unfortunately, if something bad happens to the patient after simple laparotomy, they are generally buried with flowers. Very soon we forget them. But the fish usually go about the world exhibiting the unsuccessful results of treatment. Sir Lockhart Mummery, a very famous surgeon from England, he has really very truly he has pointed out fistula, if the treatment is unsuccessful, the results, they go worldwide, become very popular very soon. Therefore, the unique single answer, that is the Char Sutra therapy, which is being practiced all over India in standard Ayurvedic medical centers, and it has been scientifically standardized, modified, made patient acceptable, and it's totally comprehensive and very, very successful management. Exactly, Char Sutra, it was scientifically modified, developed, and standardized. And the drugs coating which have been done on this special thread, they act in a sustained release delivery mechanism. The thread, surgical end thread number 20, it has got a very, very good tensile strength. It is uniformly smeared 21 times. And one coating is done per day. So for preparation of single thread, it requires 21 days. And first Isnui Chir, then Apamarg Char, then Haridra Churn. It is ligated in the tract of fistula in Anu. It induces mechanical action also, mechanical action of the thread itself, along with chemical cauterization. The chemical cauterization action is of Apamarg Char. And once these two things set in, drainage is proper, then cutting of the tract and healing of the tract, it occurs simultaneously. It has been considered as a gold standard. It has become really acceptable, complication-free, and it's not merely a matter of tying the knot only. It is an exclusive super specialty of our department of Shalyatantra. The mode of action, the coatings of the drugs which have been coated on Char Sutra, it debrides the unhealthy granulation tissue. There is a shlok which has been mentioned in Char Pak Vidyadhyaya regarding the good qualities of Char. शस्त्रनुशस्त्रेभ्यः छारः प्रदानतमः छेद भेद लेख्य करणात् त्रिदोषगणत्वात् विशेष क्रिया उपचारणात्. So it results in excision and debridement of all the unhealthy granulation tissue, along with the tough fibrous tissue, which does not allow the healing process to start. That is also got rid of. Drainage proper is there. Once thread is there, neither the internal opening is blocked nor the external opening is blocked. Drainage is there, and it creates a healthy base for healing. So this gradual sustained chemical action removes the debris from the tract. Once the debris is removed, then it helps to nurture the fresh, healthy granulation tissue, and so it induces a long-awaited healing process in the depth of the tissue. The advantages and superiority, it is safe for all groups. We are treating patients in our hospital. I have treated patients of 9 months age, 1 year age, 5 year age, small children are there, adults are there, even the elderly. It is a very ambulatory treatment modality. In most of the majority of the cases, no hospitalization is required. Most of the cases which are uncomplicated cases, we are doing absolutely by application of Xylocaine jelly. If in those cases which are high anal fistula, high level fistula with multiple tracts, only in those cases we take help of spinal anesthetist. So in majority of cases, no anesthesia is required. It's very, very economical. In hospital, we are in our government hospital, we are practicing in very subsidized rates. Complications are not there. No absolute contraindications. Even the patients are coming to us, even pregnant ladies, most oftenly pregnant ladies, if they are suffering from fistula in Anu, we don't prescribe them any oral medicine. Just we ask them to keep their bowels clear by dietary modifications, simple ligation of Char Sutra, and just go back. Effectiveness is very, very, very well proved. Scientific studies have been done, so many research have been published, and in our institute every year we one research we give for some new plant regarding the cutting time and healing time of fistula tract on various drugs, and the negligence rate is almost 0% if Char Sutra is really done properly. So these are few of the complicated cases which have been done in my hospital. These are the recurrent cases. This Sharsut was ligated, healing was there, and then the case was completely healed. This is another case is having multiple fistula. He was operated somewhere else. This is the old scar. Sharsut ligation was done in both the tracts, and gradually we see the cutting was done, and ultimately the case healed. This is another case in the anterior half of this side. The Sharsut, we can see ligation was done. Gradually, it approaches and the healing is achieved. This is one more complicated case. A big abscess was there and it was not at all healing. And one small fistula was on this side also. So simultaneously, this one and this one was taken care of simultaneously. The Sharsut ligation was done and absolutely fine case was there. Even in the complicated cases also, the scar is so good. Even the local deformity is not there. Anal stenosis is not there. Incontinence is not there. This is another case in the anterior half. This fistula was there. Sharsut was ligated. The treatment of Sharsut healing is in progress. Gradually, it is descending down. And ultimately, you see how beautiful scar is there. Absolutely normal skin. So it is very, very complication free. So what should be the gold standard objectives when we are treating of case of fistula in ano? What we say, what I tell to my research scholars in my hospital, follow the 4P. The diagnosis should be perfect diagnosis. You have to give permanent cure to the patient. And for permanent cure, not only permanent cure, the sphincter, preserve the sphincter mechanism. The patient, if you treat a patient of fistula in ano, after curing, if the patient comes to us and say he has lost control of defecation, then really it is very, 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 something very, very serious beyond imagination. And last P, prevent the recurrence, which is very, very important. And definitely, it is very, very persistent challenge. Daily, we are getting newer cases being referred from modern hospitals also, senior surgeons also. And we initially, when we started this in our hospital, we took as a challenge. But now we openly say, any complicated cases of fistula, please give us a chance to serve the patient so that we can save his life, and that too free of cost. I feel really, really very, very delighted to say in my career till now, I have not charged even a single penny from any cases of fistula in my personal practice. I don't do personal private practice. Even the patient cases, the VIP patients or the poor patients, whosoever those cases are coming, all the cases I do in my government hospital only. I don't at all encourage private practices because already government is giving me salary. So I devote my 100%, and my students, my research scholars, they also learn the same thing from me. So by this, we can empower really the ailing humanity gracefully. And thank you very much for listening my talk so patiently. I thank the organizers, especially Mr. Nawazji, for giving me a chance on this platform to deliver a very small portion of the research which we are practicing since last 30 years in our hospital. And personally, what I feel, almost more than 99, almost 100% of the cases, whether either recurrent or fresh cases, we have not seen till today, even a single case has shown a recurrence or incontinence. In our OPD also, the number of cases is large. Presently, daily, the research which is going on currently on the patient, there are around 100 patients. Even in the COVID area, COVID time, when our hospital was closed, it was declared as COVID center. Our ward had COVID patients. My patients was suffering. One of my patient, her marriage date was fixed in the month of May. And every time her parents were very, very worried. So in our hospital also, I started a small OPD outside separately in the separate block and started this Sharsut therapy in that, so that the patients, they do not suffer. The treatment, because this treatment requires continuous management. The Sharsut which is being changed, that has to be changed every week, because the drugs which are coated on Sharsut, usually the action of those drugs gets squeezed off, washed away in about a time of 1 week. So again, I thank the organizers and my friends Any queries, any question, always you are most welcome. My mail ID is there. In LinkedIn, I am available. I mean, in today also, if anybody question wants to put any questions, most welcome. Thank you very much, organizers, and Mr. Nawazji, thanks a lot.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Ajay Kumar, for your excellent speech. I have a question. Is there any chance that fistula turns into cancer?
No, not at all. Till now, in my career of last 30 years, or even my teachers, not even a single case I have seen which has turned into malignancy. Definitely, I have seen cases of malignancy having fistula, malignancy of prostate. Last year, a patient came to me. He was treated for malignancy of prostate. Then he was going under chemotherapy. He developed fistula due to prostate. I treated him with Char Sutra, and his fistula is completely cured. The patient lives in Dehradun, and still he is under follow-up in our hospital, and he is absolutely fine. So definitely, I have not seen any case today turning into malignancy. But one simple advice which I give to my patient is that eradicate the disease as soon as possible, because the track of fistula which appears simple today, in due course of time, it may become complex.
Okay. Thank you for the answer. Any other questions, please?
Oh, I did the same thing. Hi, good morning, good night. I don't know, everyone is very glad to giving this presentation to all of you, and I hope so. It should be interested for all of you, and then we'll see later after this presentation. I'm going to say, ladies and gentlemen, this presentation which we are giving to you is doing about at least 20 years work on Research Institute on Forest and Rangeland. So starting from the God's Pharmacy, as you see, it's a very, very, very interesting mountain. It's having a lot of medicinal plant, as you know, and designing, coloring, everything is there. God is giving very easy to us. And I can say no one able to arrange this type of thing forever. So as this created system has not been created in one, it's the best things, as you know. So this will be here if this bees is not there. Sorry. If bees is not there, it means this life also not there. We have to take care of these bees also, because all should be together. So my presentation is including general information about the Iran climate zone, Research Institute of Forest and Rangeland, medicinal plant, just like the traditional way using as a bioactivity of plants. So one very, very important things I reach after, I can say, 30 years experience in this institute. That is a secret of life of plants. From beginning, whenever you are going to do something, you think things, you have finished it very, very soon. But as you know, if you are going further and further, you will see a lot of problem and lot of things is coming, but you don't know anything about your life. See, this boys is searching in the plant, and what we find it, just the plant cell. If you think over plant cell, you will find a lot of things on the plants. If you believe it, the plants have a lot of cell, different, and it means have a lot of also activity. So now I am going to say something about natural component of aromatic plant of Iran and some bioactivity of that and production. From starting, these are plants is coming. As you know, Rosa Damascena is very famous in Iran. And so the traditional way extraction is a very famous also in some state of Iran, and also some bigger factory to extract the essential oil. And as you know, essential oil is the golden oil in the world. And now by the end, you will see the products. So starting to say something general information about Iran, Islamic Republic of Iran. As you know, it is a very, very, very oldest map of Iran covering Middle East all. As you know, is a Caspian Sea, is the Persian Gulf, and it was the Iran map. Nowadays, I think in one historical place is very, very famous for everyone. If not see this place and visit it, I request all of you, please come and see Persepolis. About the 2,500 years or 600 years ago, there is a building in southeast of Iran. So from beginning, I can say in Iran, we have a Silk Road station of Persia before Silk Road between Iran and China. It means that day we are exporting and importing a lot of plants because the climate of Iran has a lot of plants, different species. So human rights, as you know, this is the things it is in UN. You will find it was find out in that Persepolis in that time. That is now in a museum. Then I can say about 3,000 years ago, we believe in the human rights. So now you will see here the Iran located in Middle East. See the Africa is here, or Europe is here, Russia, and this is a Iran map. So traditional medicine in Iran have a long history about that. As you know, so many scientists we had about the Razi and also Avicenna. Avicenna is very famous for everyone. And nowadays also in Europe country, in America or Middle East, they used to take formulation of a lot of the traditional medicine through her book. So I can say we believe it about the Mr. Nawaz, everyone is hearing very good or no? Is there no problem?
No problem. You can go. You can
For my
start.
speech?
You can continue. You can continue.
Okay.
There's no problem.
So, thank you very much. So I am explaining a little about our culture in Iran Sea. All is stated about 33 states in Iran. Whole Iran is available. Our culture is different. So one of the very, very famous, which is now all of things which I am explaining now about the medicinal plant, because of this we have one biggest festival every New Year. I think in India also have the same thing festival. Hindus and Muslim, they have another calendar. We have also. This festival is known as a Nowruz. What that king was doing in that time to find out what is the philosophy of this Nowruz festival, it was that before spring, the people should go and clean the all land and fire it all trash. And after that, about 7 plants, they have to grow in their land and find out which is the best for that climate and ecological zone. It means our festival beginning before starting the spring, all people, they are going to grow the seeds and find out the good ecology for their food especially. So Iranian climate zone, as you know, see, is the center of Iran, it is. And you can see this type of the land you will find is the main state. This is also another view of the center of Iran. And you will see here Caspian Sea and north of Iran. It means in this map, you will see a lot of forest and a lot of plants, even the shrub plants, medicinal plants, aromatic plants. It is growing there. So this is a Caspian Sea. You will see it is in. And the next month, Zagros. Zagros is a all hill station. Around 10th state, they are covering 10th state of Iran. You will see located like this. You will find all the type of the forests and different climate. These are, I can say, hook plants you will see here. See, at least more than 4,000 feet this hill meters. So here is also the place south of Iran. You will see Oman, Khalij Omani, they call. See lot of different climate and things you will find here. So this is a Khalij Omani you will find here all, and lot of the island also is here. You will see this type of the plants growing there. This Hara is in a Gulf. You will find is a forest of area and cover a lot of the hectares of these plants. I think everyone knows. So as a historical, we can say in this time, I mean 3,000, approximately 3,000 years ago, we had a academy of Jundi Shapur. From it was in south of Iran, which I have shown here in this place. This university was held here. But I can say from beginning, all kings, all the ruler in Iran, they were interested to have a cooperation with all the boards. They used to come over here and making a lot of things, and all scientists all was also there. So this is my research institute, Forest and Rangeland, as you see here. Now I am speaking from this place. I am in this building. This area is around 300 acres. This is the first botanical garden of Iran. This place all different places, different location of all the world. We are growing the plants and a lot of things there. This is the entrance of our office, which I am here now, is in front of this place. I'm in this building, in this room. I'm sitting in this room. So this is a botanical garden. See a lot of parts is there, even China, Europe, America, Caucasus, Russia, Iran located, all in here you will see this place. So one of the famous place is medicinal plants place. This experimental garden of medicinal. So you will see this map showing one approach to extracting essential oil. See, this garden is at least 15 acres. But designing with as you see here, one approach to extract the essential oil. These are field, the students and staff is or researcher coming and growing the plants here and collecting the time for their research. So that is my institute. Now I'm going to tell you about the flora of Iran. Around 8,000 up to 10,000 species estimated in our herbarium of Iran, which is in this place I am now here. The herbarium also under this building, whole is our herbarium. It means all medicinal plant and other plants is there. Now what we did, around 700 species of aromatic plants we have collected from all 33 states of Iran. And what we did in our lab, at least 600 species we have extracted essential out of that. You will see the list here. If anybody interested to know about all this essential oil, what's the component and what's use of that, every researcher did during these 25 years. This is the best thing for us. It is a very, very tough work we did it during this. So now, in between that 600, I am going to explain about the Rosa damascena. I think that one of the famous plants, which is everyone knows about that. As you know, nowadays they are talking about the COVID-19. Everyone can use the rose water. I think so that everyone say about that, but as you know, the essential oil of this is very costly. What I'm going to explain, I started 20 years back doing research on Rosa damascena, especially on essential oil. Which variety or which type of species is the best for drug, for aroma, for spray, or for a lot of things in industrial work. So we first of all collecting all the species from outside and selecting and find out what is exact place for doing the work. See, during these 20 years, our aim was these are why we have to do and why we are doing this work. See this very famous thing, everyone interested in the spring, you will find at least 11 states of Iran and they are cultivating and collecting the flower and making out of that some products. So this is a story of the Rosa damascena. As you know, it was in a farce. This is the documents you will find out. So what we did after collecting, we started collection from these states of Iran and brought to this institute. And nowadays I can say these places, which you will see in Tabriz, in Isfahan, in Choghal Zambil near the Shiraz, it is a Shiraz, and it is a Kerman. These places is very famous for this cultivating the Rosa damascena. As you will see, like this field you will find in these estates. So this is one of research field which we did experiment on to find out which plant is the best. It is not affected with the pest. It is having the good product after cultivation. and best essences for our factory. See, these are different variety of Rosa Damascena. So after 2-3 years collecting the Rosa Damascena, we will find these differences. At least our researchers find out 50 cultivar of Rosa Damascena is available in our field. So what we did beginning after growing and cultivating the Rosa Damascena, collecting the rows and take it to find out at least the duration of day and flower plant of year, and like this we have make it the table out of that. This type of the Rosa Damascena is available in Iran. So what we did, starting to collect the Rosa Damascena to find out what is the essences and what component is based on which species. So see the collection. Everybody early morning to go there and collect it because the best time for collection. And as you know, the beginning I said, these are the golden nature or gold given through the nature. We can say golden oil. So everyone knows the essential oil and uses. It's a very costly and very tough to extract through the plants. So what we did, we are already designing one because as you know about the 5 tons of Rosa Damascena is giving 1 kg of essences. It means it is very costly to do work in the lab. It will we have designed one approach to distillation. You will see the Rosa Damascena is extracting through that. So these are factory in Iran, as you know, in the biggest factory, and also we have a tradition. These are bigger factory. It is in Kerman places, and they used to take the essences through the Rosa Damascena in the springtime. We started to do a lot of experiments in different states. As I said, 11 states we grow those Rosa Damascena we collected. So one of that, it is in Iraq, one state in center of Iran. I have shown here in that photo. You have seen our state. It is in Isfahan. See the all component, find out in which variety it is coming from. Suppose Zanjan, Shiraz to Isfahan, we cultivate it here and collect the Rosa Damascena and analyze and find out what's a special component on that. It is a very, very tough work. We did it. As you know, one of our different work was starting to extract the essences from beginning of blooming of bulb up to end. What will happen in this? I said already 20 years has taken time to do extraction. See this one type of the traditional extraction. It is located in Kashan. You will see these bulb putting here and rose and extracting the rose out of that. So one of the very, very famous thing in Iran is the rose water. Rose water is everyone in Iran, they used to take, especially in the springtime, because they extract in this traditional way to extract and sell it to visitor. One is the very good things which I wanted to say. What is the valuable of this rose water? In Japan, they used to put it this Rosa Damascena water, and one this is about 4 liter or 10 liter space is having. See, for one spray of the rose water in Japan, they asking for $2 to $5. It means it is a very, very valuable, but we have a lot. That's why we don't know how much the price of that. But in out of Iran, everyone, but in India also, so many they have. You know, it is a flower that is very famous for them. And the other thing is that after the extracting the rose water or essences in traditional way, is very sad news. It is the best. They think it is the best of the Rosa Damascena, but it is not the best of that. As we say, it is a very good antibiotic, anti-inflammatory, everything you can extract it from there. But because of they don't know the traditional people, they do not know the valuable how much it is, but they are throwing out. I want to say that is a very interesting for scientists to find out what is inside of this, and we did a lot of extraction, and also we have a paper on that. So one more thing, when the people left the rose, you will find this rose hip. Nowadays, as you know, they, I think in Thailand or some other places in India especially, they used to take this with the tea. I wanted to say the rose plant or shrub, all part of that is usable for everyone. So this commercial type of the rose, only one Rosa Damascena C, you can sell it the dry flower, make it dry and sell it, extraction and rose water, and especially fresh rose. So what is using, what we did, we find out the what is the advantage and disadvantage of the Rosa Damascena. Instead of taking these a lot as 2-3 species, speaker yesterday and before yesterday, they say about the natural product, I can say the best thing in, I think everywhere, if it is, they are growing the Rosa Damascena, it means they have a very valuable things in their country. Instead of they taking the medicine, everyone can use this Rosa Damascena, especially fresh one. Whenever I am going to field and take a lot of this flower and eating, everyone is very interesting for them. So essentially having a lot of safety, and it is very good for giving them milk and for cold. Even nowadays, a lot of research work they have done and given about the rose water and has a very active for COVID-19. So for child, they can use it, but they must dilute it. As you see, this is a hotel in Japan and some north of Iran. You will see the flower, how they use it. For through it, as you know, it is a very good to aromatherapy, and for inflammation, as you know, you massage it or something, because some speaker yesterday, they said without massaging you remove the pain, but this is also one way to remove the pain. As I explained, dry farming in Iran, in Fars, we will see the land without irrigation. At least see this, these are all Rosa Damascena, how they are drying and selling and extracting for things. See, it is a very famous in Fars, Iran, which I have shown the Persepolis is there. This place is near to that place is Persepolis. See, the people have this location for themselves and coming just in spring, they're coming and taking the flower and drying or taking for them. One is the very, very famous thing in Kashan. I hope if anybody have some history about that. That is the name of Iranian festival, Gol Qaltan. What they did, they are going to the time of spring, they are going to collect the flower and bring it in a historical place and lay down there. And what they will do? They will bring the child. It is because it is a very historical place in Kashan. They will put the child. They believe it that whenever the child is mixing with this flower, the time of flowering, this first year, not second, third year, and I mean the child should be born that time. They mix it with this flower, put this child for half an hour in that flower, and they believe they are not infected from the diseases or something whole life. This is as I said, this is a God is given antibacterial, antivirus, antifungal, everything is there. I believe it. One flower, only one leaf of this flower is giving lots of natural components. So these are visitors, they are coming to traditional way. They are, I think so, from some country, especially Japan or somewhere. They go in time and collecting the flower and smelling. They are going and sleep in the flower, and they say we are become too young whenever we are going as a aromatherapy. So that this part is finished. I did a lot of work with all of my colleagues, at least 60 researcher, PhD researcher. They did this much work which I have shown you because they were engaging about the 11 states, and they are collecting the flower, extracting, and find out which component and introduce to factory which they require for eau de cologne or some medicinal plant or some as a syrup or syrup and something. So one very famous thing, and from beginning when I was a child, about 60 years back, we all of us, we had some 4 seed we call. 4 seed is here. Every time, especially in summertime, see, these are plant seeds collected. And it was available in all the home. I mean, traditionally they take and put it in a cold water or just put it in a pot and boil it. 2 ways to use it, this 4 seeds. It means from traditional way, everyone, we believe it nowadays. As you know, the board also coming and following this thing to start take the natural type of things. So this is a one place of Iran. Just I have shown you here. You will see there was here is a Iraq country, Iraq, but it was a Zagros place. This one famous place here, see the culture. the cattle, they are shifting from this estate to other estate. And these are very famous place, as you know. Good view you will see. This is a Elam. Elam, if anybody search, you will find a lot of plant species and culture. So one of that, you will see these are in the time, they believe at least springtime, 3 months, the people just going and collecting the vegetable. They never take meat in their food in that place, Elam, that state of Iran we call Sanandaj or Kurdistan. Everyone believe they must take these only vegetable. It means this is one with tare kuhi. It is allium. You have seen here also, and it is coming into market. They bring it from the hill station, and different allium is there. In Spring Sea is another one. They used to take with the food or freshly or just like the medicine. They believe it, all the infection of stomach especially, and for a cold, and lot of things is coming from spring for their body, it is removing. We believe it, that one, you know. This is another type of the way of using this allium, as you know. This is other plants, as I think so, Romex, everyone knows. This is also using in a food or making the khoresht out of that. This Romex is growing in a very desert place, I can say. It's not needed much water or something like that. This is another. See, it is in the market. They're collecting here. Bikar Kangar. Gondelia, as you know, they have a lot of species in Iran. And then this kangaroo is taken for food. So we have books established. If anybody interested to know about the herbal of Iran, so many books. Our botanist of Iran, which I am here, at least biggest botanist of Iran, about the Umbellifer, about the Labiate, about the astragal. They are international books. This is Pharmacopoeia of Iran about the medicinal plant. See this type of the detail of how to use the traditional way of the plants. If everyone interested, they can see. What's the product? This, after that, at least nowadays, approximately 100 factory, 100 company, including about the 40 factory. Yes, it's over. 400 product, it is coming out of these plants. About 2,300 species used in all factories. See, these are the sample. As you know, Caparists, I can say, who they are listening my speech, in Europe country, it is very famous. See, they are taking and from the land and rangeland and exporting to especially Europe country. So we must believe it, the side effect of the herbal, and take it with the care. It is not easy to say and using. As the Paracelsus, I say again, same thing, it's very bad. So thanks a lot. We have to take care of using the medicinal plant. Medicinal plant is a natural product and it is very good. especially if you know that thyme is very, very famous for a cold. And nowadays I used to take the thyme water and rose water and cumin. Everyone can take and at least wash their mouth. So this is a Iranian Medicinal Plant Society, and also we have a we are interested to have a cooperation with all of you. If you are also able, I'm ready. And thanks a lot for listening my speech. Thank you very much, Mr. Nawaz, and giving good time to me. And it is my pleasure to continue and listening your speech. And if any question, I'm ready.
Yes.
Yes. Professor Reza, this is
Yes, please.
I am so excited with this because I'm just getting involved with a plantation of arga wood.
Yes.
I just am so excited that
I just am so excited that
I went to take my
Oh,
road
yes.
jam
to take my road.
and I made my
Good.
yeah. So I'm eating my rose jam and drinking my rose tea. And
Oh, very.
I have to
It
come-
was very nice for me. I must keep it here.
oh yes, I have to come and see you. And then we just got involved with aga wood. Wood, yes.
Agarwood.
Yes.
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 Are you
Yes,
grow-
yes, you are right.
Are you growing it there?
Your voice is.
Are you growing it there?
Yes, yes.
Oh.
See, especially in our institute, at least about, yes, it's good now. In our institute, which I am here now, this is in the office of our institute, it is 300 acres, all types of the plant of the world we have here, and preserving the seed of that also in our lab, which is, and herbarium, which I have shown you, is the very biggest herbarium in the Middle East, I think so. And everyone is coming to visit. If you are not coming to Iran, I please you to say, come over here and look.
Yes, I definitely will. I've been to Iran many times to Tehran, Isfahan, Abali,
Oh,
about
good, good.
40 years ago.
40 years ago.
Oh my God! Now it's very totally changed. Everything
I
changed,
know. I
and
know.
better, nicely, and whatever. Yes, quite culture is different.
Yes,
As
I
they
look
are
forward to
propaganda outside, that is not correct. You will see here everything is clear.
Right. Now, I really look forward to it and staying in
Really look
touch
forward to
to,
staying in touch
to correlate with some collaboration. With
Sure, sure.
I'm
Are
so
you in
excited. It's one of my
Singapore?
favorite.
It's one of my
Singapore,
favorite.
yes.
Singapore.
And later,
Yes.
I will be talking about
And later, I will be
frequency
talking about
essential oils.
frequency essential oils.
So rose has 320 hertz. It's the highest
320 hertz. It's the highest
of
Yeah, right.
rose,
of
the roses
rose,
and also the flower
roses
frequency.
and also the flower frequency.
Yes. So I
So-
can explain the things. First of all, I wanted to do some research on Rosa Damascene about 30 years. Everyone object me, why you want to do this? Rosa Damascene is over. I said, well, I am a new scholar. You please let me do in this institute. But it has taken 25 years to finish one project. It means, yesterday I explained to some professor, if we are going through one leaf of this Rosa Damascene, all the world, because God is very great and given lot of things, as I have shown the cells. Now we come our head down and find out we have not found anything out of that. We are beginning of Big man, not this. Yes, thank you very much for your also interest.
Thank you. I honor you
All
for
right.
listening to the soul and doing this. So thank you. We need this now, the beautification and healing of the earth.
Yes, yes, you are right. We must preserve these are things for futures. Protect and preserve both.
Yes. Thank you again.
Welcome.
Excuse me, Miss
Anybody
Dr.
else?
Rezai.
Yes, please.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It was wonderful and very insightful.
All right, welcome.
Do you have any references for publications about this Rosa Damasana? Have you published anything on it?
Yeah.
Is there anything I can read? Could you maybe send us some of the links? Because I would be really interested in following up on this.
Yes, sure. We have lot. If you send a mail, I'll send it to that. All the if you write the Rosa Damascena Iran, all the paper PDF is coming out.
Okay.
Of course, I will send. If you send a mail, I will send to you. And if any question more, I will be ready to answer you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
But that is, I can say, the best thing in the world. I believe it. I've shown you about 600 species of Iran. Omberifera, labiata, as you know, the lot of species is there because a lot of scientists here, they help us to find out, to bring us and put it in the lab and extraction and lot of thing is there. I really miss my life because no time to continue. The life is over. That is sure. Are you from which country?
I'm from
Excuse me.
Denmark. I'm from Denmark, but
Denmark, yes.
but my origins are Persian, as yourself.
Oh, good. Sure, I'll send it. No problem. Whatever, any time you have any question, I am ready because we have a. I had explained yesterday also. We have so many magazines also. My union. I am in charge of that union of Iran, Medicine Apparent of Iran. We have a magazine also. If you are interested to publish your paper, I am ready also to help you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yes, our next speaker is Dr. Bhairav B. Kulkarni. He is from Ashwin Rural Ayurveda College, India, and he is going to give a clinical study of Krushanadi Churna in the management of Staulia with special reference to obesity. And I request Dr. Bhairav Kulkarni to start his speech. Thank you.
First of all, namaste everyone. Myself Dr. Bhairav Kulkarni, and I thank you, Mr. Nawaz, who invited me for one of the great international platform. I thankful all the presenter. I already heard from 27th of this month, and very excellent presenter before me over here. So, Mr. Nawaz, can you allow me for screen share?
Yes, sure. You can share your screen.
Yeah.
You can see your screen.
Is my screen is visible?
Yes, it is visible. We are good to go.
Okay, thank you. Once again, thank you all of you. And please stay with me for next 30 minutes. My topic is study of Trushnadi Churna in management of Thaulya with special reference to obesity. My dear, all the participants, all the senior members, all the friends, I am belonging from Ayurveda faculty. I am an associate professor in Ayurveda college. Also, I am a practitioner and I'm practicing in India at Sri Siddhivinayak Ayurveda Panchakarma Center, one of my own clinic. Before starting my presentation, I'll let you know about myself. these are some memberships. I'm working there in past and present also. I also work most of the European countries, Asian countries in past for promotion and propagation of Ayurveda. I also deal with lectures for the students who wants to who wants to learn Ayurveda in their language. So I also work that type of work in past also. So these are my some membership in the field of Ayurveda. So what is obesity? I just talk. I just talk on obesity. Friends, you know about obesity and all these things. Obesity, what is the obesity? Obesity is a specialty to refers an excessive amount of body fat. This is called obesity. One of the picture, you know very well, this is the obese person behind this slide. Overweight refer to an excessive amount of body weight that include muscle, bone, fat, and water. So in India, as early as 1500 BC, Charak, one of the ancient in Ayurveda, he is a Acharya in Ayurveda who wrote Ayurveda Sahitas. Name is Charak. Describe it is under Medo Roga. Meaning of disease state as Roga. Roga means disease of the adipose tissue. Charak description and explains of the disease and the treatment method prescribed for it remain valid today. Remain valid today also. So through the Charak, Acharya Charak, Ayurveda has this to say about one suffering from the disease and individual whose increased adipose and muscle tissue makes his hips, abdomen and breast pedunculous and whose vitality is much less than his body size should be called one of the fat tissue is a disease or is obese. So how is obesity measured? How is obesity measured? So you know very well, this is some parameters about body mass index. You all know very well about this, or otherwise you gone through before. Body mass index mean name it as BMI. It is calculated by dividing person's weight in a kilogram by his height in meter squares. So what is the normal range? So I tell you about these are the normal range. 19 to 25, it's the normal range of BMI, body mass index. 26 to 30 is a overweight. And 30 and higher is a obese person. So my friend, 40 and higher of 40, it's a extremely obese. So obesity measurement and health risk. This picture I shown here, measuring tape and calculate the abdominal girth over here, waist of the hip ratio in male 0.90 or below, in female 0.80 or below, and health risk is low risk. But if waist size is 0.96 to 1.0 in male and in female 0.81 to 0.85, it is a moderate risk. But if 1 plus in male 0.85 plus is in female, it is the high risk zone. So be aware of this high risk and be cautious about the high risk. So I mentioned here waist circumference, men less than 40 inches, women less than 35 inches over here. I mentioned. So I tell you, I'm an Ayurvedic person. So I tell you about Ayurveda in this platform. Obesity in Ayurveda, we call it as Sthaulya. We call it as Sthaulya. There are a understanding of obesity in Ayurvedic terms. So I tell you about Ayurvedic terms. There are 7 body tissues. Rasa dhatu means nutritive part of the digestive food. Then Rakta dhatu means blood. Mansa dhatu means muscle. Meda dhatu, fat. Then Asti dhatu means bone. Majja dhatu, bone marrow. And Shukra dhatu, reproductive system, semen, sperm, and oham. As per Ayurveda, the food nourishes Rasa dhatu and Rasa. It nourishes to Rakta means blood, which nourishes muscle and so on. Or it is other part of the prior dhatu get converted into next dhatu. In obesity, there is a problem at the level of meda, fat, asti means bone. This nutrition shift is hampered because of which of more or more of fat tissue get produced, but it is not being converted further into asti means bone, majja means bone marrow, and shukra. There is a block in the transition of nutrition from meda to asti. This is mentioned in Ayurveda. So I don't know how Ayurveda person in this platform. So next slide is a prevalence of the disease. In WHO report, globally, with more than 1 billion, my friend, please listen carefully, 1 billion adults overweight, at least 300 million of them clinically obese. And CDC report more than 72 million people, that are more than third of US adults, and 60% of US children are obese. So causes of obesity, you all know these are the causes of obesity. Obesity occurs when a person consumes more calories. You know very well, when a person consumes more calories from more food than he or she burns. So first cause is genetic factor. Then environmental factors like lifestyle behavior means diet, then physical activity, then social factors means poverty and lower level of education, then culture factors, type of food, way of cooking is different, disease like hypothyroidism, Cushing syndrome, polycystic ovarian syndrome, drugs like steroids, then antidepressant drug, it causes obesity. So in health risk, there are some health risks, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, stroke, then high blood pressure, high blood cholesterol. CA colon is the one of the most major cause we find in most of the patient I treat at my OPD level. CA colon, CA rectum, CA prostate is one of the major cause. Then CA gallbladder, CA uterus, CA cervix or ovaries also. Fatty liver of the disease is called it also health risk. Then osteoarthritis. The patient suffering from osteoarthritis, they may also health risk. So if you're obese, then your joint will be pain. Your joint pain will be start at your body. So osteoarthritis and gout are the health risk if you are obese. Then pulmonary problems like a breathing problem. Obese patient can't breathe properly. You know very well. So sleep apnea syndrome, uh, one of the disease, people can't breathe properly, not getting more oxygen by airway. So this is sleep apnea syndrome. Most of the European countries I had seen, most of the people, most of the patients from India also who are fatty, so they are suffering from sleep apnea syndrome, and then oxygen carrying capacity are very less. So they use some auto CPAP machine. Any type of infertility problems are there. So I correlate obesity and Medoroga. Okay, in Ayurveda, obesity regarded as Medoroga, means Tholle, already told you before. A disorders of Medodhatu means adipose tissue and fat metabolism. So one of the undesirable constitution, Sthaulya, means in Ayurveda, this is the slogan. Sthaulya means obesity. Santarpanajanya vikar means Santarpanajanya disease. This is called as Santarpanajanya vikar, mentioned in Ayurvedic classic. Over nutritional disorders. In characteristic of obese person. So what is the characteristic? Anti-sthula means, sorry, ati-sthula means most obese person has been defined as a person who, on account of inordinate increase of fat and flesh, is disfigured with the pendulous buttocks, belly, and breast, and whose increased bulk is not matched by corresponding increase in the energy also. So, causes of obesity in Ayurveda. What is the causes? I mentioned in Ayurveda over here. Overeating is the first cause, you know very well. Overeating is the first cause in obesity. Frequent food intake before digestion or previous meal. Kapha increases in food. Then excessive consumption of sweet food, heavy food, cold diet, uncontinuous food like dairy products, cheese, cream, butter, ice cream, some bakery products, some frozen food, some yogurt. So these are the dietary causes. Excess use of food, fried food, grilled food, like some and McDonald's Frenchies. Some Frenchies are there, French fries are there. Some cold drinks. These are very unuseful to our body. Excessive use of meat. Then uses of new grains means Navadhanya. We call it as Navadhanya, new grains. In India, we use old grains before when took it farm and keep it up to 6 months, then we can use these grains. So it is good. That's why new grains are very prone to dietary causes. We use this, then some metabolic disorder will form. That's why don't use new grains. Uses of sugar canes, then jaggeries, then preparations of jaggeries and all these things, excessive use of rice, wheat, then black gram. Then one of the major cause I found in my patients, drinking water after food intake is one of the most cause to obese person. So don't use water after food immediately. Keep water after half hour after your food. So causes of obesity in Ayurveda, also I tell you, lifestyle and behavior. So sedentary lifestyles, lack of physical exercise, excessive sleep, sleeping during the day, especially soon after meal, then lack of sexual life. Mental cause, what is the mental cause? Lack of thinking, anxiety, any type of anger, cheerful mind is the cause, mental cause. Genetic means we call it as in Ayurveda, it's called it as Bija Sambhavat. So Bija Sambhavat means irrespective of diet, the person is obese due to genetic makeup. So in Ayurveda, this is the Samprapti. We call it as pathogenesis. So Medha pathogenesis, what is the pathology of this Medha? So these some table I put over here. Causative factors in Ayurveda, 3 doshas are there: Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. So Kapha dosha increase and Meta increase. Then hunger and thirst increase. Then after Amarasa means degenerated fat metabolism and excessive Meta and Kapha. These are so another thing that happen in obesity, excessive fat causing increased digestive fire. So the person has a very good appetite. He eat more. The digestion process take place till the level of Medha Dhatu means fat, but it is hampered there. So more and more fat gets produced without nourishing further dhatus, hence person keeps on putting on weight. This is the pathogenesis. The last contributing factor of obesity is impaired of Vata dosha. Just as air, wind causes an increase of fire, Vata resides in the stomach and maintain digestive fire means Agni. In obesity, there is an increase of Vata dosha, which further causes an increase of digestive strength also. The fat tissue and Kapha dosha are interconnected. Increase of fat tissue implies there in an increase of Kapha dosha. Next slide. These are Medha consequences in Ayurveda mentioned. Ama means undigested food, then tissue malnutrition, lack of energy, lack of enthusiasm, low immunity, shortness of lifespan. These are the consequences in Ayurveda mentioned. So Vata restriction, Vata disorders. So these type of disorders in obesity, you will get CVD means HT or any type of strokes, chronic musculoskeletal disease, diabetes, hyperlipidemia, osteoarthritis, gout, sexual difficulty, infertility, and then depression also. These are the consequences. So obesity and Medha treatment in Ayurveda, Shodhana Chikitsa. This include Panchakarma treatment. In Ayurveda, Vata and Kapha dosha balance. all the food and diet activities balanced down Vata and Kapha dosha should be taken up. Then in Ayurveda mention Panchakarma treatment. Vamana means medicated vomiting. Then Virechana, medicated purgation. Basti, enema therapy, particularly Lekhana Basti, herb use Basti in Pushtakadi therapy also. Dhupana, medicated smoking. Svedana means herbal steam therapy. This is used before the Panchakarma treatment. Udvartana, herbal powder massage. Herbal for Udvartana is Triphala, Musta, Neem, Haridra, Daruhardi, Tulsi, Ashwagandha, mustard, Dodra, Vacha. These medicines we are using to our patient in Panchakarma. Ayurvedic management in obesity. Medicinal treatment, therapy with herbs, diet, exercise, and lifestyle. Use of bitter taste, pungent, astringent taste. These medicines are dry, hot, sharp, scarping qualities. So, my friend, in this my presentation title, I already told you about Trushnadi Churna. I present here one case of the one patient because I have only limited time. So I just tell you about my one case only over here about obesity. Trushnadi Churna. So what I use this one of the medicine, Trushnadi Churna. It is mentioned in our Yoga Ratnakar Sanhita. It contains Trikatu, Triphala means Amla, Hirda, Beheda, Chavya means Piper rectofactorum, Chitrak, Plumbagos, Hylenica, Vidanga, Embolica ribes, some Abhuda, then Sorelia, Coralifolia means Bakuchi, rock salt, black salt. Each medicine we use one part of each drug and we mix it and we use on our patient. In Trikatu, I already told you, in Trikatu, Maricha means Vata Kapha Shamak, Raktosleshak, Lekhana and Strochodhana medicine, Pipali Kapha Vata patient, then Rakta Lekhana, Jantugna. Shunti, I already told you, Kapha Vata Shamaka, Shita Prashamaka, Shotahara and Vedanasthamaka. In this, by study, use Triphala medicine. There are Embolica officinalis, Haritaki means Terminella Chibula, Terminella Bellerica, Vivitak. So these are medicine I use. Mr. Nawaz, my voice is audible?
Yes, your voice is audible. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. It is combination of 3 healing herbs. Their fruits are used. So I show one effect of Triphala, all dosha balancing, very good cleanser, purifies blood, rejuvenating herb. It decreases excessive of meda, means it decreases excessive meda, reduces serum cholesterol, reduces the plaque formation in the arteries, then high blood pressure, provides remarkable protection in CVD. In the study conducted, the American Botanical Council, it was shown that Triphala greatly reduced blood glucose level in diabetes also. So it is very useful medicine. We can use in Triphala medicine, we can use in obesity, in diabetes, in hair fall also. Some patient suffering from any type of constipation, any type of GI tract infection, this medicine very useful in Ayurveda. So again, One herb I use Vidanga, means Embolica rife. There are some picture over here of Vidanga Vijay. Light, dry, sharp, P pungent, adjacent, hot, and P pungent. Vata Kapha, specifying Agni stimulating. Vidanga alleviates Vata. It is a diuretic, a mild purgative, and kills worms. It is an appetizer. It is a digestive, blood purifier, and rejuvenator medicine over there. One of my patient I treat on left side. This is the before treatment, and right side is the after treatment. Mr. Nawaz, can you show this picture? See this picture?
Yes, yes, I can see it.
Oh, yeah. This is one of my case. This is the before treatment and this is the after treatment. I use this Trushnadi Churna on this patient, and this is the tremendous result on this patient. Result after 21 days, my dear friends. This is also one of same patient before, and this is after. So this miracle happened in Ayurveda. So about the discussion. So before discussion, I told you recommended diet and lifestyle, regular exercise schedule. It can be as a simple walking, jogging, cycling, etc. Just for half an hour per day, morning or evening. If you can do it morning, you will feel less tired. You have do it till you have few sweat droplets on forehead, chest, thighs. Click here. Then it is very drink half a glass of just before food. It reduces appetite a little bit. Do not drink more than half glass of water before meal. Eating slowly, it's one of the best remedy. Without medicine, we can treat the patient. Eating slowly. Drink lukewarm water every day. It is one of the remedy. Walk properly up to 3 kilometers per day, up to 45 minutes. It is the it is the one of the good remedy without a medicine. Avoid sweet tasting drinks and food articles whenever you can. Tea, coffee, any type of cakes, bakery sweets, then Coca-Cola. Avoid these good for nothing things. If coffee and tea are regularly in your diet, have them, but with very little sugar you can use. So in a discussion, Acharya Charak quoted Thaulya under the 8 varieties of implements, which designed as Ashto Nindat Purush. In Charak Samhita, Apatarpan Chikitsa has been stated in pathogenesis of Thaulya Kapha and Vata vitiated, along with the Medo Dhatvagni Mandya and Strotorodha. Therefore, drug possessing Vata Kaphagna, Deepana, then Pachana, and Stroto Vigatana properties are indicated in the Thaulya. All the ingredients of Trushnadi Churna, mainly Katu, Tikta, Kashayarasa, Laghu Ruksha, Tikshna, Ushnaviryatamaka, and Kaphastrava, all have opposite action of Kapha dosha as well as Medha Dhatu. This is the conclusion of my study. It can be concluded that the Trushnadi Churna, the choice of drug for the management of Thaulya, but this is a single case study. Hence, to prove its efficacy, there is a needed to conduct a study on large number of patients. I will try in next part. So I already told you about a diet to avoid. Milk with the fish is very dangerous. Meat, curd, sour fruits, bread containing yeast, cherries, yogurts, yogurt with milk, then store fruit. In India, some sweet dish is there, prepared fruit salad. So I always are recommended because it is the very worst dish, fruit with milk. This is very bad to health. It's very incompatible. So don't take fruit with milk. You can eat fruit after half an hour. You can eat milk. Okay. So yogurt with milk is very fruit, sour fruits, then melons, hot drinks with yogurt. This is also not good. Meat with yogurt, fish with yogurt, mangoes with yogurt. It's very dangerous. Cheese with yogurt is very dangerous. Eggs with milk. It's also not recommended in Ayurveda. Meat with eggs, not recommended. Melons, cheese, fish, lots of dishes are egg with cheese omelette. This is very unrecommended dish in Ayurveda. So don't use egg with banana. Don't use egg with banana. In Ayurveda, it is mentioned as viruddhana. So please, my friend, my senior person, beware of this type of food we regularly eat. So these are the list I provide you. Fruit with any other food. Don't keep fruit with any food. You can eat fruit only that time you can only fruit. Don't eat with any other food. So avoid tamasic food. Tamasic food means tamasic food are those dull the mind and bring about inertia or laziness, disorientation or depression. This is called as tamasic food. Excessive intake of fats, oil, sugar, heavy and left over food and tamasic in nature. Food that have been processed, any type of processed food, can when you already you more time you use some cokes in can. This is also dangerous for your health. Or frozen food, beef, fish, eggs, cold buffalo milk are also tamasic food. So use buffalo milk to cook well or to boil, and then you can use. Don't use cold buffalo milk in your diet. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. If you have any queries, these are some of my achievements in the field of Ayurveda. Thank you, Dr. Mr. Nawaz and all your team. I'm thankful to give me chance, one of the biggest platform in overseas. I'm thankful all the audience. If you have any query, please email me. I have my contact number also. This is my name and this is my picture of my clinic. I am situated in India, Aurangabad, Maharashtra. Thank you very much. Thank you. Namaste. Thank you, Mr. Nawaz.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bhairav. It was really an amazing lecture. It was very informative and useful.
Is any question? You can email me. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Are there any questions?
Oh, thank you so much. It was very comprehensive also, Dr. Bhairav. And I'd like to ask about the habit of the native Indians in India mixing curd with rice and then curd with all kinds of vegetables and eating curd all the time. And they say it's very healthy, but from what you said, it's not. And
Yes. It's very one of the nice question from your side. In India, this dish, call it as curd rice.
Yes.
Most of this thing in South India, we eat as after the meal. In Ayurveda, this is a Deepana Pachan. Curd rice is used in a Deepan for it is useful for improved digestion. So we use this dish, buttermilk and rice, and curd and rice. This is very useful, but you cannot use in the evening or in the dinner. You use this dish in a morning meal also. Means lunch. You can prefer only lunch.
Okay, that sounds decent, because I'm a food consultant, a culinary
Yes.
consultant, and I also research food. Yes, using applied kinesiology. So this makes sense also. Would it improve the appetite if we use it with jeera rice? And appetite, and also for the digestion, curd with jeera rice.
Jeera rice. Jeera is a very good appetizer. So you can use jeera rice. It is very good.
Okay.
Good for appetite.
I have many questions, but I can make contact with you. Thank you.
Yeah. You can mail me. Thank you. Namaste. Thank you, Nawaz. Thank you again, Mr. Nawaz. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your excellent speech, Dr. Bhairav.
Thank you, Nawaz. Thank you. If any mistake, thank you. Tell me. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm with you. We'll join on panel session. Okay.
Sure.
After 7 hours.
Sure. Dr. Bhairav, I have a question for you.
Yeah, please. Tell me.
Yeah. How does drinking water after eating food causes obesity? I think he left. Okay.
Please tell me. What is your question?
How does drinking water after eating food causes obesity?
Sir, in Ayurveda, there are some Vata, Pitta and Kapha dosh mentioned in Ayurveda. So after you're taking food, directly take a water or any type of cold water or any matka water. This is not useful. So it become to produce kapha. Lots of kapha disorders will happen. So don't use normal water. If you want to drink water, so you can drink a very lukewarm water after the meal and less quantity. So kapha and meda will combine, and it will cause medovruddhi, and it will cause a constipation. So you can use normal lukewarm water. It is useful. You can drink after your meal.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Bhairav. Thank you for this.
Thank you.
Yes. And I would like to ask if
for the last 3 decades have been analyzing medicinal herbs and herbal formulations for their elemental analysis. When I was going about this work, once I got an email from an Indian physician in Australia saying that he is having some difficulty while prescribing these unique preparations, what we call as bhasmas, because the Australian government does not permit unless we have some kind of quality assurance that what elements are present. So then this project to start with, bhasmas are the unique metallo-herbal preparations used in Indian Ayurvedic system of medicine. As my previous speakers have emphasized, and even otherwise many of you are aware that Ayurveda is one of the traditional Indian medicine system, where Ayu means life and Veda means knowledge, meaning science of life, based on the use of plant parts and its extracts. So since many thousand years ago, our ancestors, they were in knowledge of the use of parts, various plant parts, for treating the various kinds of ailments. Our human body is composed of 5 primary elements: earth, water, light, air, and ether. Physical form of body is attained by a combination of these elements manifested in 7 tissues, as it was mentioned by my previous speaker, that is blood, plasma, muscles, fat, bones, semen, red, yellow, marrow. Ayurveda, according to Ayurveda, is human beings as complex psychosomatic entities exhibiting body constitution resulting from Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. Dr. Bhairav Kulkarni has dealt with these words in a very, very elaborate manner. And according to Ayurveda, these Vata, Pitta, and where Vata depicts fluidity of the system, Pitta represents energetics, that is Agni, Kapha expresses static and passive constitution, that is your fat. So they have to be in equilibrium, and this is called the concept of Tridosh equilibrium. That means out of these three they have to be in equilibrium with each other, and if at all there is any disturbance in equilibrium, it causes disease, which is manifested by different symptoms. Ayurveda pertains to effectiveness of herbs in restoring Tridosh equilibrium. So whenever any Ayurvedic medicine is taken, then this equilibrium is reached. So this Ayurveda basically enhances immunity of the body system. It emphasizes compatibility and antagonism of medication and food. In Ayurveda, it is very essential to have some kind of prohibition of certain food items while you are under medication. It is unlike your allopathic medicine system where it is not controlled. And another aspect is that Ayurveda has a holistic approach to attain long, healthy, and happy life. In our biological system, that is our body, or even in the plant, they are constructed of a large number of elements which can be classified as structural, electrolytic, and trace elements. Out of these, hydrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, nitrogen, sulfur, and calcium, they are considered as structural elements, which are essential to maintain the structure of the body. Then there are other elements such as calcium, chlorine, potassium, sodium, magnesium, carbonate, bicarbonate, sulfur, which are called as electrolytic elements, which are essential to maintain the body flow. Then there are trace elements which are found in microgram. All these trace elements are again divided into 2 categories, essential and toxic. These essentials also, they are of 2 types. One, the biologically essential, another is the clinically essential. In biologically essential elements, which are required by our body to maintain the enzyme kinetics and all the our body functions. Then there are clinically essential elements which are to find out that what kind of disease is there. Then there are toxic elements. Out of these toxic elements, they could be divided into 3: potentially toxic, environmental contaminants, and industrial hazards. Elements are the ones, even if minute amounts are present in our body system, they cause harm, such as cadmium, mercury, lead, selenium, bromine, etc. And many diseases they have been attributed to particular elements, like cadmium is attributed to Itai, mercury is attributed, and selenium, etc. Then there are environmental contaminants. See, because of this industrial revolution around this world, many industries they give out the gases or some industrial effluents which contain these, that is your cadmium, mercury, and lead. These are very, very heavy elements, and they are likely to replace certain elements present in our body tissues and cause the enzymatic disorder. Then there are industrial hazards like beryllium, chromium, mercury, nickel, etc. These elements are present in our body, and their concentrations are related with their physiological effects. In these, as you can see in this plot, that there is a range of adequacy, whereby a certain range of concentration is, whereby if the element is present in lesser amount, that is deficient, then it causes another kind of disease, and if at all it is present in excess amount, then it causes another kind of disease. So there is a marginal deficiency, there is severe deficiency, there is a pharmacological effect, chronic toxicity, and acute toxicity. And depending on the concentration range in which we are, then these elements they cause variety of diseases. So to correlate the elemental concentrations with the disease, and that is why as a chemist I was interested in knowing the concentration of elements in the various herbs. So out of these bhasmas, these according to our scriptures, the role of bhasmas and metallic herbal preparations with organic macromolecules, and these organic macromolecules they come from the herbal parts. They are often referred to as bhasmas in Ayurvedic literature, and they are used in curing ailments. It was first realized in Ayurveda and are used since the immemorial. Bhasmas are readily assimilated in body system. They are highly inert in nature as they are highly insoluble. Most bhasmas are mixed with cardamom, cinnamon, ghee, and are taken orally. Bhasmas is not reported to have any serious untoward effect in clinical practice. There are certain heavy metals such as mercury and lead, which in traditional medicine system they act as catalyzer, although they are considered as highly toxic according to the allopathy. But Ayurveda, in very, very small concentrations, they act as catalyzer. So they stimulate the catalytic activity in the intestines without reaching the bloodstream, and hence without harming our body functions. Bhasmas may be considered as biologically produced nanoparticles which are more biocompatible. That means they are having size. So as I have mentioned just now, bhasmas are unique metallo-herbal preparations which are prepared by incineration of metals or metal salts with herbal extracts, fruit juice, known to traditional Indian medicine system. They are orally administered with honey, butter, ghee, which is a milk, special milk preparation widely used in India, and mixed with cardamom and cinnamon. So Ayurveda was first one to recognize the importance of metals in curing many ailments. So use of medicinal herbs has been prevalent in many other civilizations like Africa, Egypt, Latin America, etc. So if you just have a look at the globe, it is the southern part of the globe, or the countries belonging to the southern part of globe, where these medicinal herbs or the herbal plants they have been used depending on their developments. Let me just spend a few minutes how to explain the preparation of bhasmas. So as I have said that these are prepared by the incineration of metals or metal salts with certain herbal. So first of all, the metal is prepared, crushed into a fine powder form. Then they are boiled with herbal extracts and repeatedly incinerated in earthen crucible at controlled temperature using cow dung cake. This cow dung cake was the one which was being used in the olden days. Nowadays, whoever are preparing these bhasmas, they use some specially prepared furnaces. There are some specific ancient nomenclatures used over here. That is jaran, which corresponds to roasting, then shodhan, purification by detoxification, maran, that is called as incineration, then puttas. Puttas means calcination. It is believed that larger the number of puttas, lesser is toxicity and higher its efficacy. One such preparation of bhasma based on the zinc as described by a firm called Dhoot Papeshwar in Mumbai that I have mentioned over here. So you start with purified zinc. It is mixed with mercury for purification. Then it is washed with lime juice. Then it is again mixed with sulfur and then packed in a shallow dish. And afterwards it is undergoes calcination, that is at high temperature. So now we have got the zinc first in raw form. Then it is heated to purify the zinc first, and finally it is melted, and then we get the purified zinc based bhasma. Okay. So this is one typical preparation which I have tried to illustrate over here. Now the question arises, what are the advantages over the medicinal herbs or the herbal formulation which are very much prevalent in various countries. The bhasmas they significantly magnify the properties of metals and herbs by making them easily bioassimilable. Then bhasmas are highly inert, insoluble, and considered as produced nanoparticles which enter into our blood system. Then these are not reported to have any serious side effects in clinical practice. Now, I am not a medical or clinical practitioner, but the reports are there and I have gone through them, and all such the kind of studies which have reported that there are no side effects. Bhasmas are taken in very, very small doses and they stay in our body system for a long duration of time, and as such they enhance their effectivity to our body system. The question is that why bhasmas? So compared to medicinal herbs or the herbal formulations, bhasmas are much more potent and durable than herbs. These cure much faster than herbs alone, act as strong vehicles and potentizers of herbs. Only small doses are needed for desired results, and then they become more potent with age. So older the bhasma, better it is. All these factors make bhasmas as a superior rejuvenator tonics, and that is why although very limited in, but still many practitioners they recommend bhasmas for many ailments. What was the objective of our study? So as I had mentioned, we started this project after we got an email from an Indian physician from Australia. Composition. So the composition of main constituents and main elements by a technique called instrumental neutron activation analysis. This is the kind of I had created at IIT Roorkee, where I was about 15 years ago. So the analysis of toxic elements, if any, by another technique called atomic absorption spectrophotometry. Also, in order to analyze the contributions from the herbs by carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and sulfur analysis. So in this way, we have the broad spectrum of the available of essential nutrient elements in the bhasmas. And in this way, we could also determine the stoichiometry if possible, because they are the metallic preparations. Then above all, the most important is that by analyzing the elemental concentrations, we can do the standardization and quality control. And this elemental composition studies then can be correlated with the therapeutic effects. So in this way, we procured commercially available 20 bhasma based on the elements such as calcium, iron, mercury, zinc, silver, potassium, arsenic, copper, tin, gem stones for their main constituents and trace elements by INA, including their carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and sulfur contents, for which another technique was. Here I would just spend a few minutes describing the basics of this technique, which I have used during my research work. So basically it is the neutron activation analysis. That means we irradiate the sample with a beam of neutrons in a nuclear reactor. And the reactors we have used in Bombay, in the Department of Atomic Energy, which are available, which was. And this part of work was carried out as a part of research project by the Department of Atomic Energy, Government of India. Along with that, we have hello problem. अरे सुनो, अरे ये क्या है, कुछ
क्या हो गया?
कुछ कनेक्टिंग में प्रॉब्लम हो गई थी,
मतलब वो हट गया क्या?
हाँ हाँ ठीक है,
नहीं नहीं नहीं, वो अभी नहीं देख पा रहे,
अच्छा
शायद से नहीं देख पा रहे, एक सेकंड बस।
Yes, please continue, Dr. Garg.
Is it okay?
Yes, yes, please continue.
Okay. So these samples were irradiated in Dhruva reactor, Apsara reactor, or the reactors at Bhabha Atomic Research Center, and then the activity was generated, that is the radioactivity. All the elements present in the samples, they became radioactive with different half-lives, as it is indicated over here. Here, this is recorded in terms of the spectra, as we can see over here, that this is a typical spectrum of Lauh Bhasma, that is iron-based Bhasma, and you can see the way corresponding to various radionuclides of the elements, and their peak areas are calculated, and on the basis of that, elemental concentrations are determined. Here is a description of the 20 bhasmas which we have analyzed, that is Mukta Moti, Mukta Shukti, Praval, Pishti, Shankh. They are the 4 bhasmas based on the calcium. Then the bhasmas are Vanaspati Yog Lauh, Kanta Lauh, Mandur, Tripura Yog Lauh, and each one of them, they have got different kind of uses in various ailments. Then mercury based bhasmas, Yashad and Kharpar. Sorry, no, zinc based bhasma, Yashad and Kharpar. Then potassium based bhasma called as Swet Parpati. Then copper based bhasma called Tamra. Tin based bhasma called Banga. And tourmaline Vikrant. Then arsenic based bhasma, Pushtakhas. Mercury based bhasma, Siddh, Makaradhwaj and Parag, and Jahar Mogra Khatai Pishti. So in all we have analyzed 20 bhasmas, and they were all procured from the. So here is here are the results of our analysis. So calcium based bhasma, the calcium concentration was in variable concentration. Mukta Moti had Mukta Moti, Mukta Shukti, Praval Pishti and Shankh, as you can see, ranging to 42%, you can say approximately. and they were also found to contain carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and sulfur. As we know all that calcium is an essential constituent of all the living cells and is present in the body to a larger extent, that is more than 1%, than any other mineral element. It is a structural, so that is a very important constituent of our bones and plays an important role in the correction of bone metabolic disorders such as osteoporosis. So if somebody is calcium mineral deficient, then extra calcium is recommended. Along with this calcium, there are various other elements like chlorine, cobalt, magnesium, manganese, sodium, and phosphorus. They are in the variable concentrations depending on the type of bhasma which we are using. Here is the my results on the iron-based bhasma. This Loha bhasma, Kanta Loha, Trifla Yog Loha, Mandur bhasma. The concentration of iron is variable from about 5.31 to even 56.9%. And along with that, of course, in very small amounts, carbon, hydrogen, and sulfur contents are there. Now, we know that iron nourishes blood, enhances vigor, and its astringency prevents becoming too hot or too fluid. It is an essential trace element, a part of hemoglobin, as we all know, which plays an important role in oxygen transport. And along with the iron, it also contains copper, cobalt, potassium, manganese, sodium, phosphorus, and zinc in microgram or amounts in our body. Then we had analyzed 3 zinc-based bhasma, Yashad 1, Yashad 2, and Khagrapar. Here, the zinc concentration was in a much varied with 0.012% to even 60%. So you see, depending on the preparation methodology which we are using, the amount of element is present in all these bhasmas. It also contains very small amounts of carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and sulfur, which are coming from the herbal extracts. Now, zinc is a very important element corresponding to the various enzymatic processes. Zinc plays a vital role as a of many enzymes. Its deficiency may cause reduction in cell, resulting in growth failure, weight loss, and impair of tissue repair. Perhaps many of you might have come across that there are many skin ointments or even eye drops which contain zinc salts. Then the mercury-based bhasmas, out of which Siddha Makaradhwaj is one of the most important one, and this was analyzed from Baidyanath, contains mercury to the extent of 85.3% and sulfur as 14.2%, and this corresponds to the stoichiometry of mercury HGS. So that is what I was talking, that what is the stoichiometric salt which has been formed over there. No other element was detected even in trace amounts. So mercury is said to be highly toxic in any form. It is responsible for Alzheimer and Parkinson's diseases and neuropsychosomatic abnormalities, renal dysfunctions. If properly prepared, marvel drug, nervine tonic, restoring normalcy in such patients. It is found to be growth rejuvenating, facilitating learning process in small doses of 15 milligram per kilogram. Parad is another mercury-based bhasma procured from the physician, showed only 0.02% mercury, very little amount, and 0.04% sulfur, with some other constituents such as calcium to the extent of 24.7 and 6.58%, besides aluminium and phosphorus in 100 microgram per gram amounts. This is a typical case which calls for stringent quality check of the product. Arsenic-based bhasma. Arsenic is another hazardous element which is considered as poison. So This is considered to be a king of poisons. However, it is also known to contain possible essential element in some medicines with analgesic activity and pro-convulsant effects. It was found to contain calcium, sulfur, highly significant amounts, and also along with that sodium, potassium, phosphorus, aluminium, chlorine are present in milligram amounts, including manganese, which is in microgram amounts, and so on. Of course, some small amounts of carbon, hydrogen were also observed in all these three. Then the mercury, this silver-based Rajat, which was found to contain silver to the extent of 23.4%. It was also found to contain arsenic and sulfur, besides sodium, phosphorus, aluminum, and manganese. It acts as a on the brain and nervous system through. In lower doses, it acts as anxiolytic effects. Higher doses, and it reduces behavioral spasticity recommended for eye disorder and tuberculosis. Possibly silver sulfide and or As2S5 may be present. Potassium based Shwet Parpati, it potassium 39% along with nitrogen in large amounts. It is commonly known as Kalami soda with KNO3 as the constituent. It corresponds to the stoichiometry of potassium nitrate, which is used in many Ayurvedic preparations. So KNO3, it also contains sodium, phosphorus, copper, manganese, zinc, they are present. Its powder is used in urinary tract infection and enlargement of prostate. Then copper-based bhasma, tamra, it contains copper to the extent of 44.1%. Copper, it also contains, along with copper, iron, 7.12%, phosphorus, potassium, sulfur. As many of you may be aware, that nowadays it is recommended that copper vessels are considered precious in Indian household, and water from copper vessels is prescribed for the treatment of many ailments, especially after the delivery. The ladies in the olden times, they were being recommended water boiled in copper coins. It acts as antioxidant and plays an important role at scavenging. So its role in lipid peroxidation has been investigated without any detectable adverse effects. Tin-based bhasma, Bhang, it contains tin to the extent of 43%. Besides, it also contains calcium, iron, potassium, phosphorus, chlorine, and all these zinc, arsenic, etc. They are in microgram amounts, and it has been found useful in based bhasma, which is a sort of stone out of which this bhasma was prepared. This is another bhasma, Jahar Mohara, which is again a mineral stone, serpentine or apide, based on which basically it is a magnesium silicate containing iron, aluminum. Here I wanted to just show our results for the first time, which is not reported in literature or anywhere else. In order to be sure that the nanoparticles are present, we had studied by the technique called transelectron microscopy, TEM, some bhasmas. So the Sankha bhasma 260 nanometers, Yashad bhasma 520 nanometers, the VY Law bhasma 260 nanometers, and Lavanga bhasma 2 micrometer. Now, frankly speaking, a nanoparticle is one which has a size of about 100 nanometers. So they are slightly bigger, and we assume that because of the time period or maybe for some other reasons, they might have aggregated together, and that is why the nanoparticles are no longer there. Then there are some correlations, elemental correlations of manganese, this potassium, sodium, and potassium, phosphorus. And here the potassium, phosphorus, especially for the various bhasmas which we have reported, they are less than 0.5 or 0.5 to 2.4 or more than 5.5 and this is how all these ones they can be classified. Then we have been analyzing the large number of medicinal preparations, leaves, bark, seeds, fruits, roots, etc. And here is found that potassium and phosphorus in the various parts of plants that is used in the herbal medicines, they are the different ratios. N represents the number of that part of plant which has been analyzed during our studies over the period of, you can say, 2 decades. So to conclude, such studies play a vital role in providing scientific evidences to Ayurvedic physicians, and that is how these studies were started. And our techniques, they provide a better standardization, quality control, and insight for the development of indigenous medicine for better healing and research. Then some organic macromolecules may act as ligands or some sort of carriers to these metals, which are derived from herbs, and toxicity is supposedly neutralized by the medium which are used to consume these bhasmas, that is your honey, butter, milk, and ghee, etc. So thank you very much for your patient hearing. There was some problem that I could not record my talk. Maybe I can do it later on. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, Dr. Garg. Thank you very much for the excellent speech.
In case there are any queries, although I'm not a physician, I have not tested them personally. I'm responsible only for the analytical part.
Excuse me, Doctor, may I just say that it's amazing that they're reviving the metal alchemy and using these toxic elements like arsenic and mercury, which the Chinese did as well in search of the pill of immortality, which is what the Emperor Shi Huangdi did, and actually he died from mercury poisoning. So
maybe he must have consumed it in larger amounts.
He must have, because he didn't have you to test the toxicity.
Yeah.
So I'm absolutely amazed that you're bringing back this this remedies, of these metal alchemy, and how you test for non-toxicity through the spectrometry, right? So so I'd love to stay in touch and find out more about you.
Technique which I have used is a high resolution gamma ray spectrometry, and another one is atomic spectrophotometry.
Yeah. Are you sure it's really non-toxic? Because we have
atomic absorption spectrophotometry anybody can use, but for high resolution gamma ray spectrometry you have to require a nuclear reactor, which is not available to everybody. Somehow I was fortunate to be allowed to be used at the Bhabha Atomic Research Center. Yes.
Right. Fascinating. Thank you so much.
Okay. Most welcome.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Garg.
Okay.
Yes. Welcome, Dr. Parveen. Welcome to the meeting.
Hello, sir.
Okay.
Sir, I am here. Dr. Tabassum Pansare.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's moving on to our next speaker. Next speech is from Dr. Tabassum Pansare. She's from Government Ayurveda College, Osmanabad, India, and she is giving a presentation on Medhya, Hubs of Ayurveda in Modern Perspective, a review. And I request Dr. Tabassum Pansare to start her talk.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll start, sir.
Yes, please start.
Hello, everyone. The topic of my presentation is Medhya, that is intellect promoting herbs of Ayurveda in modern perspective. As we know that mental health problem affects person's personality, thought process, and social interactions. Mental illness can be various problems like somatic problems like migraines, loss of appetite, fatigue, insomnia, cognitive and emotional problems like anxiety, depression, guilt, fear, anger, confusion, and behavioral troubles like changes in attitude and social withdrawal. We know that mental health illness can be extremely painful for the family members and have huge impact on families' emotional as well as financial components. It is estimated that more than 60 million Indian population suffer from mental disorders. WHO estimated that mental and the behavioral disorders account for about 12% of the global burden of diseases. The prevalence of mental disorders is about 5.8% among Indian population. The synthetic drugs for mental disorders are expensive, symptomatic, long treatments, sometimes showing serious or hazardous side effects. Therefore, herbal Ayurvedic herbs are preferred over the synthetic drugs. The accessibility, negligible evidence of the side effects, and cost effectiveness of the herbal drugs offer considerable advantage. In Ayurvedic classics, the herbs like Jyotishmati, Brahmi, Shankhapushpi, Haritaki, Vacha, etc. are regarded as Medhya herbs. These herbs enhance cognition and act on psychological comorbidities like stress, depression, agitation, etc. So let us see what is Medhya. Medhya means Medhayai Hitamiti Medhyam. That means which is beneficial for Medha. And what is Medha? Medha is Medri Sangame. Medha means to come together. When the information is being grasped, Medha conjugates Indriya, Indriyartha and Mana. And then the information is processed with the help of its faculties like Dhi, Dhruti and Smriti. And the conjugation of its faculties is again facilitated by Medha. And after perception as knowledge, the perceived knowledge is retained and recalled with the help of the Smriti, which is the component of Medha. So we can see this is the chain for the processing of the knowledge. In this chain, we can see Mana is the mediator of the processing of the knowledge. Mana conjugates Buddhi and Atma on one side and sensory and the motor organs on this. Mana is the coordinator for the genesis of the knowledge. So what are the Dhi, Dhruti, Smriti? What are these faculties? Let us see. Dhi is Nishchayatmika Buddhi is called as Dhi. That means it is the power of determination. It gives concluding remarks about the merits and demerits for the orientation of the attitude. What is Dhruti? Dhruti means Niyamatmika. That is, it is the controller or it is the regulator of the mind. It is the power of retention of the knowledge. And Drushta Shrutanubhutanam Smaranat Smriti Ruchyate. That means it is the power that helps the mind in analyzing the entire percept with the concepts formed by past experiences. So the acquisition of the knowledge has three cognitive domains according to modern science. These are encoding, storage, and retrieval. And according to Ayurveda, the components of the Medha include the same one, that is encoding, storage, and retrieval. The synonyms of the Medha are Pradnya, Mati, and Buddhi. We know that the functioning of the Medha is governed by Tridosha. Dr. Kulkarni has already told us about Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. So Vata, Vata is having Chala Guna and it controls all the nervous function and memory. Pranavayu controls the functioning of the Buddhi, Mana, and Indriya. Udayanavayu helps in recalling past experiences. Pitta is having Ashwa and Tikshna Guna. So it is responsible for Vishay Grahan, that is the grasping power and memory. It helps in plays important role in improving sharpness and IQ. Sadhak Pitta provides good Medha, Buddhi, and Abhiman. Kapha provides the sthirata, that is stability, and Dhruti means retention. Tarpak Kapha provides knowledge and intelligence by providing nutrition to the neuronal matter of the brain and thus increases the Dhruti and Smriti. Triguna are Sattva, Rajatama, and balancing of these three guna is also important for the proper functioning of Medha. Any disturbance or imbalance in the dosha or tridosha or triguna causes disorientation of the functioning of the buddhi, mana, and indriya, and which leads to cognitive disorder and impaired learning. In Ayurvedic classics, that is Charak Samhita, Manduk Parni, Guduchi, Yashti Madhu, and Shankha Pushpi are regarded as Medhya Rasayana. So what is Medhya? Medhya means intelligent or cognition, and Rasayana means rejuvenation. So these are nootropic herbs or intellect booster herbs that improve mental functions like cognition, intelligence, motivation, attention, and concentration. They improve higher integrative brain functions like memory, learning, thinking, and understanding. These are memory enhancers, neuro enhancers, cognitive enhancers, and intelligence enhancers. Medhya Rasayana act on cognitive as well as behavioral aspect. What is Rasayana? Rasayana is the word which is derived from two words, rasa and ayana. Ayana means path or way, and rasa is the fluid or plasma, that is body tissue. So rasayana is the way for attaining excellence of the rasadi dhatus. The rasadi, we know that dhatus develop sequentially and they nourish further dhatus. So when the quality of the rasa is improved, the health of the other successive dhatus get promoted. What are the benefits of rasayana? Dirghamayu smritim medham arogyam tarunam vaya. That means with Rasayana treatment, one attains long life, memory, intelligence, health, youthful age, etc. So Rasayana is responsible for revival, regeneration, and revitalization of body tissues, that is dhatus. Some rasayanas are general acting, some are tissue or organ specific. They have affinity for the specific tissues or organs and possess specific intention of action. Medhya Rasayana acts as adaptogens. Adaptogens, that means they help to resist stresses and adapt to extraordinary challenges by modulating neuroendocrine and immune system. So they encompass various actions like immunostimulant, that means they heighten the resistance, nootropics, that means they improve the higher integrative brain functions, anabolics, that means they activate growth of neurons or they regenerate the neural tissues, or tonics, that means they mitigate the weaknesses of mind or brain, and geriatrics means they delay the aging of brain. In this slide, we can see there are some Medhya drugs and their properties are mentioned, that is Rasa Guna Virya Vipak. These are the Rasa Panchaka. And we know that according to Ayurveda, the action of any herb depends upon this Rasa Panchaka, that is pharmacodynamics of the drug. And in this slide, we can see these plants either have Shita Virya or Ushna Virya. So Ushna Virya Medhya drugs means these drugs are hot in potency. For example, Jyotishmati, Vacha, Haritaki. So these drugs, how they act? These drugs act by stimulating Sadhak Pitta because they are hot in potency. They enhance Grahan and Smaran because they promote Pitta. And that is, they enhance grasping power and memory. These act by stimulating Sadhak Pitta and by removing Avrana of Sattva and Raja by Tama, and they act as the Sruta Shodhak at the level of Rasavaha and Manovaha Srutas. Well, some drugs like Shatavari, Kushmanda, Yashti, Madhu, these are cold in potency. These are Shita Viryatmak Medhya drug. How they act? They act by increasing, they promote kapha and they enhance the dharana karma, that is retention power of the brain. And they act by increasing nutrition to the neuronal matter of the brain, that is tarpana of mastishka. And so they increases the dharana, that is retention power of the brain. Medhya drugs act through three basic mechanisms. Some drugs are Majjadhatu Poshak, that means those are rasa enhancers. Some act by Majjadhat Vagni Deepak, Agni. So those are Agni enhancers. And some act by Majjagata Srota Shodhak, that means they are Srotas or channel clearing agents. Majjadhatu Poshak, these herbs, for example, Yashti Madhu, that is Licorice, Shatavari, Kushmand. These drugs are, they possess Madhur Rasa, Madhur Vipak, Shita Virya, Guru Snigdha Gunas. Because of that, they enrich the nutritional value of rasa. These drugs act at the level of rasa and they facilitate synthesis and nourishment of successive dhatus. These are the drugs, that is Guduchi, Shankha Pushpi. They have Katutiktaras, Ushna Virya. These are Ushna Viryatmak drugs, and they improve digestion and metabolism. They encourage organic metabolism by Agni Deepan and Dhatvagni Deepan. So that results in improved structural and functional form of dhatus. The third group is Majjagata Srota Shodhak. That means these drugs, for example, Jyotishmati, Vacha, these drugs have predominant Tikshna Guna. These drugs perform the function of Ampachan and Shodhan. And because of their Tikshna Guna, they clean the channel by detoxifying metabolic waste and they support nourishment of successive dhatus. These drugs clean the channel and activates microcirculation and they improve the tissue perfusion. Haritaki also act as a Srota Shodhak because of Mala Shodhan and Anuloman Karma. Thus, we have seen how these drugs act on the basis of Ayurvedic parameters. Now we'll see how these drugs act on the basis of modern medicine parameter. We know that Ashwagandha, Brahmi, Haritaki, Jyotishmati, these drugs have potential to combat the age-related cognitive decline because of their antioxidant and neuroprotective activities. Neurotransmitters. We know that neurotransmitters are the chemical messengers that carry information from one nerve cell to other, or from nerve cell to target cells. There are various neurotransmitters like acetylcholine, glutamate, dopamine, serotonin, etc. Acetylcholine has a function like as attention, arousal, learning, memory, motivation. Acetylcholinesterase inhibitors, these what is the function of these inhibitors? They block the action of enzyme cholinesterase. So they block the normal breakdown of acetylcholine. So what happens? There is increased level of acetylcholine in the synaptic cleft. In Alzheimer's disease, there is reduced level of acetylcholine in the brain. And use of this cholinesterase inhibitors improve cognition because they increase the level of acetylcholine in the brain. Herbs, in the research studies, the herbs like Haritaki, Amalaki, Brahmi, Mandukparni, Yashti, Madhu, Guduchi, Ashwagandha have shown acetylcholinesterase inhibition. NMDA receptor antagonist. Well, can anyone tell me what are NMDA receptor and what is the role of glutamate? So I'll explain. When glutamate is a neurotransmitter, when it passes from one neuron to other, it attaches itself to a new cell by using NMDA receptor. So NMDA receptor allows glutamate to a cell like a bow tying up at a dock. When glutamate is docked at NMDA receptor, it passes calcium into the cell and carrying the electric and chemical signals that last step. And this is very important for learning and memory. In Alzheimer's disease, what happens? Cells make too much glutamate. So nerve cells get too much calcium and that speeds up damage to them. NMDA receptor antagonists make it harder for glutamate to dock, but they still let important signals flow between cells. That prevents damage to nerve cells and improve learning, moreover improve learning and memory. The herbs like Vacha, Haritaki, Ashwagandha, Haridra, Kumkum have shown NMDA antagonism. Removal of amyloidal plaques. These are the sticky clumps which are called as amyloidal beta. And these are composed of abnormal brain protein. In Alzheimer's disease, what happens? This abnormal brain protein clog up important communication space between the nerve cells. And herbs like Haritaki, Amalaki, Shankhapushpi, Guduchi, Ashwagandha, and Mandukparni are related with reduction in amyloidal plaques. Inhibition of the tau aggregation. What is tau? Tau are highly soluble protein isoforms. They maintain stability of the microtubules in axons and are abundant in CNS. Axons means nerve cell has a structure like of axon and dendrite, and they maintain stability of microtubules in axons. In Alzheimer's disease and Parkinson's disease, they become hyperphosphorylated insoluble aggregates. They are called as neurofibrillary tangles, which is toxic to neuron and causes neuronal degeneration. So the herbs like Shankhapushpi, Guduchi, Ashwagandha, Mandukparni, Haridra, Amalaki have shown removal of tau aggregation. Dopamine. We know that mood disorders are related with imbalance in dopamine and serotonin. Dopaminergic activity or dopaminergic substances are those which increases dopamine-related activity in the brain. Dopamine controls the various functions in the brain like alertness, focus, motivation, happiness, by acting on its receptors like D1, D2, D3, D4, and D5, which are G protein coupled structures. Reduction in dopamine is associated with development of Parkinson's disease along with development of degeneration of dopaminergic neurons. Okay, so dopamine dysfunction is also related with schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, Alzheimer's disease, ADHD, depression. And Kapikachu, because it is having L-DOPA. This is the herb which is called as Mucuna pruriens. It is having L-DOPA. That Kapikachu, Ashwagandha, Guduchi, Haridra are related with activity. Regulation of serotonergic transmission. Serotonin is a neurotransmitter. It affects emotional processing, which can have significant effects on mood. Low serotonin binding in the specific brain area occurs in obsessive compulsive disorder and social anxiety disorder. Low levels of serotonin occurs in certain areas of brain is related with autism spectrum disorder, and bipolar disorder is associated with altered serotonin activity. Herbs like Haridra, Brahmi, Guduchi, Vacha, they increase serotonin or they are responsible for sensitization of serotonin receptors. Regulation of GABAergic transmission. GABA neurotransmitter is a part of brain system that allows us to fine-tune our moods, thoughts, and actions. GABA provides necessary inhibitory effect that we need to in order to block our excessive brain activity that in depression may lead to excessive negative thinking like suicidal thinking. It is because of GABA. It is derived from naturally occurring amino acid glutamic acid, that is glutamate, by decarboxylation reaction. Imbalance in GABA is related with anxiety disorder, MDD, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, ASD, ADHD, etc. The herbs like guduchi, vacha because of alpha-aracon, thagar because of valerianic acid, ashwagandha and brahmi are related with GABAergic inhibition. Regulation of glutamatergic transmission. We have seen that GABA is responsible for, we have seen in this slide, GABA is responsible for inhibitory effect. And against that, it is glutamatergic transmission. In this, glutamate is a neurotransmitter which is responsible for excitation. These two are opposite. It is excitatory neurotransmitter in human brain, which has critical roles in multiple brain functions and synaptic plasticity like long-term potentiation. However, excessive glutamate release is again toxic to brain and it causes neurodegenerative disorders like Alzheimer's disease, severe stress, Huntington's disease, etc. Glutamatergic dysfunction is also related with schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and major depression. And ashwagandha and yashti madhu herbs. These herbs suppress glutamate release. Monoamine oxidase inhibitors. Monoamine oxidase is an enzyme which is involved in breaking down the neurotransmitter norepinephrine, serotonin, and dopamine in the brain. MOAs block the action of this enzyme, which makes more of this chemical available. We know that low level of norepinephrine, serotonin, and dopamine is related with anxiety and stress. Thus, MOAs are highly efficacious antidepressant and used as a therapeutic agent for panic disorder, social phobia, and Parkinson's disease. And herbs like Haridra, Shatavari, they are related with inhibition of monoamine oxidase. In this chart, we can see mode of action of various Medhya drugs on the basis of their phytochemical constituents. In this slide, again, we can see here are some drugs which are summarized on the basis of their role in delaying aging of the brain. So we can say that Medhya Rasayana are micronutrients and tissue organ specific, and they have neuronutrient impact in brain aging. These drugs act by immune stimulation, quenching free radicals, enhancing cellular detoxification mechanism, repairing damaged non-proliferating cells, inducing cell proliferation and self-renewal of damaged proliferating tissues, and replenishing them by eliminating damaged or mutated cells with fresh cells. It is all about the Rasayana karma. It occurs in brain also with nerve cells. Conclusion, so it can be concluded that Medhya herbs have specific action as Medhya, that is specific to nervous system. Medhya Rasayana drugs enhance digestion, tissue metabolism, nutrition of plasma, and microcirculation through Majjadhatu Poshak, Majjadhatavagnideepak, or Majjagat Srotashodhak actions. The Medhya herbs mostly act on reactive oxygen species and oxidative injury by antioxidant properties and neuroprotective activities. The mode of action of these herbs is, we have seen acetylcholinesterase inhibition, NMD antagonism, dopaminergic activity, serotonergic activity, GABAergic inhibition, anti-amyloidogenic activity, inhibition of tau aggregation, monoamine oxidase inhibition, neuroprotection, or immune modulation. To break down the pathophysiological way, in age-related cognitive decline, the Medhya Rasayana herbs act by more than one way. The current updates and inferences on Rasayana herbs can serve as a revelation for future further researches at molecular and clinical levels. The conviction on Ayurvedic science, proper conceptual study, collaboration with the modern medicine, courage and curiosity gives us confidence to face the problem of neurodegenerative disorder of current era. These are the references. Thank you. Thank you, Nawaz sir and his team, as well as the audience for patient hearing. Is there any question? You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Tapusum Pansare, for the excellent speech.
Thank you, sir.
Are there any questions? Please ask Dr. Tapusum Pansare. She'll be ready to answer.
Ayurvedic medicines,
Yeah.
one has to analyze the components. For example, one compound which you have identified as GABA.
GABA.
Okay.
Huh. Yeah.
Similarly, in other medicines also, the compounds they have to be identified.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is where I think there is a need of Ayurvedic physicians to collaborate with the chemists.
Yeah, of course, that I have quoted. There is a need to collaborate with modern medicine or modern parameters because the herbs are having so many phytochemicals and they act on the basis of them. And there is a need because in Ayurvedic field, Ayurvedic science, only the use of that plants are stated. But how they act on the basis of phytochemicals is not yet clarified. So there is need to find out the mode of action of these drugs on the basis of modern medicine parameters.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So do we go and share the screen or the document?
So first you have to click on the share screen and you have to select the document, which is wherever you have placed it.
So in that case, my whole screen will come on the screen. I think right now the whole screen is visible, right?
Yes, whole screen is visible now. Okay, Dr. Tabassum Pansar, are you there?
Sir, yes, I am there.
And to all the other Ayurveda doctors here, 1 week back, Indian government has given permission to Ayurveda doctor to perform surgeries. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah. Yeah, sir. They have given...
ICMR people, they are opposing it.
Yeah.
Although CCIM people say that during this COVID period,
yes.
In most of the hospitals in the the BMS doctors were there, but somehow ICMR people, they are reluctant to accept them from the medical surgeries.
Ayurvedic doctors will be allowed surgery as per stipulations of Ayurveda at Ayurvedic hospitals.
Okay.
So
and they are performing surgeries.
I mean, they are allowed to perform surgeries, general, dental, and ENT surgeries, I think.
Yes, Ayurveda has got very specific guidelines to surgeries that are done as per Ayurvedic stipulations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like the one Dr. Ajay Kumar Gupta had shown.
Yes.
Fistula.
Yes.
I'm right.
Okay. Got it.
They are performing surgeries on the basis of Ayurvedic guidelines, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. So it should not be confused with general surgeons. It's a different line and a very respectable line.
Okay. Got it.
So a request.
For botany and microbiology, Gurukul Kangadi University, Haridwar. My today's talk is on Vedic microbiology, diseases and therapy. I aim to introduce the audience with the oldest microbiological literature of the world. To begin with, I will quote Max Muller, who was a great scholar of Sanskrit. Max Muller, admirer of Sanskrit, he once wrote, "If I were asked what I consider the most important discovery which has been made during the 19th century with respect to ancient history of mankind, I would say it was the simple etymological equation, that is the origin of history of words and their meaning. And that equation is a Vedic hymn, a hymn of the Rig Veda, Do Pitre. Do Pitre, that means ancestor of heaven or sky. That is equal to Greek Geos Pater, is equal to Latin Jupiter, is equal to Old Norse Tyre. So this I would like to say that this is the oldest literature of the world that the scholars believe, and UNESCO, the UNESCO of UNO has declared the Rig Veda as the World Heritage. Then I'm coming to the first hymn of the, rather, I will like to say before that, there is a hymn in the Rig Veda that all the Veds, Ved means a doctor, that is physician and surgeon both, should be respected. Those who treat dopayas and topayas, that means who walk on 2 legs, and that who walk means 4 legs, means that who treat animals and men all. They must be respected. I, as Purushottam Kaushik, feel placed in higher orbits of educational pursuits of my life, being among so many physicians, doctors, and surgeons here who treat men as well as human beings as well as animals. Then I'm coming to the Rig Veda. There are 4 Vedas, and among the 4 Vedas, Rig Veda is divided into mandals. Mandal is equivalent to a chapter, and suktas, and range, passage. The sukta means passage or a group of mantras. Mantra is an hymn. So I'm giving the reference, Rig Veda, mandal 1st, 31st sukt, and 10th mantra or hymn, and there is again a mention of Surya, that is the sun, under mandal 1st, 191, that is the sukt, and 8th mantra or the hymn. The sun as an antimicrobial agent. So this was true. One thing I will like to say that, of course, the Vedas are the oldest literature of the world. Author of the Vedas is not known, but the things may appear to be primitive, but no hymn could be proved wrong even today, and the age of the Vedas is not known. Then the second hymn of the Rig Veda, there are many hymns. I've just selected the microbiological hymn that find the description of the microorganism. Shumb, that is the mushroom. Rig Veda, 1st, and mandal 84, hymn 8th refers to the term shumb, mushroom Agaricus campestris, a fungus of family Agaricaceae. And fungi are nowadays placed in the fungal kingdom. I may tell you the definition of microorganism that later on that will be told. I will tell that also. The definition of the microorganism, generally we say the organism that we cannot see with the eyes is regarded a microorganism. To what we call the microbe is the abbreviated form of the microorganism. In the language of mathematics, something smaller, our eyes cannot visualize the things smaller than 1 millimeter, and roughly 0.1 millimeter or smaller than these are regarded the microorganism. Viruses have been regarded as the non-cellular microorganism, and rather a term entity has been preferred to call them the viruses. Anyway, this hymn also gives the fungi have been placed in a separate kingdom known as the fungal kingdom. and because of their nutritional habit, fungi can degrade the material. They have got the enzyme. They take their nutrition with the help of the enzyme. They break down the, for example, starches or cellulose or any other lignin or any other material, break down that and absorb that. The organism that absorb their food material, take their food material by absorption, they are regarded as the fungi and have been placed in the kingdom, fungal kingdom. This is the Vedic hymn. Kada martam rad sampada chumbamius furte kadana shushvadgir andra anga. So it is written here in English also. Those who cannot understand Hindi, kada means when, eratsam means antisocial, who is of no use for the society, martam means mortal, pada means food, and chump means like a mushroom. Sfurte means to destroy, to crush. Kada means cup. Indra is the god and regarded as the king of God. There are many meanings of Indra. I will be telling you later on. Na means hour. Gir means prayer. Shushvad, you will listen. Means hey Indra, oh Indra. And it also means dear or dear Indra. When you will listen our prayer. To conclude, it may be said that life of a devil or a wicked man is like cap or pilus of a mushroom that can be easily blown away even by a light current of air. So this message, this Vedic hymn also gives a message to the society to lead a good life. Friend, you might have studied fungi at the graduation and post-graduation level. People will say that often it is written in the books that De Vries was the first man to describe the fungus, or they would be writing Michaelis was the first man to make the diagram of a fungus. Friend, it is not that. Rig Veda is the first book of the world to describe the fungus mushroom. And I have a popular book, Microbiology Question and Answers. This is the first question of my book, Microbiology Question Answer. Then I was just talking to you regarding the size of the microorganism, definition of the microorganism, what the microorganisms are. They have been referred in the Rig Veda as Adrishta. Adrishta means invisible microorganisms that are not visible. So the learned scholar, they did not have the microscope, but how did they come to know that they are not visible? There are microorganisms that are not visible. There is a term without any senses. We have the senses, and to know something without the senses, using our senses, that was the method of those ancient scholars. So in Rig Veda, first Mandal 191 Sukt, and first they produce toxins, maybe more or less in amount. So microorganisms, they produce toxins. We today know that they send out toxins and that are toxic. And several of the microorganisms, even diseases are caused because of the toxins of the microorganisms. Antidote or antimicrobial. The first 191 book and second hymn tells that destroyer of microorganisms or microbes. So there are certain heart and
Professor Kaushik, your audio is muted. Your audio is muted. Please unmute your audio. Professor,
is received by a receptor which is known as the CD4 receptor. So Rig Veda tells under the reference given here 1/191/5 microorganisms come to see everyone but remain invisible themselves. Rig Veda wants to that we should remain vigilant against them. So at that time, they did not have the microscope, but they defined that the microbes can see us, but we cannot see because of their active sites. They can recognize the receptive sites.
Then under Mandal 7 of 15th of the Sukh and 10th, and again it has been repeated, it has been mentioned as under 80th Sukh and 12th hymn, and the fire is antimicrobial. So fire has been regarded. Today, a microbiologist who conducts who inoculates that, he incinerates the needle under the flame of the Bunsen burner. Master Prashant, come on. Yeah. So, it is not moving ahead. Indra. Indra, people often say that Indra is the king of gods, though Indra means God. Second meaning of the Indra is the king. The next meaning of the Indra is chief of the army staff. So Rig Ved mentions that under the Mandal 8 and Sukh 12, hymn 9th, Indra kills the pathogens with the help of the sunlight. So the sunlight has the capability to kill so in this way, the Indra, and there is in Vedic literature, I am just reciting a hymn, Kada martam rad sampada chumbami usfurte kadana shoshubad gir Indra anga. So, and there are Om Atmeda Balda Yasha Visve Upasate Prasisham Yasha Deva Yasha Chaya Amritam Yasha Mritu. O Lord, you are bestower of spiritual, physical, and social power. O Lord, you are bestower of spiritual, physical, and social power. The whole world worships you. The scholars of the world stand in appreciation of your neat and clean administration. So, friend, even the scholars have been regarded as a deva. That also stands, one of the meaning is Veda. Then Soma some people say that it is a fermented product, but Soma, there is second opinion. The Soma is a plant that is Ephedra gerardiana and Ephedra foliata. Ephedra gerardiana is found in the Himalayas. Ephedra foliata is found in the state of Rajasthan of India. That is dry, and some parts of the state are dry, and some of that are the arid zone. So in the sandy dunes even, the ephedra has been reported that has been to as a Soma. Then next. Then another Soma has been referred. So 15 days old Soma. So people say the first opinion is fermentation in wooden vats. Vats are the fermentation vessels, old fermentation vessels that are traditionally used in the preparation of the Ayurvedic medicine. And opinion second is growth of the Somlata, that is Ephedra gerardiana and Ephedra foliata. They grow with the in the course along with the fortnight of the moon. Then thunderstorm. Thunderstorm. Rig Ved under Mandal 10. So tell that thunderstorms are capable of killing microorganisms. Thunderstorm kill the microorganisms. I understand I'm audible. If the slide is not coming, then I'm speaking.
You are audible, and also the slide
Is
is
my
visible.
voice coming?
Yes, you can continue. You are,
Raksoha. Rigved. Raksoha is the protector from disease. A Ved or a doctor that possesses anti-pathogenic drug that can combat with the diseases caused by the microorganisms. Then the two microorganisms have been referred by the Rigved under Mandal 10. These are the Amoeba and Durnama. Amoeba and Durnama are the two microorganisms infect the fetus. From M means disease, Eva means generator, that is generator. The amoeba, the term itself tells the generator of the disease. And Durnama infects womb of the woman. From Dur means bad or give the pain, and Nama means name. That is one which is unauspicious. The unauspicious name that is indicative of abortion. And then today there is a term called pathogenic in current context. Nowadays, these torch, TO2, and that stands for the Toxoplasma gondii, a protist or protozoan, obligate intercellular protist. Then R stands for rubella, a virus which spreads by respiratory droplets. Then C stands for cytomegalovirus, abbreviated as CMV, most common virus which passes from mother to babies during pregnancy. Then S stands for herpes simplex, abbreviated as HSV, which causes contagious sores, generally around mouth and or on genital. Besides above, other harmful pathogens should be kept away from the pregnant woman, that is Treponema pallidum, chlamydia, candida, Neisseria gonorrhoeae, and hepatitis B. So these are the categories of the organisms that, so then after Amoeba, we come to Yajurved. Anyway, Yajurved. Then pehle the Veda fermentation. Let fermentation come. In the Yajurved, Yajurved has got only two things: Adhyay, that is chapter. Adhyay means chapter, and hymn, mantra. 19th chapter, 30th chapter, and again 30th and 12th Adhyay and 12th mantra. Dhatki. Dhatki is a plant. This is also known as the fire bush because it gives the red color, orange to red color flower, the botanical name of which is woodfall. In the old books it is written Woodforia floribunda, and this nomenclature we have updated from our own research monograph, Medicinal Plants and Raw Drugs of India. That nomenclature I have followed here because this is the latest nomenclature. And moreover, fermentation, even today, pharmaceutical concerns make asav as drakshasav, that is the asav made from the grape. And then I may tell you regarding the Vedas, there are 4 Vedas. Rig Veda, some people say, scholars believe that these are as old as the human civilization itself. No author of the Vedas is known, but some scholars will also say that they are 3,000 to 5,000 before Christ, and then some Veda, then Yajurveda, and other Veda. I had an opportunity to listen a lecture by Dr. K. Udupa, who was the director of late Professor Udupa, who was the director of Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. He told that there are 129 medicinal plants and some remains unidentified. Some people claim there are 188 or more medicinal plants in the Atharved. So the Ayurvedic texts have sprung or have been developed from the Atharved. And then we come to Shukla Yajurved, or the main Yajurved. Mool Yajurved means the main Yajurved. And I may tell that Shukla in Hindi today, Shukla means considered white, but white. Shukla Yajurved, Shukla also stands for the this brightly lit moonlit night. And Shukla Ayurved and Swami Dayanand Saraswati, who has been a scholar of the Vedas and Sanskrit, he regards this Ved as the true Ved, and in contrary to it, there is a Christian Ved also, which in English will be translated. Christian means black, as the black Yajurved. That is of the later type, and that has not been recognized by Swami Dayanand Saraswati. And Sura from germinated paddy, germinated barley, and rice, and Prisurat. And many, these are, I have an edited book, Indigenous Medicinal Plants, including microbes and fungi. These are the proceedings of a conference that I organized in National Conference that I organized in 1986. So the edition came in 2000, and second edition came in 2009 because of the demand of the book. So in that, I have from Charak Samhita and other literature, six beverages or the products ourselves have been prepared from grains, 26 wines from fruits, and 20 from hardwood. Central wood of the tree is known as the hardwood, while the live outer wood is known as the sapwood. And some from flowers, and 4 from branches, and 2 from leaves, and 4 from. So different, even mawa flower is used for the preparation of the mawa wine. So large number of large sources have been used. And today, nowadays, some of my students are working in the fermentation industries. The hope flowers, the catkins of the hope are used. But so many flowers have been mentioned, and even the saffron has been used. But these things have become so costly today that we have to depend on the cheap substitute for using them. Then there is Sura, strong alcoholic drink. This is Katan Srot Sutra. This is a branch of Yajurved, the book of the rules of Rajosha Yaj, or ceremonial Yaj, or you may call it the royal Yaj, you may call it Havan or Yaj. So in that, boiled rice or boiled barley is mixed with inoculum. Today, in the language of microbiology, we call that the starter. And masar. Masar is one of the flour or product that was used to mix with that. That has also been a lentil, a pulse of lentil, read as a pulse of lentil, provide pleasant taste and flavor. Instead, hope flowers, I just told you, and catkins are used nowadays instead of all these. Yajurved. Yajurved is divided into Adhyay, mantras, and 16 and disease of food and waterborne microorganisms. I may tell you, friends, that some plants have been reported to treat the water, the Phormium naldi, Datamasi, and Salvadora oleae, Salvadora persica. 2 species of Salvadora are available in the Rajasthan adjoining area of India, and maybe occurring in the some of the neighboring areas. This is also a toothbrush tree. They are said to be used in the treatment of the water to destroy the pollution. Yal or the Yalna, Shukla Yajurved, Swami Dayanand Saraswati refers as the Yajurved, vital energy, eyes, ears, speech, mind, and they strengthen by Yajna or Yajurved. Of course, there should be determination. Yesterday, some of the speakers talked about transcendent thinking, transcendent request, and to the God, pray to the God. And somewhere it is not divided into mandal or adhyay. It is not divided into chapters. There are all the hymns. There are 1,875 mantras in the Samved. The fourth hymn of the Samved mentions Agni as the incinerator or destroyer of the pathogens, which we are using in the very basic aspect of the microbiology, even labs of microbiology are using. Then strong heat, it makes the mention of another hymn of the Samved mantra 22, Agni or fire destroys the pathogen because of the strong heat. It is the heat that kills the microorganism. So this is also you the copy of the Atharved that which I have been reading nowadays. It was it is written here, Bhashyakar, Atharved Bhasham, Bhashyakar, Padam Bhushan, Dr. Sripad Damodar Satwalekar, late Sripad Damodar Satwalekar was awarded Padam Bhushan by Government of India. He was a great scholar of Vedas. Then, friend, Matri Nama. The Matri Nama is the name of a rishi or sage, rishi. So scientific. Nowadays, while we do research, we write research paper, we cite references, we give references, and they are more scientific than we write today. So rishi is the Matri Nama as the first line. The rishi is written Matri Nama, and then Devta is there. So Devta means God. Nowadays, people who do not understand well, they call Devta is a God. But here, the sun has been called a Devta, vegetation has been called a Devta, and water has been called a Jal Devta. So this was the Vedic message. Then Mantrokta, Matrinama, again, it is referred that these hymns have been described under those devatas, and Chand, and even so and so, this Chand, this passage comprises of so many words, like that, 32, 44, like that combination. So, then Samhita, this is Acharya Charak. Acharya Charak, the great physician of the world, said a poison in the hands of a competent physician becomes a powerful medicine, while a powerful medicine in the hands of an incompetent physician becomes a poison. A copy of the Charak Samhita was sent to Baghdad for the treatment of Princess of Barmecide tribe of Baghdad. From there, it passed to China. Charak Samhita, even many orchids and pteridophytes have been described in the Charak Samhita. So, specialized medicine plant. I had authored a book, Ecological and Anatomical Marvels of the Himalayan Orchid, and it was reviewed in the Kew Bulletin of England. And I written 2 chapters, Orchids in Ancient Indian Literature and Medicinal Value of the Orchid, and it was highly appreciated by the reviewers of the Kew Bulletin, one of the most widely circulated journals of the world. Sushruta Samhita, the masterpiece of surgery in ancient India. Friend, people often know today that Lister was the first man to use the ligature. Lister was a physician of England, United Kingdom at the time. But Sushruta Samhita, the great surgeon of ancient India, who used silk thread, keratin, and other animal proteins as ligature. Even he used the ant head. The ant head, for stitching the surgical cut. He also recommended use of some orchid to pacify cough, and that is erysipelas. And the Kashyap Samhita, the monumental work on gynecological and pediatrics, Kashyap recommended uses of orchid for lactation of milk. But unfortunately, all companies are using orchid. You know, the seeds of orchids are microscopic. There are millions and millions of seeds in a single orchid fruit because they are microscopic. But they cannot germinate. No company, no pharmaceutical company in the world is culturing orchids, because the seeds in nature requires a fungal association, mycorrhizal fungal association, but our companies, and time will come, orchids will get finished. And even now, some of company have started using a member of some other member of some family as Jeevanti or like that, and that a substitute cannot be as good as that. And then Nagarjun, friend, you know, what I told to you, the people nowadays, one of my friend, Professor Edward Ansu, who was the professor in the Smithsonian Institution, Washington, D.C. in 1978-79, he used to come to India and he wrote letters to me. We often discussed, he said that I'm working in a project on Chinese system of medicine. I said, sir, what you are calling Chinese system of medicine, actually the Buddhist triptychs also help in transfer of the Ayurvedic message to other countries. Of course, they have modified it and is on progress, I'm happy to say, and of course the progress should do. But Ayurvedic, Nagarjuna, the learned scholar, he was a Brahmin but turned a Buddhist, and wrote Ayurvedic Materia Medica and may be regarded as a. Then there are Nighantus, Bhavaprakash Nighantu, Raj Nighantu, Dharmantri Nighantu, Saigram Nighantu, and people are forgetting even the scholars of Ayurveda. Once I happened to be an examiner somewhere, I asked the student, are you aware of Sarvang Sundari? Are you aware of Shashi Lekha? The reply was, Sarvang Sundari is a South Indian heroine, South Indian actress, and Shashi Lekha is the advisor of some or secretary of some. But friend, these were the two. One of them was the student of who had written Ashtang Hridam, and one was the practitioner. Gurukul Kangadi, my university has a sister concern, Gurukul Kangadi Pharmacy, one of the oldest pharmacies of the country where quality medicines are being prepared. Friends, yesterday, the madam who did the speech who delivered a lecture, inaugural lecture, she had cited some Ayurvedic medicine, and somebody had said, friend, Ayurvedic Acharya Chirak did not know that Corona will come. I say that yet he had cited, he given a combination of 21 plants, means 11 simple herbs plus 10 spices plus 2 salts that we call Kala Namak, black salt, and Sandhya Namak, a rock salt. So the combination of these 10 spices plus 11 plants, other plants, and plus 2 salts, they can be used in symptoms similar to that are mentioned for Corona. It is fundamental that how those sages, how those rishis thought that Corona would come and could be treated like this. And I have mentioned that again, this is our rare spice does antibacterial potential, and on the time does not permit me. I have got the list of those. This is the list of these 21 plants, 10 of which are spices, but I think if I will read this list, it will take time, and I'm reading the spices alone. For example, Acantharis aspera, Dr. Ajay Kumar told that they are also using it. This is in Sanskrit, it is known as Apamar. Acantharis aspera, it is also used for fistula, treatment of the fistula. Then black pepper, Piper nigrum, and Bellica, and drumstick, then rapeseed, the Brassica napus, Indian toothbrush, Camellia oleracea, cumin. So they said, okay, this printed one, this is in our book Spice Drug Antibacterial Potential, and we have found that turmeric is as much potential as some of the very strong antibiotics. Vaccination by Brahmins of Bengal during East India Company days. Friend, 8-year-old boy James Phipps in 1796 published, his paper was 1976, and his work was published in 1798. before his publication of work 1908, he had sent a paper for publication in Transactions of Royal Society, which was rejected. The question comes, why that was rejected? Because Reverend Colt sent a letter in February 1731 to on the diseases of Bengal. Then Dr. J.L. Holwell, who was FRS, Fellow of Royal Society, sent a letter to President and member of the College of Physicians in London in 1767. Population for smallpox during East India Company days, that was done much before that Edward Jenner did. Many based on a single case, and he did 22 more cases, and he published it in the form of a book. So I have just invited your attention that even so much information is there. I've just given you a small presentation, as very small, and more than that has been described in the Vedas, and particularly Atharvaved, which is full of microbiological information and medical botany information. I'm very happy to be among those learned scientists, and I'm grateful to all of you who have listened me so patiently, and there is also one of my textbook, Microbiology Question and Answer. In that I've written all about to the President of Physicians of England by some people, some British officers at the time. Thank you very much, friends, for listening so patiently.
Yes. Thank you, Professor Kaushik, for an excellent speech.
क्या करें?
Any questions from the listeners? Yes,
I think
let me introduce you, Dr.
Yeah, is slide visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay.
Okay. Our next talk is from Professor Krishna Pramanik from National Institute of Technology, Roorkela, India, and she's giving a talk on herbal-based tissue grafts for bone regeneration. And I request Professor Krishna Pramanik to start her speech. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for introducing. So I am, as Mr. Nawaz has introduced, that I am a professor in biomedical engineering of National Institute of Technology, Rourkela, and I am also heading the Center of Excellence in Tissue Engineering. I'll talk about the herbal-based tissue grafts for bone regeneration, and so this is our department and the center. And this is the I'll just the content of my talk will be with background of the bone disorders, and also what is the current scenario of the bone defect, and how the bone tissue engineering as a promising alternative, and the alternative to the conventional techniques for bone disorder treatment. And I'll talk about the what are major aspects in bone tissue engineering strategy and advantage of the plant-derived biomaterials, and also some potential medicinal plant which has the proven record of, or some research has been done on that, and with respect to the biomaterial development for tissue engineering application. And I'll conclude. So this is the bone and associated tissue defects often caused by several reasons like the accidental injury, sports injury, and degenerative diseases, and also many other reasons. And the scenario of bone tissue defects can be seen as the bone and lesions are most common problems which arouse due to that several reasons which I have already told. And this is the what is happening according to International Osteoporosis Foundation in India. Around 26 million osteoporosis patients reported in 2010, and is expected to reach 36 million in future. And worldwide, if we see that the cartilage defects, which is normally associated with the bone defects, are estimated to be the 4th leading cause of disability. So in USA alone, there's nearly 1 million bone injury cases is reported every year, and alarming situation is expected to come up in worldwide in future. So this is the scenario, and if we go for the means in terms of the age of the people or patients, then the patients younger than 40 years has they face or suffer from the osteochondral defects, and it is observed that 34 to 62% of knee and arthroscopies and 4.2% to 6.2% full thickness focal lesion. So in comparison to general population, athletes place a higher demand on the knee and also the 12 times more likely to develop osteoarthritis. What is the present scenario? I mean the present current clinical technique, if we look at that, which is known as the conventional bone substitutes, which basically it involves the bone grafting methods, and there are different kinds of grafts, that is autografts, allografts, and xenografts have their own limitations, and they have the lack of availability and also the patient willingness to donate the tissue for the grafting, and the immunogenic and zoonotic disease transfer, whereas metal implants frequently fails due to the corrosion and also other problems like post-operative loosenings or fails to osteointegration. So these are the drawbacks or the limitations of the current clinical methods and the present clinical strategy. What I said, that surgical treatment involving bone grafting method, and also the administer of the oral and or injectable drugs, and this is the, and most frequently it is the combination of these two, the surgical treatment and the use of the drugs simultaneously. But the consequence, I mean the overall that status, if we look at that, it poses several limitations which I have already articulated, and as a consequence that patient not fully recovered and the pain continues. So this is the scenario of the damaged or diseased bone tissue, and then let's see that of the grafting method, and if we use the drugs, I mean the oral and or injectable drug use. So what is the scenario of this drug use? That life-saving drugs often fail to get in the market, and in fact, if we see that 90 to 95% of the drugs that showed promise in the laboratory scale and also as well as the in vivo animal study, but often fail when applied to the human. And sometimes drug failure may be so much tragic. To develop a drug is risky and time-consuming and expensive process, and it takes around the 15 to 20 years or even more. And the 2.5 to 3.5 million dollars is paying for one drug. That is one scenario, and then ultimately the other critical aspect is then multiple side effect happen with this use of the drugs. So now that so keeping in view the current scenario or present state of art of the bone defects and the disease and the this lacuna or the limitations of the bone grafting technique and use of the drugs and the combination of these two, then what strategy we should have? That is the question. So now that how much of a drug we can produce for us, and how much mice we can save, that is the question. And secondly, what is that, can we test our drugs in human first? It is obviously, usually it is no. But what is the next best thing we can do for that? So can we the solution is, can we engineer human tissue? And if we mean artificially, we can create the human tissue. And if we do this, the drug will be effective and also it will be safe before any human trial. So now today some reality is achieved here because by combining this field of engineering and the biology to create or to produce the human tissue artificially. So that it is the functional. So now this is the thanks God for the progress in the stem cells and also as a biological basis, and it will be coupled with the advances in material science has opened up an entirely new paradigm in medicine and also engineering field, and it holds promise for major contribution towards repair, replacement and regeneration of damaged tissue and organs, including bone and associated tissues, and also the part of the organ or the full organ. So now this hold that tissue engineering has come up in this, which combines the stem cells and the materials or the biomaterials as an extracellular matrix, and with the help of other signaling agents and signaling molecules, we the scientists are able to create the new tissue. So now this process or this technique can eliminate any risk of organ rejections, which normally we feel in the traditional medical practice. And because new organ can be made from the patient's own tissue, that is one thing. Again, if it is not patient's own tissue, also that we can also means isolate, or we can harvest the or we can get the cells from the own patients, or it may be from the donors. So, but it is just speculated that these cells or tissue from the own patients or the donors do not have any immunogenic risk. So human will have, so by this technique, what will have that the human will have significant store of excess tissue for transplantation, including bone tissues in future. So now this so in this bone regeneration and reconstructions, if we see that bone tissue, this extracellular matrix majorly consists of the two components. One is the inorganic, and other is the organic component. And in the inorganic component, it constitutes mostly major part is the hydroxyapatite, that's 65 to 70% hydroxyapatite, and organic components which consist of different kinds of the proteins, proteoglycans, and glycoproteins, and the other proteins, which constitute around 25 to 30%. Now this, when the bone damages, so or the bone damages due to the accidental injury, or it may be from the disease, it often associated with the surrounding tissue damage. So as per example, that most frequent the cartilage is first it damaged, because it is softer than the bone, and so that is that we in the modern or alternative medicine, that is that in tissue engineering, the strategy is that to develop these some suitable materials with desired properties, which can act as artificial extracellular platform for the cells to grow and cells for proliferation, and they can guide the cells for differentiation to the bone or cartilage tissues, or it may be some other associated tissues like tendon, ligament, and all, and reorganization of these tissues to fill the defect area with the proper geometry. So that is the strategy, and in this that the material should be material property. What are the biomaterial will be developed for as an engineered matrix, so that have different, that should possess different various properties like osteogenic properties, osteoconductive and osteoinductive, and also this it should have the vascularization. I mean the biomaterial should promote the angiogenesis or vascularization, which is very much important in case of the bone, and also the antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, and others property also it should have. So this is the strategy for the bone regeneration and the reconstruction with the help of the tissue engineering and stem cell. So now what are the key challenges to come to the market? It has, or application, there is several challenges are involved, and there is the key challenges involved is one of the major factors is the choice of biomaterial and for fabricating or for developing the extracellular matrix and the scaffold matrix to guide the tissue regeneration process. That is the one of the major factor, and which is crucial together with the that stem cells also, which is the main element of the tissue bone tissue regeneration. But with a lot of progress has been done for the stem cells now with the help of scientists. Now the stem cell may be available, but of course we have to see that how these stem cell can be produced at a larger scale. I mean at an industrial scale, so that with the advancement of the tissue engineering, the supply, there won't be any kind of problems with the supply of the stem cells. So now this coming to this, I'll limit to my lecture to whatever I have chosen the topic. So in this, biomaterial is the one of the major factors you have to develop, and as I explained, biomaterials should have some tailored properties which are required necessary for the tissue regeneration. So now for that, what we need there is the effective specifications for biomaterials is required, and this is the it has been in the last decade. So people's more than decade also, whole world scientists are giving effort for developing biomaterials, but still now the scenario is that no biomaterial with which we are able to provide to the doctors or the scientists to develop the tissue graft. So here that is that, but it has been this choice has been dominated for material selection processes in recent years, and thereby more the biomaterial choice moved towards natural or naturally derived substances or materials. The chances of regenerating tissue improve. So now biomaterials should be other properties it should have. It should be the biodegradable with appropriate degradation and kinetics, and adequate mechanical strength to support the ECM deposition, and the biomaterial should be capable of orchestrating molecular signaling to the target cells, either by directing endogenous molecules or delivering exogenous molecules. So materials should be non-toxic, non-toxic, non-immunogenic, and also non-inflammatory. And also the materials should promote the angiogenesis. So these are the factors. So these are the properties the materials should have. So someone has to see that, scientist has to have to keep in their mind that what are the properties need, and the scaffold or the biomaterials should have. So these are the properties. So so here that with that intention, this for biomaterial for bone tissue regeneration normally done that from the different kinds of polymers and also the ceramic bioceramic compounds. Like there are there is that two types of polymers that use natural polymers and the synthetic polymers. And but the things that definitely the synthetic polymers will be means better than the natural polymers because of several reasons. And these natural polymers and many of the natural polymers can be derived from the plant, which is more means preferable than the they are derived from by the chemical methods, which many times it is not eco-friendly. So there is that some of the examples has been shown here, that this silk fibroin and chitogen, starch, gelatin, alginate, cellulose, and this is the synthetic polymers, that is PGA, PLA, and PCL, PBA, and PMMA. And there are many others. Is there? PCL is one of the good synthetic polymers which hold promise for the biomaterial development. And this is the together this that since this bone consists of the this hydroxyapatite and the inorganic parts. So for that some bioceramics are used, the bioactive glass, hydroxyapatite, and these are the used for this calcium and phosphorus to maintain that 1:6. The hydroxyapatite. So these are the three things. Means there is this polymers, and there is a combination of the polymers are used, because single polymer or single material cannot provide or cannot meet all the properties required for the matrix or engineer matrix. For that, the multiple polymers also used. Even that, not only the synthetic polymers we have shown here, the combination of natural polymers also can be used to material development, and also the selection of the bioceramics also important here. And here that by combining these polymers, it may be the single polymers or two polymers or three polymers, and the ceramics, we can have the composites, biocomposites, which is used for the cell to provide the support for the cell growth and cell proliferation, as well as the cell differentiation. Now here these other components, it's the scaffold or the material for this, that antimicrobial activity. It should have the anti-inflammable and angiogenic and antioxidant. So like that different other polymers, or it may be other bioactive molecules also are used to have this or to promote this kind of activity. So now what is the advancement of biomaterial? There are of course fabrication. I am not going to tell here. That is also has an important impact on this biomaterial development, particularly the geometry or the architecture of the extracellular matrix. But this is the advancement of the biomaterial. So what is said that the biopolymer blends, means polymer blend can be used. Polymer, and along with that ceramic, that biocomposites or even nanocomposites that can be developed, and which are incorporated with other bioactive agents. And we have to see that we have to enhance or promote the angiogenesis, antimicrobial, and anti-inflammatory activities. So with this, that these plants, so I'll talk about how plants and plant extracts have a role in the bone regeneration activity. So this is the plant derived, the plants and plant extracts. So plant derived biomaterial source promise in harnessing both the natural strength of the microarchitecture and combined with their natural biological roles as they can support for the cell growth and also the cell differentiation. And they can enhance the with bioactivity, biocompatibility, biodegradability, and mechanical stability, or it can enhance the mechanical strength, which are advantages. So these are the advantages of the plant-derived materials. And the other thing that it can promote the cell differentiation, and thus it can facilitate the new tissue production. It can provide the antimicrobial activity, anti-inflammable activity, and also angiogenesis and antioxidant. And with this, that these are the aspects. I mean, these are the advantages the plants and the plant extracts derived biomaterial. So now there are some sort of we can say that I have already given that what are the biopolymers used, and silk is one of the good promising candidate for as biopolymer for development of the biomaterials, and together with there are also some few others also there, like alginate is one of the good components, and also we can see here that this alginate and the cellulose. Cellulose is also another good component, which are basically derived from the plants. And this steel coupon, so we have also a lot of work we have done on the steel coupon, the steel fibroin. The steel fibroin can be often can be extracted from the steel, which is the globular protein. And the most conventionally used that is the Bombyx mori. It is available or grown in different countries. But in India there are the different varieties of steel coupons are cultivated and the culture, and you will find that the different varieties of silk, and these are the mostly they are used in the textile industry. And in that, not only the Bombyx mori, there is the Eri and the Tosser. These are the two varieties of the silk coupon, so that can be used. The used for extracting the silk fibroin. Steel fibroin has the properties is the robust mechanical strength. This is one of depending on the type of bones we are looking for or targeted bone that is there. But we can have this Eri Tosser and the Bombyx mori. So Eri Tosser also has a good property. So these are the methods what that silk fibroin is obtained from this silk coupon by the degumming technique. That is the very established technique from the silk worm or the silk coupon. And so this is the this silk fibroin has is biocompatible, extraordinary mechanical property, tunable biodegradation, and is to process into various structure. It can be gel form. I can find it here. It can be sponges. It can be this kind of microsphere, or it is the fibers. And our target definitely will be fibrous, and that too also nanofibrous, because our body tissue is our body tissues are the diameter of our tissue is in the nanoscale, and the nanofibrous materials or the scaffold matrices are required, are suitable for the tissue regeneration, or to be used as a platform or extracellular matrix platform for the tissue regeneration or bone tissue regeneration. There are some medicinal plants also there go for regeneration activity. I'll just give them because this all of us know that medicinal plants are used for various traditional healers to alleviate different signs and the symptoms that associated with different kinds of diseases like osteoarthritis, bone fractures, even these cartilage damage, and many others applications, heart disease, and so on. So this is the some of the I want to show that this is the some plants which have already they have initiated, or some work has been done as for the fracture healing. So there is like Iruna lobata, that is the desert wheat, or Congo jute is the common name, and the parts in the whole plant can be used for the medical applications, and the mode of action, the application is fracture healing and women infertility. So that's why I have put this the women infertility, because I thought that better to have it. Somebody maybe interested to know that. That's why I have kept in my slide. So fracture healing, And then there is another is that elephantophus mole is that tobacco with a soft element that it leaves or twigs that can be used for the fracture healing, even other applications. Then that Morodica multiflora, that is the bitter gourd, also whole plant can be used for fracture healing and prevent infertility. Like there are some have been given. These are all these plants which have been listed here can promote this or can heal the fracture, and particularly the bone fracture. And in India, is many people they are using this the kind of plants for healing or for repairing of the damaged bone or the fracture, even knee, the joint pains and all. So there are also other plants which can be used for let's say like glycine max, that's when that it can be used for as a anti-inflammatory and prevent cartilage degeneration. So the regeneration of connective tissue chondrocyte development, because cartilage also it is very prone to be damaged, and this is the always it is frequently associated with the bone damage. And this another is that this gingiber officinate, that is ginger which we take as food. This rhizome can be used or have the anti-inflammatory, stimulate and adequate chondrogenic microenvironment for chondrogen stimulations. So these are there, and other many are there like turmeric. It is used as antioxidant, anti-inflammatory activity, and so these are the plans we have already research has been initiated, and some preliminary results have been reported by several scientists, researchers, which can be used for the bone healing or bone repairing, for bone or the bone regenerations. So this is the most potential medicinal plants I want to tell. That I want to discuss that this is the one of the very potential medicinal plant, that is quadrangularis, commonly known as bone setter. So it can be the stem, the extract of the stem extract, which is rich in bone regenerating activity, has been found, and it induces MSC differentiation. the mesenchymal stem cells differentiation towards the the osteogenic differentiation, and to the MSC differentiation to the osteocytes, and that's why it has the bone regenerating ability. It also have the property of antioxidant and anti-inflammatory activity. So these are the references shown that in one study that this plant extract, them stem extract, if you reach in this phytosteroids, which enhanced this MSC proliferation. Also, it means it has a good cell supportive activity, MSC proliferation, and promoted osteogenic differentiation and biomineralization. And drug of this plant was loaded in some other biomaterials like hydrogen and sodium carboxymethyl cellulose (CMC) microporous scaffolds that induce that. It also had an impact on the porosity, because porosity is also one of the property that the matrix should have, because porosity has a great role in the regenerate means bone regeneration process. It should not be less than 70%. Definitely, the 80% is the standard. And mechanical, it also enhance the mechanical strength and osteoinductive osteogenesis or osteoinductive properties. So now there are the other that Tridax procumbens that is commonly known as coat buttons. Both the stem as well as the leaf, which are rich in flavonoids, have osteogenic activity and the osteogenic differentiation, so that the bone can be regenerated, or bone tissue can be regenerated, new tissue formation will be there. So in one study, it has been shown that this flavonoid TPF upregulates the expression of osteoblast differentiation, mRNA osteosplex and RNX2, and this which encode essential transcription factor for osteoblast differentiation in type of cell, and these calvarial cells, and also enhance the bone morphogenic proteins as a growth factor. So this is the another also this Arjuna, this Terminalia Arjuna, which is, it is very common in our country, commonly known as Arjuna. So the bark extract, and it is also used in that bone healing. Already this some means folk peoples in rural area, they normally use this for healing of the bone damage, or the any kind of bone damage due to injury, or maybe the degenerative or aging. So this osteogenic, it has the osteogenic potentiality. It has shown that biomineralization, and also it increase the appetite formation. So this is the this one study has found that Kritika has found that this T. Arjuna bark extracts have shown that good alkaline phosphate activity and ILP activity and mineralization when it was assessed with the MG63 cell lines, and it increased apatite formation on the surface after biomineralization, which shows that it has the ability to secrete the bone I mean the osteocytes, or ECM deposition, or the secretion of the extracellular. Quickly, I'll be a few minutes. So these are the also that the E-pupsins, it is also have, it is known as the bishop's hat, and is occurring particularly aerial part of the plant, which is the osteostimulator, and hence it enhances osteogenic differentiation and angiogenesis. So this is this. So these are the, so like that. So this is some this is the B this is the paper mulberry. It has also shown osteogenic activity along with the anti-inflammatory properties. And this is the another this C. butanani, commonly known as Indian sarsaparilla, promote the chondrocyte development and anti-inflammatory also, and chondroprotective. So like this, there are many other also, the Saraka asuka, it has also bone, it can increase the bone density. This is they have this particular that indica, it has the antimicrobial activity. And this is the another this Jessica occidentalis, that is stem leaves, that is bone regeneration, and it can also increase the bone ischium formation. So these are the so these are the some of these cannabis sativa also, it has some it has shown that osteoblast differentiation, and also it inhibits the osteoclast differentiation, which is not which is the negative impact on the bone regeneration. So there is, so in say that there's a tissue engineering global market, and there's a great demand of this graft, including the bone graft. At a glance, you can find that how it is increasing. It is been projected from 2014 to 2015, and this is the some of the. Okay, I want to show some of the product what we have done by using some different materials. So at a glance, I can show that this is the erythos or silk fiber and scaffolds, and also the silk, and along with the chitogen as a natural polymer CMCSF scaffold we have done. So this is the so in conclusion, so I can make the conclusion that tissue engineering is a promising option and it is the tissue engineering research. It should be promoted, and it is this can provide an alternative medical treatment method for the any kind of tissue, including the bone, definitely. But in this, because it can overcome the limitations of the conventional surgical methods for bone treatment or bone tissue repair or defect. And for that, the tissue engineering this technique has certain challenges. The key challenges what is it, and biomaterials is one of the critical or crucial challenge. And in this development of biomaterial with biomaterial inspiring properties is the prerequisite. And for that these plant derived materials or the medicinal plant extracts can have a big role in developing these engineered matrices, which can facilitate the bone tissue regeneration and also can help. These are the references. So I thank you for your presence hearing. Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
So I have finished. Yeah. Okay. So that's why the bone tissue and the progressing and promise to achieve that ultimate goal for solving bone diseases and defects and thereby improving the quality of life. However, only we need our dedication and commitment or right attitude for its development, so that it can be used, or it can be used for the real applications in future for the treatment of the bone damages in a clinical manner. Thank you for thank you for your presence hearing, and I am thankful for to the organizer and the Mr. Nawaz in particular for inviting me and sharing my knowledge in this area. And so I'm very happy about this. I'm very much thankful once again.
Thank you.
If any question is there, I will welcome the questions we can discuss, queries.
Thank you, Professor Pramanik, for the excellent speech. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, any questions?
Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
Doctor. Yes, Dr. Garg. We can hear you. Please go on.
Yes.
I have a small comment regarding Terminalia Arjuna, which you had mentioned.
Yeah.
It's very well described in Sanskrit literature.
Okay.
That is used for wound healing.
Yeah.
I don't know if you are aware, already an ointment in tubes are available in the market. And I had come across a reference. Somebody in Saharanpur area had developed this ointment.
Yeah.
Can be used for wound healing.
Okay.
So,
yeah, actually, right. That is a good, nice information about this for sharing. But what we are doing, that we are looking for basically we are from the engineering side.
Yes.
And when there is the big damage, there is three-dimensional damage, means major accident and all, there is need of some kind of engineer matrix, and which I have discussed, and in that not only the materials, materials is definitely this Arjuna already it is being used, and you are sharing also. And these Arjuna and this extract can be used for developing that extracellular matrix, and which for improving the stem cell therapeutic applications. Total grafts can be made, and that will fit to the geometry. That can feel the damage site or the defect site with specific geometry. That is our target. Thank you very much for your for sharing that some ointment is already available in the market.
I had seen that paper where this extract of Arjuna was mixed with this gelatin gel, you know, the Vaseline type of thing.
Okay.
And it was found that it really heals up. Okay, so that's how the studies have carried out. I don't have the reference just now, but I know that somebody has worked out.
Yeah. I think many have this Arjuna, some have used for the different ways. But our purpose is that we have to take that extract and use for our to improvement for the osteogenic differentiation of the stem cells for regenerating the bone tissue and also the other tissue for the treatment.
Yes, very good presentation.
Okay, thank you very much.
I really appreciate you for your very nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Okay. Thank you, Professor Pramanik. Thank you very much for your speech. Let's move on to our, yes. Let's move on to our next speech. Dr. Sujata Vaidya, are you available? Our next speech is from Dr. Sujata Vaidya. She is from Supra Health Solutions and Institute of Integrative Healthcare, India. And she is giving a talk on unseen world of energy dynamics. Biofield studies determine changes in energy field of aura used for predictive health management, mind studies and environmental energy patterns conducive to health and well-being. And I request Dr. Sujata Vaidya to start her talk.
Yes. So thank you for having me over here. We have been subject to a lot of very serious discussions, and I would like to take you on to a lighter side of integrative therapeutics. Basically, it is like this. There is, well, we are all aware about the statement that says mind over matter. And we are all aware of the fact that we are living in a gross world, but there are subtle energies that govern all of us. Now, I'm taking you into a little bit of esoteric sciences, and it is very important in the modern times because in spite of the technological advancements that are going on around the world, we are aware of the fact that there is something else that is working. There is something that is not tangible, that needs a lot of research and science into a world that we cannot easily measure, but that can be taken in by references. So I'm sharing with you my research that has been done. So just give me a minute to try to share the screen with you. Okay, are you able to see the screen?
No.
Not yet. Okay, just give me another minute. Okay, till then, let me just continue talking about the work that I'm doing. Now, over the past 2 or 3 decades, a lot of interest has been generated in the field of healing. And all of us are very, taken up that it could be something that is entirely based on faith. Now, there is a lot of science behind this. We have all seen the concept as well as the power of mindful meditations, of various healing systems that include Reiki, pranic healing, subtle healing, touch therapy, vibrational therapy. And one wonders how this can actually happen. Now, Ayurveda itself is a very vast science, and it does deal with topics like sparsha chikitsa, that is touch therapy, gandha chikitsa, that is aromatherapy, It also talks about mantra chikitsa, that is sound therapy. And mantra, as we all know, are very profound syllables that do influence the manner in which the brain functions. And also when it is repeated time and time again, it can even influence your entire hormone system. Your endocrine system is influenced by sounds. I think all of us have done a lot of research on this matter. Give me another minute, please. I'm just trying to add on my screen sharing. I had got it on a minute back, and now I'm wondering where it has gone.
Ma'am, there is green arrow color, green.
This presentation on for you. Way back in 1930s, 1940s, the husband and wife team of Kirlian in Russia, they discovered, maybe quite by mistake, that there is a manner in which you are able to detect the energy field of an object. Are you able to see me?
You are okay. Now it is visible. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So there was a method by which on a photographic plate, they were able to see the photon emissions of various objects. Have you heard about Kirlian photography? Has anybody heard about Kirlian photography? Nobody?
Yes,
okay.
I have.
Yes, I have heard about
now,
it.
Yes. Yeah. Now, Kirlian photography is something that developed in great depth. The Russians took it upon themselves, and they have even developed the technology of what is known as GDV, gas discharge visualization, in which what they were able to do is take photographic impressions of entire life force around any object. Now, the presentation that I have to show to you over here is something that has developed over time. And I did this for my thesis actually way back in 1998, where we used a different technology known as polycontrast interference photography. So I want to actually share these photographs with you to show you how it is possible to detect energy fields, how it is possible to start evaluating the concept of stability and instability in life forms, and how it is possible that being able to detect what is stable and what is unstable, that we can actually find out if they are indicative of health parameters. This becomes very important when we are doing predictive health analysis. And by doing predictive health analysis, it is also possible for us to catch various diseases well in time. Not only that, we are also able to find out where actually the problem could lie. Now, sometimes a patient is not able to describe what is his problem. Doctors all over the world rely very heavily on investigations to actually pinpoint and find out what is the possible problem area. This could indicate the area of weakness. There is no doubt about it. But more often what happens is, what is seen in medical investigations is the outcome of a kind of disturbance or a dis-ease in the normal flow of energies, which are common to all life forms. And if you are able to find out where these disturbances lie, there are numerous methods by which you are able to stabilize them. This may sound a little esoteric to everybody, but I want to share with you images that will really help all of us understand the importance of such kind of scanning techniques and technology, and how we have used it as predictive health indicators for chronic diseases that surface or where are those that are detected only when the person is unable to cope up with his own health parameters. So I think you're just going to have to give me a minute more to try to figure out how to do this. This apple, that it is actually this life force within these other objects that sustain and maintain and nurture us. We consume this light, this indirect flow of sunlight that actually brings forth the force of life and its meaningfulness. Modern technology has helped us in a great way of quick cooking with your microwaves. But this image over here of these two apple slices should actually give everybody a whop in the backside and wake them up, that using a microwave would cook your apple very fast. If you look at the right side image, you know, that's what it's gone and done. The microwave energies have completely distorted the balance in the apple that you can see on the left, that ultimately what we are consuming is something that is going to kill us in the future. And I think everybody in the medical fraternity is going to sit up and take notice and going to agree the fact that because of so many people living in literally Faraday's cages with so many electronic lines around them, there are growing cases of cancer, and especially nerve-related, brain-related cancer that is unexplainable, except for such images that tell us that we are subjecting ourselves to the wrong stuff. Okay. I myself used a technology known as PIP, that is polycontrast interference photography, that gave a rather colorful three-dimensional aspect to the energy fields that are around different objects. Now I have purposely shown you four different images over here. One is obviously of a book, and this is one of the religious books, and you can literally see a golden aura around it. Now, remember one thing very clearly. What clairvoyants are able to see with their senses may not be with their eyes. The colors that they come across is a different world altogether. Over here, we are using unbiased technology. So when we are able to turn around and say that a certain color indicates a certain thing, that statement is made only after thousands of images have been taken. Study has been done to actually find out what is good and what is not good. Study has been done to find out what health looks like and what disease looks like. Study has been done that indicates what is low or poor energy and high or good energy. And it is only after so many number of scans that I can make these statements. Remember, this is pioneering work. All of the study that I'm presenting to you has been done in 1998, when this entire concept of aura scanning was really not done. It was voodoo, it was black magic, you can call it wackery. But today it is being used as supportive science, and I'm going to show you why. So these are the scans of this holy book, which has a golden aura. This is a pencil, which is dead wood, mind my word, and it has a very still and stubborn energy around it. The one to the left bottom, this is actually an emerald. And you can see the kind of energy field that it has created for itself. It is still and it is powerfully potent. The one here at the bottom is actually a Rudraksha. For those of you who are into religion, you know the value of a Rudraksha seed. And let me tell you, when this image was taken, that time it was live imaging, this Rudraksha bead was actually pulsating light. And this is just a still image to show you what is possible. Everything has its own distinct energy field, and different plant life has their own signature prints. Okay, so here you have one kind of vibrant herb, and over here you have another vibrant herb. Let's not worry about which herbs these are. Now, these are four images of different foods that we consume, and each one of them has their own distinct pattern. Now, of course, I do not have that image to show you just now because it is I had signed no sharing promise with the person who for whose the image I had taken. But we are all aware that when women are pregnant, they have cravings, right? They crave certain kind of foods, and it's actually a joke or it's a happy thing. But what we discovered is that I took images of maybe about 40 different pregnant women, focusing on their abdomen to actually see how the energies respond. And one of the women had a craving for a certain kind of food. And believe me, when that food was presented just in front of her, the two images kind of connected. It was as if like the body was absorbing and welcoming the energy of this food type. It's very astounding. Now, for the same woman, I brought in front a different food type that she kind of said, no, I don't want it. It makes me vomit. And you won't believe it. It moved out. So this was something very astounding for me when I saw it myself, but it is talking about an unseen world of energy dynamics that can really play upon the health of an individual. Everything that we have around us impacts us in one or the other manner. Okay? So this is to the extreme left is a crystal. It's a simple quartz crystal. And this is the hand of a colleague. And when the crystal and the hand come together, you get quite a different energy field. Now, why is it that this image is important? This particular quartz crystal, when you take very thin, wafer thin slices of this quartz crystal, they are the foundation of the silicon chips that goes into all your electronic appliances. So when you're sitting in front of your laptop, or when you're using your mobile, if you're using any other electronic device, remember that little thin, quartz crystal in it, that silicon chip in it, carries with it certain energies that are going to impact us in a certain manner. So they are not dead, okay? They're not non-living, they're not non-interactive. There is a certain specific reason why they store so much of information, and this information does communicate and collaborate with the life forces that handle them. This is an interesting image that I want to share with you, and you will understand the depth of this. Now, this was an experiment done. This is a tree, a simple potted plant, as you can see. And I wanted to know what actually happens when you hurt somebody, when you inflict an injury. What is likely to happen? Look carefully at both these images. It will be very nice if you can respond and tell me what is the difference that you see. Whatever it is that you see, let me know. Okay, one of the most apparent thing is the energy field on top, which in the image on the left hand side is quite brilliant and golden, whereas the one on the right has taken a pink hue. One would imagine that this pink hue is not as powerfully strong as the golden hue. That is understood, correct? At the same time, you can see the branch which I have cut off, right? Now you look at the image to the left, the complete plant, right? Now, when this experiment was done, remember, it was an experiment. I was not aware of what is going to happen. And these were images taken in time. I just decided I had to go and inflict an injury. I had not decided which branch I'm going to cut off. Somehow, the tree knew. The tree knew. And look what has happened. You see this red blob over here? Are you able to see this red blob here? The plant gave itself some sort of anesthesia. Yes, I didn't tell the plant, I'm going to cut this particular branch of yours. So there is an entire field of intelligence between even humans and plants. You understand, in the field of Ayurveda, when you go to pluck plants or plant parts so that they can be used for medicinal value, we actually say a prayer of gratification, of gratitude to the plant, to Mother Earth, before harvesting that, maybe root or tuber or flower or leaf. and the tree responds in handing over to you all its medicinal properties. Now, that was one very big lesson, and this has helped a lot of people, really understand empathy. Okay, at the same time, you again look at the same image over here. Now, the injury was inflicted to the extreme left of the plant. But if you look at this image that is post cutting it, you find on the right side, there is a red teardrop. It is as if to correlate with the fact that the injury could be inflicted at one place, but actually the dis-ease and the symptoms are impacted in quite a different place. Okay, here is the role of psychosomatic origin of diseases. Stress, okay, fear causes jaundice, for God's sake, right? It's a known thing. This is another image or experiment that has helped us understand, respect psychosomatic origin of diseases, and it helps us identify those areas that are possibly available to be corrected and help a person come over diseases. Now I'm going to share with you some more images. This is an astounding image. When this scan was being taken, if you kind of hide the left side of the wall, if you look at the right side, it is quite strong an aura. Okay, and when the scanning was going on, the wall is usually blank, so nothing interferes. But I saw this little spider running across. So I just voiced saying, oh, just get rid of that little spider on the wall. And just see the blast of energy in self-protection that the spider has exploded in this aura scan. And can you imagine how small that spider was? You can't even see it over here. But that is the power of self-protection. That is why most of the women go screaming when they see cockroaches. I mean, look, imagine that little thing can't do a thing to you. But these are the kind of energy waves that can be transmitted by even a miniature brain like a spider. So think of what we are doing with either negative thinking or positive thinking on our environment, which impacts each and every soul in this society. So this is another very strong message that is being passed on by such kind of scanning. Okay, now sometimes the patient will not tell you they're on drugs, and this is just one of those off images that I got. This is known as a drug abuser. Look at the left and the right side of his head aura. Distinctly, there is an imbalance. Okay, some more. A lot of researchers said that ultimately the brain is a lot of energy flow. So obviously you're going to get distinct patterns over there. But I was able to detect patterns even at the sole of the feet. If you see the one on the left hand side, you see all these red patches. They are indicative of loss of energy, of leaking energy, of areas that require desperate attention. And those people who are into esoteric sciences, or those who understand the psychosomatic powers behind health and disease, will understand the impact of these two images. Healthy legs in comparison to an ailing person. Now, his ailments is something that I will not discuss, but this is a giveaway of somebody who's suffering disorders. Those who are into acupressure and such kind of therapeutics will be able to quickly pick up the areas in the ankle as being low energy, including on this side of the hand. Okay, something more. This was interesting when we were trying to identify the various meridians that flow in our body. And is there any method by which we can actually recognize the flow of the energies, so that when you're doing surface acupuncture or you want to do moxa, then can you identify the areas that are available for treatment? Of course, Marma Chikitsa, as per Ayurveda, including acupuncture, has identified specific spots which are most available for treatment. But on the other hand, what I have seen is that let the body tell you what part of the meridian requires more attention, and those kind of treatments seem to be much more effective and positive in the long run. So these were the kind of scans that we were able to do to actually pinpoint and find out those meridians that can be addressed first, prioritize it in your treatment protocols. So this was something different, of course. Now, these were the kind of scans that were done to identify futuristic problems or unknown problems. Okay, so these are healthy and stressed energy fields. Some of them is apparent. You can see the kind of imbalance in the left and right of the field. Over here again, mind related patterns can be indicated if you see the colors and the balances. I'm going to go through this quite fast because there's actually no end to describing what you can derive from such kind of from images. And it's one thing doing it out of interest. There's quite another thing doing it for health assessment, and it's very, very, very positive. Those people, this is of course an image that was taken very long back, and that was a time when I was evaluating and trying to find out this young boy's future national swimming champ. And they were all going through fear and depression, anxiety of their oncoming competitions. So this was just a project that we did to actually find out if how are we going to best be able to help young children who really are unable to translate their fears and disillusionment. So we are quickly able to pick it up by taking such scans, that this young boy actually had a very, very strong willpower, but he was cowed down by the pressure of competition put up by his parents. And we were able to quickly identify it by seeing the the ditch of low energy in his solar plexus, which actually comes in with anger, suppressed anger, or a very different kind of creative fear. So these were the kind of scans that were done to do quite a different kind of health analysis. Something more, that different personalities have very, very different energy fields, which talk, a picture talks 1,000 words. So if you look at the monk over here, he has a very beautiful energy focus on his forehead, what is known as the Agnya Chakra. And you can see that his, his whole persona is like, vibrating and radiating love and care. On the other hand, you can find to the left-hand side somebody with a very focused and very severe, laser-sharp energies, and he was a very, very powerful meditator and somebody with many siddhis. He is clairvoyant beyond. Well, very rarely you come across such people. When you have those who keep pulling in energies from everybody else to compensate for their own depression and ill health. So these were scans that were able to help us in that manner. Now, these are the kind of scans that have helped us find out well in time if a person is likely to get into trouble in the future. So if you're able to see this big block that has appeared around the chest of this one particular individual, if you look at his body, he's quite slim, quite lean, young person, 42-year-old. So you can imagine the kind of day-to-day stresses.
Dr. Sujata, sorry to interrupt you. Request you to finish your talk quickly.
I'll do that. So these were the kind of images that help us find out that this person is likely to get into a problem in the near future. And what can we do about it? So I'm just going to skim through a lot of images, what stress looks like, what futuristic cardiac problems, because thereafter I went ahead and I did my fellowship in cardiac rehabilitation. And you can imagine the number of people that we were able to help in finding out other ways of stabilizing the health over and above just concentrating on blockages in heart. So that was a big field that we came into. So those people who are likely to get into such kind of problems were caught well in advance so that it became preventive health assessment, and we could actually make a change for them, that they don't fall sick, severely at least. Imbalances are seen in various manners. I won't go into the depth. This was again an image that I was sharing of the previous patient. Anybody who's into marma chikitsa, massage therapy and acupressure knows what these zones are talking about, and you can see the abnormality in the kidney region to correlate with it. Solar plexus, emotional problems, problems that get women into trouble because they have such low esteem sometimes. If you're able to identify them and show them such images, they are able to respond to psychotherapy much earlier because there is something that is tangible in front of them. So this has been my study for the past 20 years, and on this many therapies and therapeutics have been built. That was one thing, finding out the problem. It is quite another thing that wanting to correct it in a drugless manner. And that is what we are doing at Supra Health Solutions LLP, and creating wellness centers where people with a scientific touch are able to identify a problem and also give them very rational and doable therapeutic systems. Well, there are many images to show you, but I'll just skim through them very fast. We are always looking for a benchmark, and here we have benchmark of a Sadhu Rishi. You can see his golden aura, and it's not only in one, but numerous Sadhu Rishis. So you know what is good energy, you know what is profoundly high energy, you know where every human being is capable of reaching. And this brings us to the spiritual angle of the work being done. Some temples, why are they strong? And it's just a conglomerate of so many images that I can share with you, but I can understand what he's saying. All of you must be tired after listening to 3 days of conferences anyway. So this, let me tell you, this big image over here to the next image over here is something that can be achieved in less than 3 or 4 days. And what is important is that once a person goes through certain modalities of self-healing and he sees such images, he is confident that his health is in his hands. And all of this is done with mind matters, mindful meditation, simple acupressure that they can do with themselves, understanding food, understanding stress, all these things. So this brings us entirely to the drugless aspect of work. And these are just energy patterns sharing with you of how it is possible to actually, when people throw garbage and you tell them it's bad, it's not only the bugs they breed over there, but it completely disrupts the energy fields. So this is just graphic interpretation of what is going on in our environment, and this sensitizes people to take positive action. Temples and medallions have their own profound energies, and that's a subject for any other time. And of course, it all boils down to actually down the powers who have given us this opportunity to slip into the unseen world of energy dynamics and bringing this across to everybody. So it is a holistic method of diagnosis and non-invasive, no side effects, and it is one method that can convince people to take care of themselves differently. That is where we step in. Thank you so much.
So, Doctor, may I discuss something? Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
So, thanks a lot. It's very, very tough topic hearing, because variation in your topic was too much, I think so. How you concentrated on one and two, it is too difficult. You are coming from plant to human and going to building or some, temple or somewhere.
Yes,
and I have seen all your photo. Yes, if I think so, if you are concentrated in one, you can give it a good protocol to us, what we have to do after this age or some young age.
See, there are protocols ready.
Excuse me. I have seen in all photo, it has shown the energy is coming from head. As you know, in somewhere they are giving energy by hand and by eyes or by foot, by feet or something like that. But different people, they are coming to you when they are discussing with you, their energy will be changed, I think so, and a lot of differences, because I have done some work on plants.
discussed with plants because I'm a phytochemistry. I've solved a lot of changes in components. Even if you
Yes,
are
that too is
running inside of the plant, you will a lot of things. Can you explain what is the conclusion in this? What we can get it from your side and keep it in our mind to do it, that exercise? To
This
have
is
all the time energy, full energy.
absolutely. The most important message that you have to carry home with such kind of a presentation is that health doesn't entirely depend upon the food that you eat or the medicines that you eat, but it is very deeply controlled by your mindset. And it is not very difficult to mindset. And second thing is, I can lie a lot. I can convince you with my words, but my aura, my energy field cannot lie. And if I'm able to get the energy field pattern of a person, I can quickly identify his strengths and weaknesses. The idea is to help people build themselves to become better by systems that are non-invasive. You know, that is something that you can do comfortably with your daily routines. Like, to become healthy, you don't have to pop vitamins. Maybe if you just change the system of how you simply eat food, if you're able to look at your plate of food and say, thank you for the nutrition you're giving, the amount of energy that you will absorb. It is the system of prayer. Now, in a scientific community, when I say pray, they probably turn around and say, what bullshit? Come on, what is she talking about? But if I show you such kind of images, you're going to stop, if you are a real scientist, to actually find out what is working. So the take home over here is, they are energies that actually influence our health and well-being. You can predict something that is going to go wrong well in advance. Second is, many times, if it was medicines that were going to cure people, you'd never have to come back to the doctor the second time. So actually, it is something else that is wrong, and you are treating something else. So something like this aura scan can help the person identify his weaknesses, and you could fill in the gaps by various systems that need not rely on any sort of medicine at all. No drug, no drug. It can simply be something much more. You look at our universe, you look at our world, you look at the current situation. You know, what has technology done to COVID? Nothing, nothing. Yeah. So there is something beyond technology. There is something beyond tangible science. This is an intangible science. So the kind of work that I do, yes, is not commonly discussed, but it is changing a lot of things. Such kind of images give a lot of hope to people who are suffering deeply, unable to find solutions, to think differently about their health. At the same time, I'm using these kind of presentations today. It has been crunched because of time, but I'm using this very strongly with children to sensitize them about the energies that they exchange with environment, with one another, for the need to create respect for the food you eat, for the water you drink. So this is just one small presentation made in a very tight time, but they are focused ones that are made entirely for children, for pregnant women, for ailing people, for people who just want to feel better for no reason.
Excuse me, can I ask you a question?
Goes with the theme.
Sorry, and then for plant, as you know, they are giving energy together, and their life in whole the world. They are connecting together
Yes.
due to some fungal or some other thing. And wherever they are asking me to give me some herbal medicine to treat myself, I ask them, please, first of all, you control your stress. Otherwise, your mind is not accepting.
See, when you show,
medicine. As you
Professor,
are just
I
now you
understand.
said.
Yeah. So when you show such images to a person, he is convinced that yes, actually I may be suffering from stress, And what Professor Raziz is saying, that I need to control my stress, they are more convinced, because usually the people who are very stressed are those who are in denial. They don't want to accept that they are under stress, which is why they keep getting into deeper problems. So something like this technology could help them come to terms. And of course, you have to explain to them gently and empathically that there are ways to get over it.
Dr. Sujata, can I ask you a question?
Nice presentation, because I have to give time to others. We'll discuss later on. I hope best of luck for you.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Do you hear me? Oh, okay.
Yes, I do.
It's a bit in a different field, but in Ayurvedic medicine, as far as I've understood, and I don't know much, there is this concept of warm and cold foods and dry and moist foods and these things. And when you take pictures, can you see a difference in the
Yes, you can.
images on the different categories of food?
Yes,
Is
you
this
can.
possible to distinct them?
Yes, it is
Okay.
possible. You have to remember, when you say cold foods and hot foods, it is how they react with your bile. It is not the temperature. It is not necessarily it's not necessarily the chemical composition, but distinctly you can, like I showed you one slide earlier, you can distinctly get a very specific energy signature, and the energy field signature of different food types. And even when you are taking images of certain food types in a singular family, then you can find the similarity in the signatures also. So yes, so much more needs to be done, but yes, you can
Very
see.
interesting. Thank you so much. It was really wonderful and insightful. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Dr. Gabriela.
It was very, very interesting for me as well as a medical doctor, and being a medical doctor. May I ask you, on the point of the biophysics, how can you explain the aura photo?
Okay.
Because we know
we
know the aura photo in Europe as well. How can you explain the aura photo?
I'll try to explain the way I have understood, because I'm not much into physics, but I'll explain. Now, our eyes are able to see a color band. It's a narrow band in the entire band of the electromagnetic spectrum. At the same time, a camera does not decide which frequencies to grab in. It grabs in an entire range of frequencies, and it is decoded on your photographic paper into a color that is understandable to our eyes. This is clear. Now, this is a software run program. Okay, it is not voodoo, it's software run program, where actually the frequencies that are beyond the visible frequencies are crunched in. So what you're able to see is an energy pattern that is not visible to our eyes. But actually, let me also share a secret with you. In all the cultures in our world, in all the time zones, you see the saints, you see the gods, they are always pictured with a brilliant halo around their head. So obviously they were radiating so much of energy that was visible to everybody. So all the saints and gods were identified with this halo. Now, if you recall the scan that I showed you of the Rishi Muni, the sage, the yogi, the guru, you see they were brilliant in this area, and they were also radiating with that particular kind of light and energy. So this technology has only been able to translate these energy fields into a visible spectrum. So that's about it. Now, exactly what a color means, exactly what the pattern means, I was able to, kind of put my signature on it only after I had finished seeing more than 5,000 similar patterns. And it was on the strength of that we started doing predictive health analysis. When we saw a pattern on a person who was non-symptomatic, you were able to help him and tell him about a futuristic disease, because those dis-ease in energy flows were visible. So we were able to help a lot of people.
I tell you the truth, okay? Because we made the analysis on the point of the biophysics as well. And
okay.
the machine and the software. This is a measurement unit with the electricity, conductance, impulse, and of course. No. If we are in the parasynes, that without any stress, the area is very hell. The area is very big one. And if we are stressed, because there is the sympathetic tone, the fourth sympathetic tone, the area is very dark and more and more.
Agreed.
Dark. Yeah, this is the
Agreed.
sympathetic tones.
Absolutely agreed. And actually, that is a way to identify the areas.
Yeah, this
the afternoon time. So very good afternoon to all. And first I would take this opportunity to thank the organizer, Global Scientific Guild, and Dr. Nawaz for giving this opportunity to share my work with you. So what I have seen in this conference, that you all are working in the actually clinic and on the patients, and you are actually practicing the herbal medications and the Ayurveda and all in the patients or in the human beings. But my field is totally different. I am working in the preclinical research. I'm working on the research in the animal species. So at Dr. D.Y. Patil Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences in Pune, we have an animal house, and we are carrying out certain studies on the phytoconstituents and the herbal formulations, development of the herbal formulations, their evaluation for the content, their standardization, and the scientific studies based on the efficacy evaluation and the toxicity evaluations. That what we do at the Dr. D.Y. Patil Institute. So I will be happy to share with you my work with you. So I'll be just sharing my screen. Is my screen visible to you, Dr. Nawaz? Is my screen visible to you?
Yes, it's visible. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So this is my institute where do I work. So today I'll be talking on the dual potential of berberine as an inhibitor of the Mycobacterium tuberculosis, and as well as the rifampicin induced hepatotoxicity. So can it be a potential alternative as an anti-TB medication? So we all know that berberine, okay, or the Berberis aristata, okay, it is called as Daru Haridra. So it's a plant from which we get this rhizomes, and from that we get some extracts, okay, and in that this isoquinolone type of the alkaloid is present, which is found to be useful against the lot of ailments. So what I had done in my work over here is I have taken that isolated phytoconstituents and I have evaluated it for the activity against the Mycobacterium tuberculosis, and as well as the rifampicin induced hepatotoxicity. So coming to my next slide of the presentations, we all know that tuberculosis is one of the infectious disease, right? Which is this is the data. Just a minute. Yeah, I'm sorry for this. Yeah. So about 1.4 million people in the world has come across the death due to the tuberculosis in 2019. This data has been published in the tuberculosis report by the WHO in 2020. And TB is one of the top 10 causes of the death, and it is one of the leading cause from the single infectious diseases above the HIV and AIDS. So tuberculosis is affecting the worldwide all the people, and again this is a map of the distribution given by the WHO, that what are the countries where the incidence of the tuberculosis was at least 10,000 incident cases in 2019. So we can see across the world, these are the areas where the tuberculosis has affected to more to the population more than 100,000. So this tuberculosis, I thought is one of the important element which should be considered of, and research should be conducted on it, because the multi-drug resistant tuberculosis or the XDR-TB is one of the emerging threat now. So it has resulted into the public health crisis and also a health security threat now in 2019, because of the emergence of the multi-drug resistance in the other microorganisms as well as in the tuberculosis microorganism. And again, this is the data given by the WHO, that the countries where the incidence of the tuberculosis, MDR TB and the multi-drug resistance TB has been there. So we can see these blue areas, and they as being an Indian, I have worried about the population of India which has been coming across this MDR TB. So it has been observed that about more than 10% of the increase in the cases of MDR TB and the drug resistance TBs has resulted from 2018 to 2019. So I thought I should work in this tuberculosis, and I should find out something which can answer to the problem in the tuberculosis treatment and the regimen. So we all know this is just to you all are a great people working in this field, so I'll be just keeping this slide. But we all know that there are various anti-TB drugs used for the treatment of the tuberculosis and for the management of tuberculosis. So that includes the various medications like isoniazid and the pyrazinamide, ethambutol, etc. There are second line drugs like the fluoroquinolone, and this is the treatment regimen which is now carried out in India as per the RNTCP program. And according to that, as the cases has been identified as the new case or the smear positive relapse case, or that depending on that the intensive phase of the treatment of this form and the continuation phase of this form, where the isoniazid and the rifampicin and ethambutol are given to the patients for the management and the treatment of the tuberculosis. But as the MDR TB is emerging or the cases are increasing, this all drugs are becoming ineffective later on, and the relapses and ultimately the mortality in the patient with the tuberculosis are there. So even the WHO has given this MDR TB regimen also, where the secondary medications, secondary line drugs like kanamycin and antibiotics like kanamycin, levofloxacin, and that are used. But we all know that there are certain limitations of this anti-TB therapy. Whatever the therapies we are using, okay, it is because the treatment requires a longer duration, and as well as the lot of complexity is involved in the treatment with the tuberculosis, the diagnosis and all that are involved. Even the whatever the medications are used, they are associated with the adverse effects, which I have focused is the hepatotoxicity. So it's very well known adverse effect toxicity of the rifampicin and isoniazid and the anti-TB drugs, that they causes the hepatic ailments. Even there is an increased incidence of the MDR TB, and second line drugs, they are less efficacious, as well as they have an increased toxicity, and there are chances of the co-infection with the tuberculosis and the HIV cases. So this is one of the problem which I have focused, that I should work on the alternatives. So why there is a need of the alternative therapy for the treatment of such infectious diseases, where the drug resistance is going to be the one of the threat or one of the challenge for the next generations. Because we all know, we have heard about such cases that there are certain cases, deaths has been also reported because of the infections by the resistant type of the microorganisms, and the medical science is really helpless to treat such type of the infectious cases where there is no drug alternative available. So one should focus on the alternative medications, as we all know that Indian traditional systems and even the other traditional systems like Chinese traditional systems, they have the very strong scientific knowledge base, and even the applications in terms of the scientific knowledge, whatever our ancestors had that time. Because I strongly believe that this systems of the medication, they believe they work on the principle of the tailor based medication. So like in the modern medicine, the medications are available with a certain particular dose and that are given to the population. But on the contrary or vice versa, in case of the Ayurveda, the teller based system is there, right? According to the individual's system, according to the individual's history and etc., the medications are changed and they are given to the patient or to the human beings. That what I have experienced myself, because I strongly believe in the system of Ayurveda. And even the use of the herbal medication is increasing now day by day. So this use of the herbal medication might be with a prescription or might be with the knowledge of an Ayurvedic practitioner or the herbal medication practitioner, or might without the prescription, because in India or even in other countries, I don't know what is the scenario, but we are just taking some home-based remedies, or just somebody tells us that this is a very good herbal medication available and you also take that medication with you. So there are a lot of increase in the use of herbal medication is there, and therefore the patients or the human beings are exposed to the herbal drug interactions knowingly or unknowingly, because maybe a diabetic person taking the metformin and the sulfonylurea, and at the same time if somebody tells her or him that this is the medication I am taking, or you just keep the seeds in a water for a overnight and drink that water, so that might cause some drug interaction in the individual. So that also should be known. So I am working in the field of the herb drug interaction, as well as this tuberculosis, MDR TB and the resistant types of the tuberculosis. So I'm working in the animal models. So that's why I have chosen this topic over here. And so what I did is I took the isolated constituent, that is berberin, and I evaluated it for the tuberculosis. So this, as I told you, the berberin is a isoquinoline quaternary alkaloid. So this is the plant of Berberis aristata, and from that we get the rhizome, and this is the actually constituent which we get here. So there are different sources from which we can get the Berberis, and this has been reported in the literature and even in the traditional literature available for the antibacterial and as well as the hepatoprotective activity. So what I thought that let me utilize this both the potentials of it, and if I can have a dual activity of the antimicrobacterial activity as well as the hepatoprotection, might it come as a one of the alternative for the treatment of the tuberculosis cases. So what methodology I have adopted over here is, first I evaluated the in vitro compatibility of this berberin and the rifampicin, which is used as an anti-TB drug. Because if when we co-administer certain medications or when we co-administer certain drugs, there might be some interaction in vitro, as well as when the patient is taking it, might be in during the absorption, during the distribution, during the metabolism, or during the excretion. So pharmacokinetic or the pharmacodynamic incompatibilities or compatibilities might be there. So I evaluated the in vitro compatibility, then in vitro antimicrobial activity was done, and the antitubercular activity was also performed in the laboratory in the Belgaum. And then I evaluated the hepatoprotective activity of this berberin in the rifampicin induced hepatotoxicity, because my aim was to find out whether the dual activity can we have out of this. So in case of the in vitro compatibility study, we utilize the principle of the thin layer chromatography. So I don't know how, I think you all must be aware of it, that what is thin layer chromatography. So in which the we prepare a plate of the some silica base and some adsorbent base, and the solvent samples are dotted on this, spotted on this, and that plate is kept in the solvent. So whatever the appropriate solvent is there. So because of the difference in the solubility in that solvent, this both substances, they travel to the different distance according to their solubility in the solvent. So polar and the non-polar solvents like the water, ethanol, and the chloroform, and that combination is used here as a mobile phase, and that leads into the separation of both the constituents. Okay, in my childhood, I have always played this game of putting the dot of ink on a chalk and keeping that chalk in a water, and when that water moves ahead the chalk, that creates a different spots or different colors things I have observed. I think many of you also must have done such type of the exercise. So same principle we have utilized here in case of thin layer chromatography to evaluate whether there is any in vitro compatibility or incompatibility is there. So we just spotted the berberin and the rifampicin on this plate, and difference in the their RF value. Okay, this RF value is determined by the distance traveled by the overall solution and the distance traveled by the solute. So we just measure the length of the spot from the baseline to here, and another spot from the baseline to here, and the solvent. And from that, this RF value is determined, which is a characteristic for the every substance. So it's a characteristic of the individual substance, that what is the RF value. So what we found here in this study, that rifampicin was having the RF value of 0.68, while as berberin was having the 0.566. This we determined from the by using the appropriate mobile phase. Okay, the mobile phase used over here was the combination of the alcohol and chloroform in the proportion of 30:60 proportion. And then we just spotted the mixture of the rifampicin and berberin together. So whether there is any change in the RF value. So we found that there is no any major change in the RF value of this, indicating that there is no any physical incompatibility, or when we just mix both the solutions together, there was no any precipitation observed over here. So this was done because there should not be any pharmacodynamic or kinetic interaction. That's why we did this exercise. Then we determined the in vitro antimicrobial activity. So this was just to confirm the traditional or the scientific literature reported that this substances has the antibacterial activity. So we just evaluated it against the S. aureus and the E. coli. So we all know for that we utilize this agar-well diffusion method, where the on the agar plate you just spread the culture of the bacteria and just prepare the wells in that and put the substances in that well. So if the substance has some antibacterial activity, there is no growth around that well, which we determine as a zone of the inhibition. So what we found, we did for the combination of this berberin and as well as the rifampicin. So the individual plates, individual wells of the rifampicin and the berberin were there, and the individual berberin was also there, and the zone of inhibition was observed. So these are the zone of inhibition which are there for the S. aureus and the E. coli. So with berberin, we and with rifampicin and with combination. So what we found over here is the combination of the rifampicin and berberin, it is showing the more zone of inhibition, that is more significant antibacterial activity as compared to the rifampicin and as well as the berberin. So there is some synergistic effect of this combination which is adding into the antibacterial therapy of each other. So this was just this exercise was just to confirm that really the substance has an antibacterial activity. Then we determine the in vitro anti-tubercular activity, because our aim is to find out the substances for the antimycobacterial or anti-TB activity. So for that, the Alamar Blue assay is used, in which the culture of the mycobacteria is added to the 96 well plate, and in that this dye known as the risazurine is added, which is the blue and the which emits the blue and low fluorescence when it is measured under the fluorescence spectrophotometer. And if there are viable cells present in the well, then they convert this dye into the rizofurin, which is a pink and which emits the pink and the high fluorescence over here. So this indicates that the viable cells are present in that well or not. So if when there is a addition of the combination of the berberin and the rifampicin and the mycobacterial cell culture with this dye, if the substance has a anti cytotoxic activity, or we can say if it is killing that viable cells, then this conversion will not be there and the blue emission only will be there. But if the substance do not have the anti-TB activity or killing activity against that, Siddle activity against that, then the substance will that will be converted into the pink fluorescence substance, and the pink fluorescence will be there. So that is the principle behind this Alamar Blue assay. So we utilize it for the evaluation of anti-TB activity. And what we found in that rifampicin, no doubt it is an anti-tubercular drug. So at whatever the concentrations were used in the laboratory, at all that concentrations, it had shown the Siddle effect on the mycobacterial culture. So there was no conversion of that dye into the pink fluorescence substance, and it has remained blue in color. While as another substance which was evaluated was isoniazide. Again, this was to confirm the activity. So here it has shown that only this has shown the sensitivity, while as this all has converted. Okay, that means it has all not killed the mycobacteria here. So they all are viable cells over here. While as in case of the berberin, up to the concentration of 12.5 microgram per ml, the Siddle activity was observed because there was no conversion of that dye into the pink fluorescence substance. But after that, it was converted because there is a lesser concentration, which might not be the minimum inhibitory concentration for that. So from this, we concluded that the berberin at 12.5 microgram per ml, at least in this in vitro assay, is showing the anti-TB activity or the Siddle effect against that Mycobacterium tuberculosis strain which was used. Then we evaluated the hepatoprotective activity of berberin in the rifampicin-induced hepatotoxicity in the Vista rat. So this is an experimentation conducted on the animal. So we needed the approval by our institutional animal ethics committee, because in India we follow this committee for the purpose of control and supervision and experimentation on the animals, which is a body by the central government. And according to the guidelines by this committee, we have to every institute which needs to conduct the experimentation on the animal has the institutional animal ethics committee, and we submit our research protocol to them, and they approve the protocol for the conduct of the study if it is really going to be useful or not. So depending on that, our protocol was observed. So what we did here, that we just randomly divided the Vista rats into the 5 groups having the n is equal to 6. This number n is equal to 6 was taken for the determination or for the statistical confirmation, and we treated all the animal group with the whatever the test drugs we wanted and the standard drugs for the period of 28 days. So this is the way we treated them in the 5 groups. The first group was just given the normal saline solution. Second group was given the rifampicin in the dose of the 50 milligram per kg of the body weight. This dose was calculated from the human dose. So there is a conversion formula for the calculation of the dose to the animal. From human dose to animal dose, we can do that. So according to that, we calculated. Then the next group was treated with the silamarin, which is a as said as a proven hepatoprotective agent at present. So we treated that with the rifampicin and the silamarin. So this group was administered with the silamarin and rifampicin, the another with a berberin and rifampicin, and last was with the berberin alone. This was again to confirm that whether the berberin is also showing any hepatotoxicity or not. So this was the experiment which we conducted, and these were the parameters evaluated in this experimentation. We just monitored the food and water intake and the body weight in the animals, because the initial, or you can say immediate effect of the hepatic elements is seen on the body weight and on the food and water intake. And even we evaluated the liver function parameters and the histopathology of the organs. So these are the results which we obtained in the animals. So what we observed that there is no any change in the body weight is observed in all these groups which we treated over here. So this NS indicates that there is no significant difference. But in case of the disease control over here means the animals which were treated with only the rifampicin, because that's a inducer of the hepatotoxicity in this study. So what is observed that as compared to this rifampicin and the combination of what we gave with the berberine and with only berberine, there is a significant change in the body weight. So the body weight has been improved. It was not changed like the disease control group. So this indicates that this berberine is protecting against the hepatotoxicity by the berberine by the rifampicin over here. So same way we determine the liver parameters, so in which the AST and the ALT was determined and the total bilirubin was determined, as these are the parameters considered for the liver function. So again what we observed that the activity of this AST was found to be increased in case of the animals which were treated only with the rifampicin. But with the other drugs, as this is the silamarine treated, this is the combination of rifampicin and berberine, and this is only with the berberine. So there is no any the significant decrease in the activity was observed as compared to this rifampicin group. So same thing was observed with the alanine transferase. So this led us to the conclusion that yes, this berberine is providing certain protection against the rifampicin induced toxicity, which is similar like the standard drug which is used over here. So same thing which we observed for the another liver parameters, that is alkaline phosphatase, and with a total protein also. So similar results we obtained over here. Then for the total protein also, and for the albumin content also. So in case of the total protein and the albumin, there is decrease in the formation of this in case of the hepatotoxicity induced by the rifampicin. So over here there was significant decrease, but the protective agents they had led to the maintenance of this level to the previous or to the normal control group which we had as our standard group over here. So coming to the histopathology, so because after 28 days studies, we just sacrificed the animals by the euthanasia technique, and we isolated the liver and kidney of the animal so as to find out whether there is any potential hepatotoxicity or liver toxicity to confirm that. So it has been observed that the normal hepatocytes and the portal triad was observed in this normal control group. Yeah, it is the animal treated with the normal saline solution, so no any such toxicity. But in case of the rifampicin, the mild hepatocellular vacuolation was seen. But by in case of the combination, there was normal architecture, same like the normal treated group. And with berberine also, some normal central lobar hepatocytes were observed. So this confirmed us that yes, the berberine is providing certain protection against the rifampicin induced toxicity. Same thing we observed for the kidney histopathology also, because we all know as such the rifampicin doesn't causes the any nephrotoxicity, but some nephrotoxicity might be there with the external substances what we administer with the herbal medications. Also we always do this nephrotoxicity evaluation. So here also some mild infiltration of the inflammatory cells was observed. No any major inflammatory or no any major kidney disorientation was observed, but yes, some mild infiltration of the inflammatory cell was observed, which was not there with the rifampicin and the berberine combination over here. So that has led into the conclusion to us that there is no any physical or the chemical incompatibility between these two agents what we selected for the study. It has got the this berberine has a antimicrobial activity, and this is our finding that yes, it is having a very good antimicrobacterial activity against the tuberculosis bacterial strain which we used. So this can be taken ahead forward for the evaluation against the resistant tuberculosis. So I'm finding the sources where I can go for the evaluation of this actually in the tuberculosis, resistant tuberculosis strain, and where the such facilities are available. And the hepatoprotection by the berberine is also provided against the rifampicin-induced hepatotoxicity. So can it be a potential anti-TB drug, so that it will have the some antimicrobacterial activity, anti-TB activity, as well as it will provide the protection against the rifampicin. So we can use it in combination with the whatever the TB regimen is recently used as one of the additional therapy. I'm not saying that it will totally replace the whatever the anti-TB regimen is used at present, but it can be there can be some integrative approach in the all the alternative therapies and the modern medicines, so that a better treatment or the treatment with the safety and efficacy can be provided to the patients, to the humanity. So that was my conclusion. So at the end, I again say thank you to all for the patients listening, and I just end up my talk with this. Thank you all. So I hope I have finished in
very
time.
nice.
Yes. Thank you,
I have a
Vaishali.
question.
Dr. Vaishali, thank you very much. Thank you for the excellent speech.
So, can you, may I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
So, thank you very much. Very nice presentation. You did very good experimental work in vivo and in vitro, both. But the thing is this, have you extracted the berberine through the plants? Which part of the plant you have used? Or you have buy the standard of that from Merck company or somewhere? How you analyze this thing? Can you tell me?
Yes, sir. Berberine is isolated from the rhizome of the Berberis aristata,
Rhizome.
and the different, yeah. This is actually we in India, here we have an herbal industry. So they have provided us with the sample of this berberine, which is so the certificate of analysis was also there with this. I have not isolated it in my lab, so even I didn't did any experimentation on the standardization. It was available from the industry. We have a collaboration with Emprex Healthcare and the Ayush Healthcare in Pune. So they are providing us these extracts or the phytoconstituents, individual phytoconstituents like the curcumin or the berberine, whatever we are working in together.
I see. From rhizome of that plants, they are,
yes, sir,
provide you. I see.
Yes,
Because the
yes.
fruit is having a lot of antioxidant and as you know, all the herbal have a nice activity on especially bacteria or some not viral, we can fungal. This both is I did a lot of experiment. And what about the pathway? Have you done some work in animal tests to find out the pathway of effect of berberine on this body or no?
No,
You
sir, no,
understand?
sir. I could not do that much over here.
I'm
because
saying
of-
the way the berberine is going, you are injecting in the blood or some oral
Sir,
testing.
it was given by the oral. It was given
Oral,
orally. So we have a oral gavage. We just take that solution in the syringe, and the small oral gavage is there, which has a blunt
Right.
end, and we just put it in the mouth of the animal, and we just
Yes,
inject
yes.
that. So directly it goes into
Yeah.
the gastrointestinal stomach, yeah, and from there it is absorbed.
I see. Because plant, as you know, when you are going to extract ethanolic extract, water and ethanolic extract, you will find lot of components
Yes.
on that. For traditional way, because you are not going to, of course, making the drug out of that. you are going to give the supplement or something like this, prepare this thing, I advise it's better to find out all these components through the fruits, flower, leaf, and root also. And you will find a
Yes, sir.
lot to continue these experiments. I advise if you have some facility, do it this, you will find a lot of good result. Best of luck for you. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Was first.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Vaishali Undale. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, and moving on, our next speech is from the chairman of this conference, Professor Hegi Gabriela from University of Pécs, Hungary, and she is giving a talk on Introduction to Neural Therapy. And I request Professor Gabriela to start her talk.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, and share. Can you see that?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, okay. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I come back again. And may I remind you today for the first Sunday before birthing the Jesus. This is the Advent in the Christian world. And this is a big fest, the biggest fest all over the world for the Christian people. And this is today the first Sunday for that. This is a special evening. Okay, my topic is the neural therapy with acupuncture, and is this a reality for the treatment of the patients or not? How can we do that? And because I am teaching for medical doctors, having a professional, the traditional Chinese medicine at the Pécs University, where is established the TCM Confucius Institute, which is the sixth one all over the world, according to the TCM, traditional Chinese medicine. This is a very interesting topic for that. The neural therapy and the acupuncture as additional treatment for the lower back pain, because everyone has a lower back pain during the lifetime, more times as well, and it should be treated very quickly and very effectively. This is the Cambrella project, the pan-European research on complementary and alternative therapy, which was sponsored by the European community a few years ago. And they are the 16 universities. They were participated on this project, and they are behind them, the well-known expert, and we made our results for the European Union to make a prescription, to make some suggestion from each country to introduce the complementary medicine. According to the acupuncture, as you know, in the European countries, they are regulated profession in Switzerland and Malta, and regulated profession, and but not EU registered, the green one. But in 24 countries, they are regulated treatment and not regulated profession. And in the 13 countries, especially the Norway, Sweden, Finland, Poland, and Iceland, there are no specific therapy regulation. There is the references about this. The neural therapy is a relative new one subject in the complementary medicine because there is officially accepted in the Switzerland, Austria, and in my country, in the Hungary as well, as a medical profession, recognized by the Hungarian Academy of Sciences. It means that we are very proud, and I am very proud especially to introduce it in Hungary as well. The definition of neural therapy, what does it mean that? This is the therapeutic local anesthesia or therapeutic neural blockage are common, use the local anesthetic, and the neural therapy approach aim for the long-term relief of pain and functional disorders. The question is the functional disorders as well. And there is a very excellent book was published by Dr. Stefan Weisheng, Professor Stefan Weisheng, who is working as a gynecological endocrinologist in the reproductive medicine department in University of Heidelberg. The neural therapy we can combine with the acupuncture as well, because they are both invasive, minimally invasive, but only in the high-skilled hands as well, and both have knowledge of the distant phenomenon, and both have a few side effects. Of course, they are the contraindication as well for the neural therapy and for the acupuncture as well, but basically they are the special forms of the regulatory therapy and aim to influence the whole organism by following the holistic approach, because the complementary medicine has a holistic approach for the human body. There are some scientific evidence for that. And first of all, Sigmund Freud was introduced in 1984, and the Karl Kohler, the local anesthetic in the useful therapy. And they discovered that, especially for the chronic pain and particularly with several trigeminal neuralgia. This is the reason. And after that, Sigmund Freud, congenital co-worker Kohler, immediately recognized the cocaine's potential as a perioperative analgesic agent, and we use the analgesic agents for this time. And the local anesthesia for operation found its way into medical routines nowadays, for every medical routines as well, and its therapeutic use was nearly forgotten, because there is one side the therapeutic effect and one side is the analgesic effect. The scientific evidence is that they have a multitude effect on the central nervous system, and beside the well-known action of the sodium-ion channels and the neuroprotection from the central nerve system, protect against the sympathetic sprouting in the neuropathic pain and reduce the intracranial hypertension as well. We use it as well. And there is some evidence in the basic science that pleiotropy, that is the alternative effect of local anesthetic, on the non-excitable cells has a longer lasting effect than the pharmacological half-life of the drug in the sodium-ion channel. And the local anesthetic induced the GG protein complex mediated intracellular anti-inflammatory mechanism. The effect of the local anesthetic, reducing the release of the pro-inflammatory substance, neurogenic inflammation concepts, according to this, the chronic sterile inflammation substance. And there is the pain is going to holiday. It means that if we use it, before in the visual analog scale, we can see we use it the first neural therapy. After that, the pain is reducing very quickly. And after that, the second neural therapy treatment form is using very quickly as well. And the third therapeutic procedure, after that, they're using for the first one. It means that there is very, very effective, and it takes a very short time to reduce the pain for the patients. It means that the complaints are decreasing, and it means the salutogenesis by the pain holidays as well, as mentioned previously, and the memory effect are very important mechanism of the chronic pain disease, and we use for the chronic patients as well. Which substance we are using? The procaine, lidocaine, xyloneural, and the other as well. They show a selective productivity for activating the limbic structure without adverse effect of cocaine. There are some clinical researches In the contrast of this expert knowledge concerning the underlying mechanism of neurotherapy and its frequent use in Central Europe, there is an obvious lack of clinical evidence, unfortunately. But a recent systematic review of neurotherapy musculoskeletal disease could not identify any high-quality studies that prove an effect of neurotherapy. But the few exceptions to the lack of data are randomized clinical trials on neurotherapy, multiple sclerosis, on the therapy of distal colitis and the acute pancreatitis, they are shown. Some reports have also shown high cost effectiveness and a significantly higher treatment and care-related patient satisfaction with the primary care for muscular disease, rheumatoid disease provided by physicians practicing neurotherapy in this practice. The acute pain and the chronic pain disorders, we can use the neurotherapy, the headache and the migraine, trigeminal neuralgia, post-herpetic neuralgia, myofascial pains, and the fibromyalgia as well, and the visceral pain according to the head zones, and the post-amputation pain syndrome. We published some research for that. You can find it in the PubMed and the other source as well. But we have some functional disorders without organic findings. For example, the vulvodynia. The vulvodynia, clinical experience in our unit with more patients, the first evidence that the local anesthetic injection around the pudendal nerve and the hypergastric plexus provided long-term relief of the painful condition. We cannot find any medicaments and any substance, pharmacological substance for that. The second one is the chronic colitis. In review with description of their own experience, in the Swedish group described the results of the treatment of the colorectal mucosa with the topical application of the 2% lidocaine. The clinical results were very promising without any side effects. And reportedly, the tinnitus could be very effective for our introduction. There are some vegetative systemic disorders we can apply the neurotherapy. For example, the sympathetic pain describes the sympathetically induced vasoconstriction, ischemia, tissue damage, and the chronic pain in the respective area. We can see it as a dark field in the bioresonance and aura therapy. Yes, I would like to turn back to the previous lecture. And the well-known examples are reflex of the vasospastic disorders such as Raynaud phenomenon and thromboangiitis obliterans, the so-called Berger disease. The early sympatholysis with the local anesthetic injection or infusion to the respective ganglion or artery is an auspicious method of relieving these conditions. Also, causalgy and reflex dystrophy, the so-called after the damage, the tissue, the Sudeck disease, are vegetative disorders, and we can apply the local anesthetic injection to sympathetic ganglia. And there is a very promising approach for relieving these severe conditions. Probably the menopausal hot flashes, we can improve for the genital region as well. There are some miscellaneous indication for in the oncology, in the procaine infusion, the Alzheimer's disease as well, and the hypercortisolemia and stress therapy as well, and the wound healing as well. It means that there are a lot of indication for applying the local anesthetic as well. The 5 different administration methods are for the neurotherapy. The first one is the local and trigger point infiltration. The infiltration in the trigger points and tender areas, so-called the ligaments and fascia after the palpation. And they were first described on the trigger point manual. This approach is very similar to the acupuncture ashi points, according to the traditional Chinese medicine, because the ashi in Chinese language, yes, there is, and we can apply besides or with acupuncture for the patients as well. The second important action is the segmental therapy according the head and Charicot zones, according to the vertebral anatomical mechanism as well, and the zones, and to give them to the paravertebral ganglions, the infiltration in the intervertebral facet joints as well, or the ganglions. They are the main techniques. The third one is the regional therapy, and the regional therapy anywhere where we find the problems with the patients. And there are the systematic infusion therapy as well, and very special for the disturbing, the Störfeld therapy. It means that the Störfeld therapy, the word is from Germany, because there was the Huneker brothers, they have founded the neurotherapy in Germany in the last century, that the Störfeld according to the interference field. And the interference field or disturbance field, it could be a main cause to have symptoms in the other part of the body. What does it mean? It means the caries in the teeth, or the removed tonsilla palatina, tonsilla pharyngea or something, and the scars as well, because they are disturbing fields as well. And another disturbing features are the sinuses and the oropharyngeal region significantly reduce the tenderness in the cervical spine. They need, of course, some clinical studies. And in the basic method, methods of the scar treatments are the importance of the treating scar tissues, either in any part of the body. The next one is the pathological, radiological symptoms of the spine disorders and the lower back pain as well. And we have very nice, fascinating results to apply with acupuncture, the neurotherapy as well. What are the cause of the lumbar pain? The lumbar pain can cause a lot of problems, and should be medical doctor and professional medical doctor to find it which is the best and which can cause the lower pain. But don't remove and should be understand the degenerative disease and facet degenerative joint disease. This is the small cause, but could be appear that tumor and the malignant tumor as well, Paget disease and coccyx fracture as well. It means that we need some controlled situation, the vision for the X-ray and computer tomography and MRI as well. They could be the cause of the lower back pain. It means that even though the metabolic, the good, the hemochromatosis, ochronosis, osteomalacia, or urologic can cause urolithiasis, infection, or gynecologic, even the metastasis in the bones, and the spinal primary tumor. We have to make a very, very strong difference in the differential diagnosis to accept the patients to treat with neurotherapy and acupuncture. No, the diagnosis is the accurate case diagnosis, inspection, gait analysis, palpation, imaging, laboratory, and apparatus diagnosis as well. This is the Omura professor from the New York City. He basically was a cardiologist, and he found the digital no-ring test, and the digital no-ring test is a very, very impressive test for find the place where is the problem on the body. Only I would like to introduce him. He is a very old man, but he is very excellent with the digital no-ring test. You can find it on the internet. What does it mean? But this is a testing problem, testing methods as well for the lower back pain. No, what are the disturbing fats? And for example, there is a root inflammation, the root inflammation. There is a very big caries as well. And this could be cause the pain and ache in any part, but especially the lower part as well. The second one is the atlanto-occipital disorders as well. You can see this is the atlas, and the spike of the atlas is not in the normal stage. This is moving, and there is the manual therapy. We can solve the problem first, and after that, because can cause lower back pain as well. What does it mean, the scar? The scar, any part, after sectio caesarea, after any kind of operation, the scar is a disturbing field, and it means that we can use the local anesthesia to neutralize the disturbing fields first. There is the cavo-morale disturbance fields, and we make the injection with the local anesthetic to the root. And of course, we can make remove the tonsillus as well, because the removed tonsillus could be a disturbing field as well. And you can see the treatment, ganglionoticum treatment, for example, the hearing disturbances as well. And there is the segmental therapy for the neural therapy, There is the ganglion therapy for the patients. And of course, we have to know the trigger points of the body. 7% of the trigger points are acupuncture points, according to the traditional Chinese medicine, and we can use for the local anesthetic as well, and especially the local treatment as well, we can use it. And they are the myofascial trigger points for the local anesthetic or the dry needling. It means that the pressure of the more sensitive points can lead to a far symptoms. It is the myofascial trigger points. The local treatment, we can treat the ligaments, muscles, and tendons as well, and should be very clearly remind us to the anatomical situation and to repeat the anatomical situation as well. For the local therapy, there is the facet joints injection, and the facet joints injection could be a very nice solution for the lower back patients as well. And there is the iliosacral articulation importance for the lower back pain, because all the time we have to palpate this area, and if there is a disturbances, according to the field, finding the disturbances to make a the joint of sacroiliac treatment is the dosage, the 2-4 millimeter procaine, lidocaine, and the needle length is very long, relatively long. And the method is the turn to the abdominal side to the patients, and according to the sacral 1, 2, 3 finger to the sacrum, to the middle line. The deep could be for the insertion of the needle is 3, 4, 5 centimeter, according to the fat and the tissue of the patients as well. The segment therapy for the iliosacral articulation in case of functional disturbances, of course, the treatment point, the musculum glutei adhesions, the processus spinosus sacral, a periosteum painful during pressure, or the ligaments, and musculus piriformis maximal points treatment. There are some patients, they are suffering from musculus piriformis problems, and there is no medicaments, no other treatments we can solve this problem. And there is very nice the acupuncture together or without acupuncture, the neural therapy. around the articulation, the gallosus, the fibromyalgia, which notes the injection, and periosteal injection to the coccyx after painful pressure. They are very, very useful. You can see the procedure as well. The patients are lying position, and after that, to palpate that, we can insert, and there is a dosage, and the dosage, the maximal dosage is only 10 milliliter from the 1% procaine or lidocaine as well. There is the treatment of lumbar spine as well, the monoradicular nerve blockade, we can use it from the processus spinosus, 1.5 centimeter lateral, centimeter lateral needling, and we can shift back, and after that, very slowly we can make to this area as a periradicular infiltration for the patients. No, and there is the treatment ligamentum iliolumbare, you can see, and there is the anatomical situation, and there is in the living patients as well, and in the living patients as well, we can see, I have a patient with disc herniation for 10 years, and every month, 1 or 2 times, he came to our department, and without any operation. It was unnecessary to operate this lumbar disc herniation as well. It means that he is symptom-free. Of course, besides them, we have to teach the patients to the swimming and to the correct sitting in the chair, and the correct movement and the correct McKenzie exercises to do every day. And this is the procedure. You can see the measurement to the correct place, and this is the injection as well. Okay, and now you can see in the living. Maybe we can see or not. I am not sure. No. There is a living film, but maybe we can repeat it one time. And we apply the permanent acupuncture for the patients as well. And for the first session, the neural therapy and permanent acupuncture, and second session neural therapy, third session neural therapy, and fourth session neural therapy after 1 month. What does it mean? This is a special needle with lumen, and we use the absorbable monofilament, the surgical monofilament, to the trigger point, to the acupuncture trigger point. And it means that we don't disturb the patients every day, every second day, but only once a week. First time together with neural therapy, 1 month later with neural therapy, every week neural therapy, and 1 month later with this, because this is absorbable. Okay? The mechanical, I wouldn't like to speak about this, the connective tissue. This is the mechanic for therapeutic effect of acupuncture. There are the mechanical signaling to the connective tissue, and it was a very nice explanation. How does it work, the acupuncture? And there is a novel hypothesis for the involvement of the purinergic signaling. It was published a few years ago. It means that what's published in the Neuroscience Nature, the needling adenosine receptors for pain relief. It means that it could be the adenosine alpha-1 receptor in mice contributes the anti-nociceptive effect of acupuncture. It means that there is the ATP, adenosine triphosphate, come to the wall, to the channel, like the adenosine, and after that to improve the cell, and could make an effect for the pain. This is the acupuncture for mice, acupuncture and dry for low back pain. It was a very nice Cochrane back group, and it was used that there is a very effective for the patients as well. Conclusion is that neural therapy performed by high-skilled physician only, medical doctor should be, and the diagnosis in the discopathy, disc herniation, ischialgia, protrusion, postoperative and degenerative, the treated and the control. There was a study, we published this one, and we treated 249 patients as well. And there is the distribution of according to the age and the gender. And there was the untreated patients as well. And there is the treated and the untreated patients. And you can see the big, relative big difference, and significantly was proved the big difference between the treated and the untreated patients in this method. Which results we have? Where were the best results? The ischialgia was the best results in the ischialgia in the VFAC, and according to the lesser was the discopathy, and the less results we had to have in the postoperative edemic situation, but after that, by time to time, we were able to have some results. The conclusion was in all patients where we have treated, we have positive results as well. They are the indication of the neural therapy. Any type of the pain syndrome could be musculoskeletal, internal headache, and so on. For example, I have now a trigeminal neuralgia patients, and it was no effect with the pharmacological substances, but with neural therapy, we have a very nice effect. Neuralgia, gastralgia, gynecological disturbances, idiopathic complaints, vegetative dystonia as well. But there are some contraindication as well. For example, the inherited disease, psychiatric disease, we cannot contact the patients, metabolic disease, tumor, tuberculosis, sclerosis multiplier, liver end-stage disease, of course, anticoagulated and hematological disease, hemophilia, and so as well, and allergy with local anesthetic. This is the main contraindication. And unhopeful or end-stage patients or unclear disease as well. There are some miscellaneous indication for the oncology and the Alzheimer's disease, as I reported, hypercortisolemia and stress therapy as well, and the wound healing as well. And there is a very nice event many years ago. I went to Austria to my colleagues, the Neurotherapy Association, to have my diploma. And after that, I introduced to the Hungarian Medical University as well. And in Hungary, there is controlled by the law, there is medical profession. And in Austria, there is an official medical exam for the medical chamber for the doctors as well. Finally, I would like to refer some references to show you efficacy of neurotherapy in referred patients, patient satisfactory of the primary care for muscular disease from Switzerland, effect of pain management by us, essential of neurotherapy. There is a book, I wrote a chapter for that, and effect of neurotherapy on quality of life in patients suffering from Raynaud syndrome. It was published in the European Journal of Integrative Medicine with my PhD students as well. And there is officially accepted study for in Hungary for medical doctors only, and with the final exams. And there is my first group. They have learned it during 1 year, and he is my new PhD students for that. He's a gynecologist, and he applied for the neurotherapy very sufficiently with his patients. It means that if you went to the acupuncturist, never tell him I have general pain, because you can receive a lot of needle. Neurotherapy with some needle could be very useful in any kind of the pain with a high-skilled hands as well. Many thanks for your attention, and may I take an opportunity to wish you a very peaceful Christmas event and without any COVID-19. Many thanks.
Thank you, Professor Gabriela. That was so excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any questions, please?
No question.
Okay. Thank you.
No question. Everybody is tired. Now in such a nice event, and hopefully we can meet in Budapest anytime, anywhere.
Yes.
And welcome to the Budapest for
yes,
the World Organization by organizing by Nawaz Sheikh.
Yes, hopefully. Thank you. And moving on, our next talk is by Dr. Wai Ching Lee from Singapore, and she is going to give a talk on ancient future personalized holistic medicine. And I request Dr. Wai Ching Lee to start her speech. Thank you. Please unmute. Dr. Lee, please unmute yourself.
I think that would help, huh, Mr.
Yes.
Nawaz? So thank you, Mr. Nawaz, and thank you, Madam Chairperson Gabriela and Dr. Pavan for this invitation. That's actually wonderful. So many good souls with so much information to share. It's been really exciting 2 days, 3 days, huh? I think so. And I hope that I can share also my experiences, and this could be of support, as I've felt as if I have done so much research in the last few days. So I hope you enjoy this presentation, and you can see everything clearly, everyone?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, beautiful. Okay, so my name is Wai Ching Lee, and my doctorate is in philosophy of healing, but I've researched a lot of different modalities through the years. And so when I saw this theme, insights and innovation in traditional and modern medical healthcare, a passion for better healing and integration, I got really excited. And because this is what I'm doing, and hope to bring some insights into that. And as a subtitle, I'm choosing Ancient Future, Personalized Holistic Medicine, because the way that my journey has been is that I try to really see each person as a matrix of energy, a soul, and really come to that person with the great reverence and honoring, because then I have the privilege of serving that person. And I feel that every person that is, healed, has become better, is just such a lovely testimonial and such a lovely feeling. So in terms of ancient future techniques and all the different modalities, I'm somewhat known for that, modernizing the ancient healing arts. And this is an article in the magazine Spa Asia in China. So I'm also modernizing the Chinese concept, the notion of Qigong and Tai Chi. As you know, that Dr. Roger Yanka has spoken of it, and we are very much entrenched in the traditional arts and the very traditional concept and the cosmology and the beautiful philosophy of the traditional Chinese arts. And how are we going to bring it into a modern science and the modern allopathic medicine? I work with medical doctors in integrative medicine for almost 20 years, and I always have to adapt, right? And to make it really result oriented. So we ask the question, how holistic do we want to be? So how holistic is holistic? So when I was researching, so the Tibetan model, for example, is this. First, we calculate the birth date and the time. Then we look at the physical congenital constitution, the past and present physical and emotional constitution, the disease, most auspicious day and exact time for the treatment, which assign direction to face when you're getting the treatment, while certain acupuncture portals are stimulated or relaxed. Okay, then after that, during that time, you're supposed to drink certain infusions and swallow some flower, pulverized gemstones and earth pills, perhaps with a metal alchemical compound, while chanting specific sutras, and while you're being anointed with specific aromatics. So on top of that, the treatment must be presided by a practitioner with the right cosmic harmonic alignment with the patient. And the relationship to the family and the karmic situation must be considered. And then after that, what is the prescription for home care? So how far do we want to be holistic? And how far back in time? So a little bit of introduction, my story. My story back in time is that my great-grandfather was a TCM physician to the Sultan of Selangor. And my bloodline just evolved and blossomed in 1990 when I had an amazing experience of awakening, the Kundalini awakening, or it was during a Qigong class. And so I would say that it was an integration of the larger Wu Qi, the larger cosmic energies with my own. And I saw this light coming through the tree lines during a practice in San Francisco. And it was coming through and then interpenetrated into me. And I just went into a nice flow. It was actually, my body was flapping around like this. And there was energy going up and down. And I was in a state of bliss, beautiful light all around. And I just knew at that time, I just had to take a deep breath, take it in and ground it. And then I was back and I could follow my class which went on ahead. So it actually was at that moment, I realized how the truism of these principles that we've been practicing in energy medicine, and we just practice without grasping and without expectation, and just being so really filled with light and joy when we are practicing. And then it happens, the magic happens. And when it's supposed to happen, when it's in alignment, right, with the soul destiny. And so that was what happened. I was able to do this healing work. And it became actually this Infinity Quantum Qigong, which is based on flows of energy in waves, spirals, and particles. And it was based on the infinity sacred geometry of the figure 8. So later on, if you would like to, I'm on YouTube. You're welcome to see some of the movements, and we can stay in touch. This is just the beginning for this family, I feel, and that we are just getting to know each other and can share. I know that half an hour in Earth time is really short, and I'll see how I can flow through everything. So this one, the Qigong is based on that. And then what is Qigong? It's energy cultivation, human cultivation of energy, internal and external, biological and cosmic alchemy, as part of a natural ecosystem of forces and influences. So we consider all the influences, including in the Chinese cosmology, feng shui, which means earth, water, and it goes beyond interior design. It's about where we are and our relationship with the environment, and our relationship with who we are as a genetic being, and our environment, epigenetics, and our karma, ancestral lineage, and our birth day, even the way that we chose to come in on the day that we chose to incarnate, and then also with the family and our interaction with society, and then using our free will and destiny to create our future and our present time. So for this, I've been doing the work for a while, and it has culminated in this. It is a documentary that I'm doing with director and producer Sharon Rose, and it's called Quantum Qi. So here I'm trying to also present Qigong as quantum science. And you'll recognize Dr. Roger Yanka in there too. He's one of our associates. So if you don't mind, I'll just get this one in the forefront. And okay. Can you see it? You see that it's lovely. Oh yes, let me get that, grab this one. So this is called, this is the second segment. Here we go.
The combative arts like karate, judo, Chinese kung fu or Chinese boxing, it's a combative form of fighting, the art of expressing the human body.
Kung fu, it means time and effort together is kung fu. The muscle power, the right position, the right spirit, more than that, is the internal qi, like a battery.
The beauty of these.
So we'll take a vote, or we'll watch the video some other time, and we'll just continue. All right?
Sure.
How is that? Okay. Okay, here we go.
So let's continue.
Let's continue. All right, very good. So we're starting at this point with Infinity Quantum Qigong because it starts with me as a being, and here, and you recognize this just now from Dr. Sujata's presentation. Yes, you see that same. Yes, and this is Dr. John Rogerson, and we met in Bangalore, and this is when he took the same kind of thermography, and it is, you remember that it's said that when there's a healer, there's actually a white flash that comes by, and I hope that you're all hearing me all right. Are you all hearing me well?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Beautiful,
Yes.
beautiful. So that's it. So that is actually pulling for us healers here. We're pulling the energy from the cosmos, and it's white light, and it's coming through us as this thermography is being shown that is coming through us, and we are actually being healed. And of course, Dr. Sujata has a lot of experience in this. So I thought she would have liked to have seen this. And what does it mean when we do healing? Well, yes, does someone have a question? No? I heard someone say something. So, okay, so this, you remember, this is how like a Kalyan photography takes the energy field of us. And as I mentioned, there's always a white light when there's a healer. So here, just to present the work on pure energy healing, this is what happens without any tools. And I have experienced, of course, many modalities and have studied, including a bit of homeopathy, aromatherapy. But when it comes to pure energy, this is pure Qigong practice and pure Qigong healing. And if you remember, Dr. Roger Yanko says that we have everything in our body. The elixir is within us. And so if we can come to that point where we can connect with that elixir and that ability to transmit, to hold the energy and transmit, we just have it within ourselves. So this happened at a party with Bharat Chopra. If you recognize the name, that's Deepak Chopra's nephew. And we were partying, and he told me that there was a growth on his shoulder. And then I put my hand there, and the next day it was gone. So it was really just creating like a vibratory upgrade, a calibration and upgrade of that energy. So all this is on my website. You're welcome to go and have a look. And these are just excerpts. So this is from Bharat Chopra. So the next day it was gone. And this is one of my very dear friends, just passed on, Edgar Met him in Bali and did some work with him. And he's also he was the founder of Institute of Noetic Sciences. And if you're familiar with that, for those of you from the US, it's an amazing organization that does research into psychic and energy healing and sciences. So one of the very few organizations that started off in our work. And so he also had a long-lasting experience. And this is Dr. Kim Jobs. And here, I'm just going very quickly. And this is actually a past life regression, a 3-hour one that I did with him. And in turn, he held the space for my past lives. And so that's a story to tell. So when I talked about timeline and ancestral, and how holistic it's going to be. This is also where I'm going with this. What my sharing is that we can go way back into time and space, into the quantum field to do this. And so I let you read that. And so this is Dr. Nigel Eccles on Harley Street. My office is also on Harley Street in London. And there I practice when I'm there. I have also offices in Singapore and Bali and Los Angeles and New York when I get there. So here it was actually clearing the space with his sports injury, his wrist, that's right, and also clearing the space for him. So I do space clearing, and that is part of Qigong, and that is actually really important for those of us who are doing clinical work, because the energy is transmuted, right? It's being transmuted, it comes through, and it has to be transcended, transmuted, and transformed. So this is what I did there and taught him how to do that. And this is Dr. Deepak Whitmer, who is an astrologer to Osho and a doctor of psychology. He was smoking 52 years and 75 years old, but he couldn't stop. And it took one session and he stopped. So this is all part of that quantum healing that I will be speaking about. And this is Richard Sloan, and he had psoriasis. And you can read here that he was told to just join a psoriasis society, and he was pretty devastated. And then he came for 2 sessions, and then after 2 weeks it was better, and then the psoriasis was completely gone. And what it was also a past life and emotional release work, and going back in timeline to his childhood and the childhood trauma. So and also his self-image, yeah? So we went through many layers of multidimensional healing. So these are just examples of what can be done. And this is just very recent in October. And with Carrie, it was long distance, and I've doing a lot of long distance work, just as Dr. Truthsayer as well, and resonate with her. And so it also goes to prove that there is no time-space limitation, and I will explain quantum entanglement later, that we can do it if our mind and our heart is strong with spirit. We have the intention to heal ourselves and others and the planet. It can happen. So she was healing her eyes, and you can see that in 15 minutes she had relief, and then she started getting better and better. And we did other work as well, and including abundance work. And so I think the funding is coming in next week. So just to continue, I just am just amazed at who we are and our matrix. And with this, I like to show the beautiful work of Alex Gray. So here we have the human physical substrate, the physical aspects of us. And of course, you being being medical practitioners or non-medical health practitioners, we all know these different systems. You know it much more than I do. And then we come to this, our auric etheric anatomy. So this is something I usually show when I give talks, because those who are not in energy medicine, they are not familiar with it. And this gives a beautiful graphic to that. And so we have, of course, the chakras, you recognize that. And then the meridians, if you see really closely, there are meridians and points as well, the trigger, the portals. And of course, the auric field, and then our connection with the lattice of light, the Tantra. And you can see right through here, the center line, which I will speak about, and how to achieve that so that we can be amazing transmitters of light and healing. Now, on a more refined level, more subtle energy level, even more subtler, is this. So this is what we begin to look like, right? As the toroidal field around us, actually the auric field around us becomes more defined. Let's say when we start to leave the bodies, when we sleep or faint or go into coma. So we are still very much alive. The chakras are still vibrating. Or in the Chinese cosmology, there's the 3 treasures, which Dr. Yanka talked about, and the Sanbao, and which is the upper, and the middle and the lower Tantian. And of course, there are many, many more, so many acupuncturists and Chinese physicians here. Now, this is what I see. When I come to people, this is what I see first. And also the previous etheric bodies, if there are any breaks or darkness there, that's where I start going to my light matrix and start channeling in that and transmitting and start weaving and remediating and bringing the whole light matrix, actually even more so there and possibly also there, right? Depending on the condition of the physical imbalance. But here we are already completely light, and this is where we connect and we come down the center line and then we expand. And this, you can see that the light, the lattice of light is all in spirals and waves and the figure 8 as well. That's why I call the Qigong that I teach infinity quantum Qigong. So isn't this beautiful? This is that who we really are. Yeah, I can see some of the smiles coming through. Yeah, I know Alex, Alexandra, Lara, and Dr. Truth there. So let me connect this, my amazing experience when I had, and then I just opened up my clairvoyance, and this was what I started to see, the yin yang. Okay, the yin yang with we all know it very well, and then I started to see it everywhere, and definitely when I closed my eyes. And what happened was that I started to see the yin yang in various configurations, one on top of the other, and then also spinning in spirals. And when they are on top of each other, there's a line that follows straight through, and I can see this beautiful the S curve. And then when you join the other S curve, why does this move? Oh yes, it does. I didn't know. So and so it combines into this whole, right? And let me get back to the whole. And then there's a center line that goes through it. And then if one yin yang symbol is on top of the other, it follows up a straight line, and then there's the figure 8 that goes up, and that's, to me, is the helix, the double helix. And so I keep following, and then that goes up, and then there are all these different helixes around us, and that's what I keep seeing. Now, coming back to this, I sorted this out in 1990, and then just saw this in other representations, other schematics. And so here we have the yin yang, and remember that straight line, and then the polarities on the dark and light, and then in each one there's a bit of light and a bit of dark, so nothing is that defined, right? It's always a flow, a symbiotic dance of the polarities, which is what we experience here on this planet, on this world. This is the dimension. Now, besides that, I saw these the hexagrams and the bagua, and these are, I saw them starting to like blink on off, and to me that was like, what? It's like Morse code. What is it? It's the binary code. So I saw this all in my inner vision, and I started researching all this cosmology of the universe and who we are, and how it comes into the 4 square and the bagua, the 8-sided movement of our through the cosmos, through our 8 cycles as well of life, and also the different codes. These are codes, our binary codes. So each one of us came in with codes when we were born, exactly the same time when we took the first breath. So at that time we incarnated. It corresponded with the planets and the sun, the moon, the stars, and so I'll speak about this later. And then, of course, there's the wonderful crop circles, and that's the message from the universe. I'm sure some of you know that. And again, the same thing. These are all codes. And so while we're on the planet Earth, every symbol that we see, whether it's 1111 or we see just a religious symbol, or even the numbers or the colors that we see, they're all codes to help us remember who we are and why we came. To explain a little bit more about the quantum field and the Wu Qi, the illimitable or the void, that's how we call it in Qigong. And so later that the more we research that there are similarities in the viewpoints of the quantum field. So there's a 0 point and there's a center line. Of course, in the Vedas, it's called Sushumna with the Ida Pingala and all the Mama points around us. And in Chinese cosmology, there's a central governing vessel. There's always this center line, and it goes up to the 0 points. So what are the 0 points when we actually start to journey back, when we create this passage up, when we leave our bodies, when we sleep, we faint, we die, we journey into the subconscious or the superconscious state. There's a central cord of light in our soul matrix, the soul strands that we go back to. This is what I saw that day in California, in San Anselmo, when the light strands started interpenetrating me. This is what I saw, and I see it in people. And also the portals which open when the energy of the soul will loosen to be released or the energy to be brought back. But when lined up, these energies, we are able to enter different dimensions, the multi-dimensions, the multiverses of ourselves, to access the realms of ideas, insights, clarity, and to connect with the other entities in the other side, on the other side, the ancestors, the guides, the masters, and our own soul union. So which is more important. And what it shows up as is that it's stability and equanimity in our bodies, in our emotions and our bodies. And this is of course, the benefit of meditation, which is what the soul union is. And so in Qigong, we take it one step further. We bring it down to the body. That's why so many people find Qigong so grounding. And it's so grounding in the healing arts as well, with acupuncture and moxibustion and using herbs and also the Tuina massage and also the way of Daoyin or what is known now as tapping. So it's very embodying this practice. So when we come back with this, we want to move with intention into the physical action, the most integral way, aligning spirit, mind, body. And so coming back to the quantum side is that Nikola Tesla says, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. Right? And so we are familiar with him very much now. And but also in embodiment, we see how his work is all coming to the fore and how it's being brought into people's consciousness. It's time now. It's a time of evolution for this to be known. So again, we have the spin energy that happens in our bodies, in the blood, in the double helixes. And we want to link that up again with the spinning chakras and the treasures, which I mentioned in the toroidal field. So keeping that in mind and how we can journey back to the quantum field and come back, we spiral back down through the center line with this new information through the light. So what is the quantum energy field? This is one definition. Everybody has their own. So basically, it's a dormant energy. We think about it, it's the void, right? The illimitable, the Wu Qi. So it's dormant, but it's a field waiting to be charged and activated for when we connect with the soul. And it becomes an active field of infinite possibilities. It's a field of emptiness, the void. It's nothing and everything. It's Alpha Omega, multi-dimensions and multiverses, the beginning and the end, and the creator, the creatress, the feminine aspect, the masculine, feminine, yin yang. And also it's the microcosmic, the subatomic aspects of us and the macrocosmic. And then it's space and matter. Whatever definition with it, there is no name because you can't name the Tao, right? But there are ways to actually travel back through this portal when we are travel in our sacred journeys, when we are about to sleep, when in our dream time, and when we do it in lucid dreaming and deliberately in healing, when we activate certain of the acupuncture points, you know that can be very expensive, and it's really beautiful. And so how do we enter into this stage, right? And we have the breath, nature, orgasm, music, dance, sports, prayer, meditation, contemplation, saying grace, being honoring of the divine aspects of it, if you want to be more poetic and not so scientific. And you can just space out sleep, dreaming, and also illness, pain, coma, fainting. This is where it affects us as healers when certainly when I work with people like that, and also do healing treatments and journeys, because we know that people in coma actually still have some consciousness there. It's held by that sutratma, that silk, that light that's still connected until we truly complete it. Even when a person passes on, when I do my transition work, helping people transition and helping my mother, first of all, to going through the chakras and closing, they're still around. And you know that as energy, they're still around for quite a while. And so when we are in that unified feel and flow, we feel centered. Everything becomes easy, effortless, and we are in the flow, right? And then also we go into a timeless space, but there is where the creativity is. I'm just only reiterating where we are when we're in a quantum field and where we can access all this amazing healing just within our bodies and without any external tools. So here we are, creativity, that we recreate ourselves, regenerate, rejuvenate from within, the fountain of youth. And it's also called the wells, the sacred wells in this Bible. And of course, they're all the fountain of youth in Chinese. And here we are. We come back to healing. And some of the insights I've had with ancient healing as quantum science and medicine is the concept of particles and waves. Because what I saw in the universe now is particles and waves, that there's all these movement in the body. We can't see the external, all the cyber internet waves and our energy field, even now across the oceans and through the cyberspace, we are all linking in our consciousness. But we are, because the particles and waves have organized themselves into images and words on the screen. And so this is absolutely amazing. So we know that in quantum entanglement, that as we affect one cell, it affects the other, like the butterfly effect or the 100 monkey effect that is called. So this is the way that we can explain remote or long distance healing. We can affect the realities. And so at this time, we can affect how the situation is of health and healing in this time of cocooning. I don't want to call it lockdown. It's called cocooning because we are going to come out as butterflies, right? And so here we also see here there can be paradigm shifts while we live in the parallel world. So we can choose to be caught up in the narratives and who's right, who's wrong at this time, especially in politics, or we can just remain in the center and just bring in our power. And in terms of innovation, there's a future of fusion of techniques, modalities, methods now, and the use of cutting-edge quantum frequencies of technologies that come in patches, cards, amulets, bracelets, and LifeWave was mentioned yesterday. And I work with Nature's Frequencies. I'm on the medical, the Health and Medical Advisory Board, and we'd love for you to try out some of these products. So just get in touch with me. And for me, those products are absolutely amazing, and I'll show that later. So they really, really work. And so here's the pulse and diagnostic technologies that we heard Dr. Huang speak of, where we can take a pulse from a distance, and also there are quantum resonance technologies such as the QXEI, the NES, and so many others, and coming up right now. And there's, of course, integrative medicine, where we are coming together with the Western allopathic scientific model and coming together. So this is the time for energy medicine to be birthed into that model. We know that. So let us just serve with open heart and joy. And of course, what's interesting is artificial intelligence, AI, whether we are for it or not. I think it's here to stay, but we have robotics, and we already have lasers using crystalline technologies such as the Ruby. So this is here in the future, and the future is now. So for those of you interested, you can also research yourself in the Nature's Frequencies Quantum Chi. And what's interesting is that I have some of it here, is that they have the ability now to infuse the frequencies of herbs, essential oils, and the latest is the CBD. So you don't need the oil to actually benefit from CBD. So we might want to look into that. And the earthing card is this. I don't know if you can see. I think I'll show it later. And this is really important in protecting us from the impending 5G and what else we don't know. The 4G is already bad enough, as we know. And it is, for those of you who do applied kinesiology, you know you can easily show how holding a phone can just weaken the whole system. It's systemic of the person. And my concern is, of course, the children. And we have to tell people more about that. And here you can see that how it affects a little girl, boy, you know, and you see a lot of children holding the phones, and the 10-year-old and an adult is bad enough. And there's an increase in brain tumors, as we know, both in children and adults. In fact, 2 of the people I know have passed on from that, and very advanced before they could know it. Oh yes, I managed to do this. You have all this information in there, and I just invite you, it's not to just do your research, and there are already 7 USA patents on that, and there's a FAQ and information just
Voice is not coming. You are disconnecting.
Hello, Dr. Lee.
Voice is disconnected.
Yes,
I
yes.
think her internet is being cut out.
Yes,
Some-
she's been disconnected, I think.
Yeah, she's been disconnected.
Because of
so,
the. Yes, yes.
I think we're going to have our
research all this. These fabrics give out negative ions, and they're breathable, and they're also fire retardant. And this is amazing for hospitals and healing centers, which I'm writing the concept for. So I'm excited for all these technologies as well, and as a way of bringing nature and ancient practices into present time, and into modern as well. So I'm really excited about the future, and start to use all this. I use all this. I'm sitting here, and I'm sitting on my earthing pad as well, in a nice cushion. So my point also is that we may know a lot about this, but we have to learn how to use all this for ourselves every day, like drinking enough water, and using the herbs, and teaching people how to eat well and so on, which we do. That's our job. So this is my practice in bringing that whole idea of energy medicine, energy in the traditional way, and seeing it in a new light, and quantum medicine, and then as future technologies. So we are all sound and light like this, and this is our connection with spirit. And we are really space and subatomic level. And so when we can take the healing there and really connect with the light and sound that we are, then we can really bring this to harmonics. And I think someone mentioned just now sound. I think it was Dr. Sujata. And of course, in the art of cymatics, if you've not seen it, is that the iron filings or sand or salt can be on a plate, and then vibrations are really projected to it, and they start to form shapes like Om, create this beautiful mandala. And of course, then we use these at 432 hertz, and for example 528 hertz, and they all have different frequencies. And so I speak of that. While I speak of that, I'm a very hands-on person, So here is a 432 frequency from my crystal. So I'm trying to put everything in half an hour. And how do you feel with that? It's pretty nice. That's 432 hertz in crystal. And of course, we are crystalline. And the blood, the lymph, the synovial fluids, the interstitial fluids, it's all crystalline. And I work with Masaru Emoto, and I just want to say thank you to him for having created this modality of slicing the water into these crystals and then showing it to us. And so thank you. And here we are, it could be very interesting for you. This was research, and I've left the source at the end here. You can take a photo of it if you like. So right now it seems that the COVID virus has a vibration of 5.5 hertz and it dies at 25.5. And now let's see how we can research that. And here you have the pain, fear, the frequencies, irritation, noise, pride, superiority as well. And then you have the higher ones with generosity, gratitude, compassion, and the frequency of love and compassion for all living beings at 150 hertz, and unconditional and universal love at 205. So there are all these different kinds of calibration. And so here another one, a prayer and good intentions. So let us send out our good intentions to everybody who is afraid of the COVID-19 and raise their vibrations as well as ours. So that intention can go from 120 to 350. And I'll show you next. That's the source. Here we go. Okay, that's when I do applied kinesiology, but I want to skip to this. Is that one way to keep the frequencies high, besides doing the inner work and transmuting all our negativities and lifting that up to the light, doing the breath work, and going out, dance, eating good foods, vital foods, and resolving all issues with people. No point carrying that around. And so we have external uses, like some of the tools that I've shown, and one of my favorites, aromatherapy, like atmospheres and technologies emulate nature's frequencies and so on. And okay, the 7.83 and that being sound and light, I've already spoken about it. We have quite a bit. And also how it activates the mitochondria and the energy, that we create that in our bodies. And that goes into the interstitial fluids, interstitium, which, by the way, has been distinguished from the fascia, which we thought that the meridians run through them. But actually, they think it's the interstitium, which is even more of a subtle energy, more refined. And here I jump to the 432 hertz. And this is what it looks like in cymatics. And the crystal of thank you for Dr. Masaru. And okay, here are the frequencies. There we are. Frequencies, the COVID-19, vibration 5.5, it dies at 25.5, pain, fear, irritation, noise, pride, superiority, generosity, gratitude, compassion 150, 150 and more, unconditional love 205, and then prayer and good intention, which we can do. If we have time, we can do a little alignment later if we have time for that. And that goes to 120 to 350. Let me jump to this. As I mentioned, I love so much. And Professor Reza and I, we just really had a lovely time when he showed his slides about the rose. So I brought out my rose jam from Turkey and my rose tea, which I will take a sip of. And it opens up the heart. And what do you know? The rose is 320 megahertz and the highest in essential oils. So very happy to share that with Professor Reza. And his presentation just took me to a whole different level. And so I just needed to have this rose around me. It showed all these rose orchards. So, and it's timely because 2 days ago, I went to a Gaharu Agarwood plantation where it's all the distillation. And we did a ritual, like an Agnihotra, for those of you who are familiar, but the prayers were we did all the countries in the world, and the prayers was for, of course, purification of COVID-19 and all viral infections. And as we know, essential oils are antibacterial, antiviral, right? And so that was the ritual that we did, the ceremony. Now, going back to this, I practice applied kinesiology to make sure that everybody has this concept, holistic nutrition, where I do allergy testing, we look at recovery, look at prevention, and this is really so key because I could have had cancer in 1990, and I learned about this then, and I wish I'd known this from my mother and my aunt who both had ovarian cancer. Mine would have been ovarian cancer as well. It took me 6 months to turn it around when I had that experience of the integration, the calibration, and that whole Kundalini experience. And since then, I could do healing work because of that alignment that I spoke about. And now I make sure that everybody I work with, I test them for all of this, the holistic nutrition, and call it flexitarian. Now, also we do fasting and purification, which is we need to detox. And again, I can't emphasize it enough that people should have purified water because, you know, people do water fast on tap water, right? And mineral water that has the dioxins in it already, you know, they put it not in the sun. So sometimes some of us, we travel. And so I carry around a little kit and also for my shower. And I carry this because you can structure water between smaller dynes, more bioavailable, great for the creams and medicines. It boosts and potentizes, just as we know in Circation for homeopathy, we can boost your supplements. So this, I talked about this Crystal Blue ENT. I worked with the CEO. You can welcome to look into it. They do huge agricultural projects as well as using water as antibacterial, antiviral medium, right? Once we have intentionalized it, either by frequency or the human mind can do it, but it takes a long time. We can work legs and so on. Technically, it takes about 7 minutes. We've done the research with Dr. Leonard Lasco to actually change the molecules of water in glass. You can take a glass, bless it, say grace. It takes about 7 minutes. But this one is just instant. And a lot of the new quantum technologies is just instant. So this is, the water system has crystals in it, but very stable. The thing about working with these kind of man-made technologies that they're stable. And I still love the romance of crystals, of course, and jewelry, but they need cleansing and they're not so stable. So going back to us as crystalline people and crystalline beings, we also need to clear ourselves. And some of these are used in fasting, of course, but the most important thing is the water. And so in vibrational medicine, this I've researched and experienced most of it, and of course essential oils. Also create flower essences for my client, and so they are custom made for the clients and it's very specific. Hence, we go back to the holistic, personalized service. So again, using applied kinesiology, making sure that the diet is just right for them. Their detergents, their perfumes, if they use it still. Their toothpaste and everything else around their home. Okay, so and also use homeopathy and chromotherapy, and color, and of course crystalline therapies. And here we have the consumer goods now that is here, and more people ought to know, and we should be the ones telling them more about that. Okay, so awareness of everything is the key, and also listening to the sound. This is just something more philosophical, I suppose. You can just read it, because I know about the time. But I feel as healers, we definitely have it in our consciousness to transform all this and going into learning how to enter into these states and taking our clients into those states as well, either through herbology, because mushrooms are amazing. Actually, they have a little bit of hallucinogenic qualities, just in a very light, just like tomatoes. And of course, someone talked about the ayahuasca, and I've experienced that, and amazing experiences, and especially doing qigong after it. It was absolutely beautiful. And here we are here as human beings to transform and to transmute. And I love the transcendental medicine aspects of it. And so I actually have something called transcendence, which is dancing it through into transcendence and doing aesthetic dance. So we have how we can transform pain into relief, suffering into pleasure, fear into love, limitations into ecstasy, and contraction to expansion. That's evolution, that's growth. And we are all here to do this. And of course, in our line of work, that's the healing and learning the art and the practice of this transmutation, transformation, transcendence, these lovely words, and interaction with the energy field that we are in coming together with our creative selves and our God selves or soul selves, and then accessing the information and blueprint, and then sharing that with the people we know, whether it's through the needle or through the kinship with the earth, with herbs, and in healing. All aspects of healing is just so exciting in all cultures, all indigenous cultures. And everything here is a holographic universe. And so whatever thought forms are now being received and shared, we can just lift it up to this beautiful evolution. In this, as we change, as one heals, others heal. And as we, as one heals, others heal. And as we as healers, when we activate others and bringing forth, and I'm so excited with having legal counsel here in the way that we need protection, like Wei Ji, which is what actually the video would have shown, is the defensive chi, the how to create a defensive shield. And we need this also in the legal world and this density of this world. So I'm really excited to have Sheldon here also to support us, and we will keep shifting a little at a time. So this convergence has been so inspiring for me, and willing just to share. I've learned so much more about Ayurveda, and definitely more about acupuncture, and also the fusion of using homeopathy with acupuncture as well. So these are some of the modalities I do, including light languages and singing soul songs to my clients, and some of the more esoteric aspects as well, but staying very grounded in Qigong and in body work as well, and also somatic movement and alignment. So we have to stay grounded. Let's see. Okay, that's we are all held together here by the universal intelligence, and so we give thanks, and I give thanks for all of you being here. And if we want to, we can do a short meditation, but if there's no time, we can just connect to collaborate with various projects and doing courses for professional or lay healers. I've trained quite a few doctors and nurses, and will continue to do so. And this is incredibly exciting time to be alive with all of you. And so I thank you so much for listening and for receiving. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Cheng, I have a question for you.
Please.
Do we have time, Mr. Nawaz?
Yes. Please continue, please.
Okay, as we know, the human body has two major dimensions. So one is physical dimensions and one is non-physical dimension, which is energy or spirit. So I'm a Nichiren Daishonin Buddhist chanter, and I've been chanting for more than 2 decades. So we know that the sound, we always say that the voice works for us. So, and we know if we want to tune into to cosmos or universe, we cannot connect through the physical body. We have to ascend from the physical body to our spiritual energy, electromagnetic body. Or that's why we call it spirituality. Spirituality doesn't mean that you should pray all the time. You should just ascend from the physical body in order to tune in with cosmos. So as a chanter, that has been working for me, and my prayers are answered one after another. And definitely, I cannot claim all, but I can say that I can tune in to cosmos. We do the Tibetan bowl and to make sound through our sutras. You mentioned meditation, and I want to know your view and insights regarding the meditation works on electromagnetic, because human body is an electromagnetic device, especially the brain and the heart.
Yes.
And that's why they are channeling, right?
Right.
So at this point, I would like to know your view regarding the meditation and electromagnetic body of the human being and chanting and electromagnetic body. So these two, I have my own view, but I don't have to discuss it here. But you are an expert on that. I would like to know your view, and also the sound of Tibetan ball that we do through the sutra, how effective it is in order to tuning to Cosmo better.
Right. And I knew that this information that I was sharing could be just 101, very basic for some of you and some not. So I just thought we'll start there and then go deeper. Now, I used to chant also other sutras and, the other different cultures, and I love it. Then I had an experience of the light languages. It came through a Buddhist altar, and I started doing my own chants, and that's where I've gone to now, to bring forth the codes and the light languages, and specific to me and to the client. So in a roundabout way, I'm just saying to you that when you tap into your own matrix, your own energy field, your own sound, your own vibration, your own electromagnetic information that's coming from your soul through the soul strands, you might just shift away from the sutras, even though the sutras have ancient intention. It's been there for a long time, and we can tap into that, into the seed syllables, into the intentions that were placed there, and we still can sometimes singing a beautiful bhajan, or going back to the sutra is wonderful, but to really tap into your own soul matrix or your own bioelectricity or whatever it might be, if it's electromagnetic, because we have already magnetized the aspects of our soul closer to us when we practice. And the meditation is also inviting the divine into us again, and to connect. Actually, it's not outside, it's inside, as we know. It's the inner space, and the divinity is within us. And that was the most mind-blowing thing, when I knew everything was inside, and the quantum field is inside, and I traveled and had all these images inside, and I didn't know, I knew how to do these things. But one day I was meditating when all this was happening, that I was asked to go to water my plants, but I had to put milk on my plants. And I said, what? Never mind, I'm crazy anyway, so I just put milk on the plants. Later I read in a book that that's what you do to prevent aphids in an organic farming books, but I had no idea. Where did I get that information? So little by little, I started releasing all the other sutras. Of course, when you're singing in a kirtan, you just want to go along, just like singing a 1980s hit tune, right? You just fun. And but when you're really deeply, deeply connected with the self, the higher self, and deeply connected to our own divinity, something else happens. And that is the voice, the little voice comes in. And when that came in for me, it was the same voice that told me that I would have cancer if I didn't change. If I didn't learn love, I would have cancer. I was like, what? It was the same voice. It was the same voice that told me my name, Amalia. That's my spiritual name, Amma. And it was the same voice that I hear now when I come to a client and the light languages come through, or in a vortex, let's say in a special area, high energy area, where I'm asked to channel in the tones that connect with the cosmic celestial sounds and with the earth, that brings in earth healing into the acupuncture points of the earth. Whether I do that or I do a clearing, I have to listen very closely. That's what we do. We all listen as healers, whether maybe you're told to put the needle in another place, and the needle also, from what I know, the energy of that person can draw that needle in. right? Whether you dip it in some essential oils or not, or some crystals, you will draw whatever the body needs, will draw it in. So I feel that in the next level meditation is to just give ourselves an opportunity to just really listen in to the silence. Actually, it comes as silence, and that's why when people say this, it's not just you know that, right? All of us, we are here together. We know our experiences. We've all had them, and that's truism. When we listen to the silence, and something else comes through. So I hope that answers the question about meditation and meditating on the soul and being open to the true sounds of our soul, the soul songs that come through for ourselves. And I find that when I go into a state like that, my meditation is shorter. I can just do it much faster, recover and just sleep when the sounds come through, and I can just say it. So even now, if all of you would like to just join me, just say your name, just sing your name, whatever name comes through. Just close your eyes and go in and just feel it. Take a deep breath, and counting to 8 is what I've done with someone with COVID-19. He was breathing only till 5, and I had him in 15 minutes breathing to 8. So let's all count to 8, the infinity, and go there for a little bit. And then out for 8. And then continue at our own pace, in for 8 and out for 8. And then smiling into our hearts, and then connecting with each other in our hearts. And celebrating this union, this exchange. It's beautiful. Namaste. Thank you again, all of you, for this convergence, beautiful souls together.
Are you done, Dr. Cheng?
Yes, are you? Any other questions?
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
That was fantastic, Dr. Lee.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excellent.
So
Thank
blessing.
you.
Is it a
Thank you
time?
thank you for
Mr.
being so willing to play.
Mr. Nawaz, there is I have one question. Is it possible?
Sure,
Do you
sure.
have time?
Hope Dr. Lara and
Okay.
Alexander are okay with it.
I think
Okay.
Laura is waiting, right? Yeah.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Best of luck for you. I'm enjoying very well. Lee, it's a very nice presentation. Now I am very relaxed to get it the more energy. I want to say about the more about the Rosa Damascena is, as you know, in family who is going to be dead, everybody using rose water, as you are now drinking the rose
So
water.
good.
It's a very, very traditional way in Iran. I think so. In a very, very bad time and bad feel and full stress, if you take little rose water, you will be more relaxed. And one question from your side, can you tell me as you know, the universe, if there is no energy, it means no life. And our body, which part of our body get the energy and which part giving the energy to others? Can you, these questions come in my mind. How is energy coming, which part of our heart, liver, or some mind or somewhere, and how we are distributing this energy from which side, from our tongue, our speech, our feel. Can you explain this thing?
Wow, that is
Can we do it at the panel discussion?
Perhaps at the panel, but we are all energy. We are transmitters and we are receivers. Every part of us is transmitting from the cell. That's the short answer, right?
Because,
every part, in and out,
yes,
intra, extra.
Every part is giving and every part is taking. It's okay.
Right. So because we have to get the next one. So it's like my logo.
Short, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
everything, like yin yang and giving, and it's like my logo, in and out. It's like that, the lotus. Yes. Yeah. So we are transmitters and we are receivers all the time. So always merging in the divine union. Yes, to put it poetically. So, like we merged over the rose. Yes, thank you, and thank you for bringing the essence of, the spirit, the diva of the rose in today. It just carried me through the entire day. So thank you, Professor.
Welcome.
Do you prepare the rose water to drink? Do you boil the rose petals in water?
No, yes, you distill it. We will first distill it, and
so
essences will come up. You will not boiling. Rose is different. It is a just extract we call.
I can show it to her.
If you want,
just wait a second.
If you want rose
just wait
water,
a second. I will bring it to you.
Okay, very good. If you want rose water, you must distill it petal. And
Professor, I have the hydrosol. I have the hydrosol of the hydrosol.
Oh, it's okay.
The haru.
Then very
I show
nice.
you. I show you. I show you.
Yes, good. Because as you know, the rose is about 500 kg is giving 1 liter
rose
of
water.
rose, only essences. Yes, 5,000 kg of petal. You extract. Yes, this is a bottle of
That's
that.
the
You
highest
see?
frequency, as Dr. Cheng just mentioned at the beginning. Among all the herbs and essential oils that this one has the highest.
Really? How did you test it, Dr. Parvin?
Pardon me?
Did you test it? Did you test it technically or just by
That's
your
what Dr.
senses?
Azai, he just mentioned, because during the, people that are grieving or traumatized, or because emotion has a charge, emotion has a negative charge, has to be immediately neutralized. Otherwise, that emotion, if it's trapped in the body, can be very destructive. That's why during the time that people are grieving or they're traumatized or they're anxious, we give them rose water. We in a form of sometimes in a form of potent or in a form of diluted, in order to neutralize the negative energy of the emotion. Otherwise, that emotion, if it's trapped, the person is gonna it's gonna block her energy and cannot survive. And without energy, there is no way that the physical body can function. So thank you so much, Dr. Zaid, that you brought it up. So we always have it at home. Anywhere we go, I have it in my office. I have, if I'm drained with the patient's negativity, people come to us because they're not feeling well. So they're not they're not balanced in the state of balance. So they're projecting a lot of emotions on us, and we have to be very kind of we perceive, right?
Yeah.
And after each patient, I have to have my rose water in order to neutralize the amount of emotion that is being poured on me. So the same thing at home, like in my kids, if they have exam or they're anxious, I give them rose water. So something that you can find it in any Persian house.
Yeah.
So neutralize the negative emotions.
Yes.
So.
Yes.
I've got
one thing more. Dr. Parveen, you can use it, this one, for cosmetic whenever you are using.
Okay, now you're relieving my secret as well. Because the negative emotions or the those negativity comes to the skin, because the skin is the biggest organ and it's your protective, right? And the very first organ that absorbs the negativity is your skin. So I use it as a toner. So now you're really releasing all the information of Persian people.
No, after did my PhD, I started work in that institute, starting to do this. I said, this plant is national plants of Iran. I must do a lot of work. Up to now, 30 years, I am doing special, lot of work on this species. We have at least 57 species in our institute. I collected through the whole of Iran. We have the one collection of all roses. About 5 of them, they are giving the very, very nice essences, general and citronal and something, and rose water.
It's a flower of love, it's a flower of love. If you love someone, you give them rose, right? It's just opening up the heart, and that you want to keep the heart of the person you love, keep it open. You got to give it rose, it's sometimes you say, okay, the rose is exhausted and we are waiting for another rose. So the rose is a flower, flower symbolizing love, and it's directed to heart. So
it means all the time we are with love.
Another caller?
Yes, that's why we're surrounded by love.
Having some rose jam.
Speaking of love, I wanted to thank Dr. Lee for the presentation, and I wanted to respond energetically. So if you can tolerate just a moment of love expressed in sound. Here we go. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear it. We'll see.
And what is that blue tape you have in your chest?
Me? This one?
Yes, in chest.
Yes, it's actually interesting you should ask. It's nitro. It's nitric oxide frequency.
Oh.
There's nitric oxide. It's now researched. And I can send you a few, 3 or 4 videos by medical doctors, and they're using it in conjunction with hydroxychloroquine. And nitric oxide, it oxygenates the blood, right? And it's now part of the protocol, also nitric oxide. So this is frequency. This is part of the same company I just told you about. Let's say with this the nature's frequencies, right? And they have amazing, like they're relief if you have pain, and you stick it, if you know where the acupuncture points are, right? Most of you do. And people who don't, they just stick it there and the pain is gone in like 5 minutes to 15 minutes.
In the acupoint?
Or any, just the point of neuralgia, wherever the pain is. And it's that's why this is good, because there are a lot of lay people and I can't see my clients. So I discovered this in the last few months together with these amazing, like this, when I wear really open clothes, because when I start channeling, I sweat.
Yeah.
I generate a lot of heat. And so, but these are negative ions. And I discovered this only in the last 2-3 months. And now, actually, honestly, when I work on the computer, I just do this and I sleep with it. And they're also blankets, and they're negative ions, and they're fire retardant as well. So it's saved someone's life. You know, when he ran out with a shawl over him. So,
you sleep like that?
Pardon?
You sleep like that?
Actually, I have a blanket that's 100% the neurons. It's anions. It's anions are negative ions, and then they're like waterfall. And the higher the anions are, the more negative ions, and it has to be in contact with the skin and friction. So I just gave a talk on UK Health TV about this. So anyone interested, I'm happy to chat. And colors are fabulous, and they have underwear, socks, and so on. So I just invested because, look, that's 5G, right? You know, we have to do what we can.
And now in China, 6G.
Oh, I know. Shenzhen is totally. And in Wuhan, you know, they were, the people were dropping like flies already, like six weeks before the supposed virus is announced. So I think it all has to do with that. That's why I wear this as well. Thanks for asking, the nitric oxide. Because when I first tried this, I felt like I took a breath and it was like a breath of fresh air. I said, whoa, you know, this frequency really works. And so I said, okay, I'm going to try the rest and see, you know. So I just recommend this to a lot of my clients who I cannot see, and it can just be sent to them. And even my client with multiple sclerosis in a wheelchair, she has not been out in the sunshine for 3-4 months because there was no volunteer to come and take her out. She puts this all over her, and her spirit is high and her energy is good. So if she can't come to any of us, it helps, as long as it helps someone, right? That's what we're here for.
Where can I buy them?
You can contact me, or you can just contact that link I just gave.
Where?
Contact me. During my slides, if you see, it went really fast. But okay, I'll put it here. And I'm on the Health and Medical Advisory Board. So if they're very keen to they actually did OEM for doctors, chiropractors, and naturopaths for 8 years. And so they're very keen to talk to professionals. So I'll be very happy to introduce any one of you to them, to the founder. He's a lovely person, and he's very keen to I've tried to do it here, but I can't. Let me see if I can pick it up. And they have 6 USA patents. So let me see if I can. And actually tonight is when they have every Saturday they have a practitioner speak about their experiences together with oh my gosh, there's so many now. I thought it didn't take. There it is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, right. Stay in touch, everybody. Stay in touch.
Dr. Cheng, by the way, I sent you an email. Please reply.
Okay.
Okay, later on.
Later. Okay.
Yeah, even tomorrow.
We can chat for a long time. And I want to give you some of these, all of you, if I can.
Yeah.
It's Gaharu, especially Professor.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
everyone. Best of luck for all of you. Enjoying very well these 3 days.
Thanks to
Me
Mr.
too.
Nawaz.
We got
Thank
a
you,
lot
Mr.
of friends.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nawaz.
Come in a few minutes.
You did very well.
Thank you very much. Yes, and moving on, our next speaker is Dr. Lara Lopez from University of Porto and Center for Bioscience in Integrative Health, Portugal. Her talk is on traditional Chinese medicine-based training for autism, a clinical study protocol. And I request Dr. Lara Lopez to start her talk.
Hello, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be with you. I enjoy very much all the presentations that I could watch, and I hope that we will keep in touch and do more of some alignments together and some synchronized meditation and all the things that are really good to improve our frequencies and to have better chi for all of us and for all the planet. I will share my my screen now with you. I ask you to tell me then if you are seeing it. I am starting the screen sharing just a little bit. Second, I will now catch the presentation. Okay, can you see now my screen with the title? Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So I will speak. I'm a psychologist and I work in integrative psychology since I have also the studies in traditional Chinese medicine. Now I'm doing biomedical research for my PhD, where I am combining the TCM point of view with the conventional neuroscience. And I really, you are hearing me okay, right?
Yes, we are hearing you. Yes.
Okay. So I really love this, this paragraph that says that if neuroscience will remain open to encountering phenomena not previously recognized, this will undoubtedly improve our scientific understanding of human functioning and of how ancient practices can enhance human well-being in our modern times. I am very inspired by this sentence because I really aim to achieve some understanding through neuroscientific validated measurements to explain the efficacy of some of the TCM subjects for the autism spectrum disorder, especially. So the autism spectrum disorder is the most common developmental neurodisorder. It affects 1 in 45 children nowadays. It is characterized in terms of diagnosis as a persistent deficit in social communication and social interaction. They have repetitive patterns of behavior, interests, or activities, and the symptoms present in the early developmental period. So it is first infancy disorder. If we search on the PubMed, we can find acupuncture, craniosacral acupuncture, phytotherapy, Qigong, and Tuina message that is already researched in the use of clinical cases with autism. From the traditional Chinese medicine point of view, regarding the Heidelberg integrative model of traditional Chinese medicine, we will consider the constitution, the external pathogenic factors influence, the organ patterns that are disbalanced, And taking all of that in considered, we will take our diagnosis for each of our child or person with autism spectrum disorder. Of course, it will depend a lot from person to person. The TCM diagnosis, that's the beautiful part of TCM. It is really very individualized. But in most of the cases, what happens is one of these two patterns. Very often, the cardiorenal, the heart and the kidney, is in disbalance in autism people. So this makes that in terms of internal agents or emotions, people with autism struggles a lot with fear and with extreme excitement, voluptas, that they can't manage in the most social accepted way. So it is a fire-water disbalance, mostly of the times. Sometimes we know then when things are too much for any of us, we have to react with some with some rage. So we go to the wood side according to Chinese medicine, and there is when we have children is auto-aggressive or that has aggressive behavior to hurt our other people. Now integrating this with the conventional medicine, we could say that when we are speaking about the fire element, we are activating the flight mode in terms of psychiatric terms. When we are with aggressive behaviors in the wood phase, we are activating the fight mode. The fight or flight mode is very known in terms of conventional psychology or psychiatry, right? And then when we are on the water side, on the kidney part, with a lot of fear being the really struggle emotion, we have the freeze mode. Yeah? So in terms of, you have here in this image, what kind of dynamic in terms of sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system is happening in each of these elements of TCM. So I will now try to show you a small video of what is the fight, flight, freeze mode. Okay, so then with the video, we can speak a little more about how an autistic person feels most of the time and why they behave like they behave and how we can help it.
Humans, like all species, have self-protective mechanisms to help us survive. Our fight, flight or freeze survival response, the FFF for short, is designed to mobilize our brain and body to fight an enemy or freeze to hide from a predator. Is dangerous and can set off false. Our brain's watchdog senses and barks danger. Our body enters survival mode quicker than our rational
Olha, rodelinhas. A minha...
mind can react, leaving it trying to figure out why we feel in mortal danger. When the FFF alarm is sounded, we start to breathe more quickly and shallow, causing hyperventilation, and our heart starts beating very fast. These changes can cause strong chest pain, which many people interpret as symptoms of a heart attack, when in fact it's just a result of the FFF activation, which can be relieved through breathing exercises. As a way of getting you ready for action, blood is diverted towards the major muscle groups. Blood flows away from our digestive system, causing the bladder to relax, and we might feel the need to pee. The mouth goes dry, nausea can occur, and we get the butterflies feeling in our stomach. Blood also rushes from extremities, leaving us with cold hands, but often sweaty palms as the action-ready body starts sweating to avoid overheating. Legs and hands can start trembling and feel weak, while tension starts building in big muscles like the thighs, neck, and shoulders. In our head, FFF alarms cause our brain to focus on negative memories, probably so it can scan them to avoid danger and negative outcomes. We get tunnel vision as our pupils dilate to increase our focus and long vision, but as a result, we lose our peripheral vision. FFF activation also reduces our ability to recognize differences in facial expressions. Too much oxygen and too little CO2 can result in dizziness or lightheadedness, which many people interpret as signs that they might faint. But because fainting is caused by a drastic drop in blood pressure, and because the FFF increases both our heart rate and blood pressure, it's nearly impossible to faint when this happens. Over time, depression, anxiety, and high levels of stress all harm the brain's ability to slow or cancel false FFF activations, causing them to happen more often. Knowing the symptoms of false activations makes it easier to recognize and reduce their effects. At Tankiboxen, you can learn both bottom
Okay, so you see, it's not good to feel the fight, flight, or freeze mode. It is really very, very scary, and a lot of cascade reactions all together at the same time. And that's why autistic person struggles a lot to thrive in the most natural routines of our day-to-day life. Now I'm sharing again my presentation. I think you are seeing, okay?
Yes, yes.
Yes, okay. So what we have to help autistic spectrum disorder people from the point of view of TCM, we have a Qigong and Tuina massage that can be done easily with 50 minutes a day, and it will improve a lot the sensory issues related to autism disorder. And when we are sensory balanced, we all know that we are more prone to interact also better, to receive energy from the other, to give energy to the other, so to interact. And we are more prone to receive the social conductance that other people try to teach us in the school, for example. If we are sensory overloaded, as we just seen in the fight, flight, freeze mode, it is totally impossible to learn to be okay with our own body, and so it is totally impossible to develop in a happy way. So you can imagine how struggle it is to live with a sensory disbalance. From the TCM point of view, this sensory disbalance could be regulated through Qi activation in the meridians. And so you are seeing a chart of the 12 movements that are already tested in a lot of scientific papers regarding this protocol. And before I told you about our results and what we want to do to improve this protocol already treated, I will show you another video where we will see a little bit how the autistic children react in the beginning of the massage. Of course, it is not easy because they are sensory overloaded, so to be touched is not easy, but with time, the mechanoreceptors, the proprioceptive sensory reactors, and also the chi on the meridians, of course, become balanced, and it is so much easy to do the massage, and all the behavior and all the feelings of the child starts to improve and to be more happy and more exteriorized, and everything is much, much good with a simple massage. So let's just watch a little bit how it works. It is really simple, something really simple that we can do to help autistic children.
Autism will start usually long before the age of 3 when it's diagnosed. We don't know why there's social delay in autism. We do know that if there's any barrier to touch in the first 3 years of life, there's going to be social delay. Because touch is where social development begins. And in autism, there is a barrier to touch. Children refuse touch on different parts of their body. They struggle with it, and parents try to cope with that. It's not the parents' fault that the child refuses touch, although the parents often think that. It's actually a problem with the child's sense of touch. What should feel good to the skin doesn't feel good. A kiss on the face is a little bit uncomfortable, causes a rejection response. What should hurt doesn't hurt. Sensory nerves in the skin are affected, and there's a problem with the sense of touch. The organ of touch, the symbol is the hand. It isn't the hand, it's the entire skin. And the skin covers the body. It has millions and billions of tiny little sensory nerves in it. It is the way that the brain and the body get to know each other. When the baby isn't touched, those connections between the skin and the brain are dormant. But when the mother touches the baby, it sends that message up, this is my face. It sends that message up, oh, this is my mouth, I'm going to nurse. It sends up that message, this is my hand. And within a few days of life, the baby, while feeding, seeks the parent's face and seeks eye contact. This is the first social interaction. Well, the baby's life is going between little upsets and periods of calm, and then little upsets and periods of calm. And each time that they have an upset, it's parent touch that brings the baby back to calm. This is a graph of parenting stress for typical children and parenting stress for children with autism. And what the research shows is that it's 4 times higher in autism than it is for typical children. There is something that parents can do for the problems with touch, and it's called Qigong massage. That might not be a familiar word to a lot of parents, but it's a familiar practice. It's been used in the East for thousands of years. I've taught this to hundreds of parents, and it works. It seems simple. It's a 15-minute daily massage, but at first it can be difficult because the child will resist touch. We have techniques for each of the areas of the body to help work the child through those difficulties. And so if parents have support, they can stop avoiding those areas that are uncomfortable, and they can actually work the problems through. Massage is the strongest, most organizing medicine that we have. Massage can turn things around. After about 5 months, the parents can get the autism about 30% less severe. That means that the severe child moves onto the moderate child moves onto the mild end of the spectrum, and the mildly affected child can move off. The stress level of the parent goes down, the connection between the parent and the child is there again. Those emotions of love and trust and belonging can flow again. Everybody feels better.
So as you see, there are very simple approaches that can be really effective. So in terms of average results, autism severity decreased with only this massage approach 32%. So there was an improvement in behavior and language as a consequence. Sensory problems improved 38%. Sensitivity to touch and texture improved 49%. Bowel movements and sleep disturbances solved in many of the children. Bowel movements and sleep disturbances in autism spectrum disorder are really a big struggle for the families. You can imagine when you have a child in your house that can sleep more than 1 or 2 hours during all the night. Nobody sleeps in the house. You are worried with your child why he doesn't sleep. You are exhausted, everyone is exhausted, so all our chi is completely drained. So sleep disturbances, it's really one of the major struggle in autism, and it is very common. Bowel movements as well. And with this massage, normally the sleep disturbances and the bowel movements in 2 to 3 weeks start to balance. So it is really amazing and really a different fresh of air in the house of the families that struggle with autism. So we easily understand why the parent stress index improved in 44%. What we have done in University of Porto, we reviewed the literature regarding all the clinical trials that have been done about Kai Chiao Tuina massage or the Qigong sensory training. We analyzed the results and we compare to our first Portuguese clinical cases. We have teach parents or families the massage, where we have done it once per week together with them to address any doubts and to improve the massage technique. And then we have a experimental group that has received the massage during the 5 months, and we have a waiting list group that received the massage in the end of these first 5 months. And then we compare the results with these psychometric validated scales, and we have very similar results to the Western Oregon University. So both in the USA and in Portuguese autism spectrum children between 3 and 6 years old, the sensitivity to touch, the sensory problems, and the general autism severity improved more or less the same percentages. why can we achieve such great results with just a massage? Tactile impairment is a common issue in autism. There are a study that compare autism children with typical development children, and they found that there are tactile abnormalities and self-regulatory delay that are related. There was done some first skin biopsy that showed a loss of C tactile fibers in children with autism. So when we massage, and we are massaging through meridians, so we are activating the biophotonic vias of Qi that are much faster than any other neurophysiological processes. And with this really fast light activation of Qi, we are improving and helping to develop these tactile C fibers. So as a conclusion, the Cao Chiao Tuina and the Qigong massage are safe and effective complementary and alternative treatments for autism. Our first case studies suggest an identical global improvement. So further studies with larger samples should be done to assess results for the Portuguese population. That is what we are working now. We are recruiting people for the following enlargement of the sample. And I want to show you a very nice reference of a study that explains some of the neural mechanisms that might be on the underlying understanding of the efficacy of this Qigong massage. It is very nice to integrate the knowledge from a neuroscientific perspective. What we are preparing in the University of Porto with my doctoral program is to use also new equipments, bioresonance equipments, to help the children to achieve this quantum electromagnetic oscillation balance in the meridians, and we will compare it with the Qigong massage. Before I just show you a little bit what we will do in these new perspectives of treatments combining with bioresonance, I just want to thank you all for listening, and especially to my son. That was the first child where I have done this massage, and to the case studies families, and to my masters that led me to these new perspectives in the integrative psychology. I will just now share another resource to you. It will be brief, I promise you, just to show you what we will measure in our two interventions. So our protocol will be like this. We will have two group interventions. We will have a group that will receive the 5 months Qigong massage that I show you. And we will have another group with the same years old children that will receive bioresonance treatments with the equipment that you saw before. And then we will have a waiting list with the same conditions, but we'll do nothing besides the measurements at the same time that intervention groups. What will we have to measure our possible efficacy? We will have a psychometric validated scale. That is a scale that is used for the Portuguese population to found the level of autism spectrum disorder. And we will do electroencephalogram 3D brain maps with Loretta Z-Score software. So we will have a map of each of the interventionist and the waiting list child before the treatment, in the middle of the sessions, and at the end of the treatment. This way, we want to understand more than the efficacy. We want to understand what changes in terms of brain electrical waves and in terms of areas. So we want to understand what is happening with the Qigong massage, what is happening with the bioresonance in terms of neurophysiology. And furthermore, we hope that for a postdoc, because it is my passion to study about autism with TCM and bioresonance. So I hope that in a further future, I could check how the combined two interventions together to do another group that will do bioresonance and the massage at the same time, and check what will happen in terms of neuroplasticity and in terms of neuroconnectivity. Thank you very much for listening. I will now show my face, I hope, if I can stop the share screen diffusion. Yeah, okay. Now you see me.
Yes.
I was not doing playback. I was here all the time. If you have any questions, please feel free.
It was really nice to hear you once more.
Thank you.
My first time.
It wasn't your first time hearing me, yeah.
So, may I ask a question?
Yes, sure,
Hello.
please.
So,
hello.
How to, very nice presentation, it's good, excellent. How you reach to this point? Because all the time it is coming in my mind, this question, why we are not going to make it the complex between so many methodology of the acupuncture or massage or herbal medicine, and find out which is more active. As you know, we are going to find out the base component through the plants and give it to patient to treat him. It is a very good subject. How you reached to this point, and what was your previous subject?
Yeah, my previous, I'm a psychologist, as I told, so I always
yes.
with neurodevelopment disorders, but from conventional perspective. But then I have done my master course in traditional Chinese medicine. And I used to have two types of clinical services. I work in a clinic where I do psychology, conventional psychology, and I work in another clinic where I have my traditional Chinese medicine customers. But then I have a son that was born with autism spectrum disorder. And then I remember that maybe for a reason I should ask help without of just giving help for the others. And I contact my masters, my professors from the traditional Chinese medicine. And they introduced me to the Qigong massage for autism spectrum disorder and the other things, phytotherapy, of course, and homeopathy and bioresonance and all of that. And so I have seen and experienced all of that, and I understood maybe why I had to choose these two courses in my life, psychology and traditional Chinese medicine. And it was a great journey. And at the I stopped work to help my son for 2 years, and then I decide I have to help other people, other families to know that there is more than the conventional way to address neurodevelopmental. So I think I study so much about that I should study for the rest of my life. So I will do a PhD about it and hope to start doing for the rest of my life research in this area. That's how I I achieved that, and that's why very passionate and motivated for all the reasons. I take any opportunity to research about complementary and alternative medicine regarding autism spectrum disorders.
Yes, but I think you will be success in this, but you must do, as you know, this much age of your life expand on the psychological, you must again pass through this subject because it's very tough, TCM or herbal medicine or any type of thing.
Yeah.
You must take much time off to find out the very good, but you have to be in your channel, not going out, otherwise you will be loser in future. Best of luck for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor.
It's Dr. Lopez, thank you so much. It is such a huge contribution to the Chinese medicine field because there's really not a, there should be a huge library of research on Chinese medicine, and there's very little. And so this was fabulous presentation, fabulous research, because from the Western point of view, unless it is evidence-based, it is meaningless. So I don't put a lot really on evidence-based, but in our world today, it has enormous sway and it's extremely powerful. So I really salute your contributions and I salute your projection of more research. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Now it's my turn.
Yes, thank you so much, Lara. So much of respect for you.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful job. Thank you. And moving on to our next page. Our next speaker is Dr. Alexandra Moura from University of Porto and Center of Bioscience in Integrative Health, Portugal. And I request Dr. Alexandra to start her speech now.
Later, e agora? But first, dear Nawaz, I want to thank you for your kind invitation to join this interesting webinar. I really enjoyed being here with you all. I am from Porto, Portugal. I studied TCM in ICBAS, Institute of Biomedical Sciences, Abel Salazar. And my presentation is about intervention of TCM in COVID-19 disease. Although my suggestions do not explain treatments on intensive care under hospitalizations. This work has been done together with Lara and our master, Professor Jorge Machado. I am going to explain the pathogenesis of SARS-CoV-2 according to TCM when miasma or dampness moves into the lungs, phlegm comes up triggering cough. This happens especially after eating something that is difficult to digest, such as cold as dairy products or greasy food. The dampness blocks the stomach, leading to accumulation of humidity and compromises the normal vegetative functional movement of the curve, according to the Heidelberg model of Chinese medicine. This is the movement downwards, like the stomach here has the downward movement. Treating the dampness involves removing the blockages and dissipating the pathological products, as well as to restore the orthopathy. So breathe well and sleep well is very helpful because they share the same downward movement. As breathing is the metal element, and sleeping is with kidney, but okay, it also helps. It has been generally accepted that pathogenesis of COVID-19 is based in the interactions of dampness, toxins, heat, and stasis. Wenji Neijing, the classic book of Chinese medicine, refers that the prevention of epidemics is to avoid the miasma, the pathogenic microorganisms, as we can see in the triad of the illness. Avoiding visiting crowded places, living environment. This is to avoid infecting others or getting infected. The book also mentions the importance of strengthening the immunity, the host. When someone is healthy, it means that the person has enough qi inside, and so the miasma has no way to invade the body. Healthy qi is the name for what is known today in Western medicine as immunity. Wenji Neijing also mentioned the 5 epidemics, and is said all are easy to be infected regardless of age, and the symptoms are similar. It happened in the transition between winter and spring, when the immune system becomes weaker and more susceptible to the epidemic miasma. It spreads far and wide, and it's highly infectious. The book also says that an epidemic disease is catch mainly through the nose, and that's what happens. The miasma enters through the nose to the lungs, affecting the normal functions, producing coughs, wheezing, and fever. So we can say COVID-19 is one of the 5 epidemics. And aversion to cold and aversion to wind are really important because these are the first signs of infection, and making attention could save our lives. This is when the pathogen or the virus is, in this case is the virus, is trying to get into through the most superficial level of the body. An aversion to cold or an aversion to wind is like, woo, that wind is annoying me, and that is aversion to wind. Or, can you please close the door? This is also aversion to wind and to cold. It means that the Wei Qi, which is the most external layer of Qi, pushes the pathogens away, and that's weak. Basically, what the body is telling is get away of the wind. And that's important because it's possible to early take action against the pathogen. So, what can we do? First, wear a scarf. Or second, warm yourself and take warm herbs, herbs that warm the interior and expels cold, like, you know, star anise already from the kitchen in the winter time, and it is used for glühwein and Christmas cookies or teas. This fruit has been considered a highly medicinal plant in TCM. Star anise is effective against viruses as well as bacteria, and is particularly helpful for headaches, ear, throat pain, lip, herbs, fever, colds, and coughs. If ingested at the beginning of an infection, star anise can even contain the spread of the infection to such an extent that no illness needs to occur at all. Synthesis of the Tamiflu, you know, the anti-influenza drug, the most known, well-known, requires shikimic acid that is extracted from the pods of star anise. You can take star anise with hot water and cloves and tangerine peel and also honey. Diagnosis in TCM is based on a system of clinical signs, sensations, and findings designed to assess the functional vegetative state of the patient. And therapy includes vegetative and central nervous reflex, interventions such as acupuncture, Chinese manual therapy known as Tuina, moxibustion, and traditional vegetative biofeedback exercises where take place Tai Chi and Qigong, and Chinese phytopharmacology and dietetics, which includes administration of plants, minerals, and other products, as well as Chinese functional food. The Heidelberg model of traditional Chinese medicine are mathematical models on vegetative regulation inherent in the classical corpus medicus. By this approach, certain technical terms like yin-yang and phases can be translated as vegetative functional terms. In acupuncture treatment in COVID-19 disease, we can have divided the treatment in 3 phases. First is the medical observation phase, and it consists in to stimulate the vital qi and the functions of lungs and spleen, and to dispel and remove the pathogens, also to enhance the defense against the pathogens. During the clinical treatment phase, we do the same, and also to reinforce the earth to generate methane, to stop the tendency to the disease, to lighten the mood, to enhance the confidence to overcome the disease. In the phase of convalescence, we aim to remove residual virus, to restore the vitality, to repair functions of the lung and spleen. And we can have 3 situations: deficiency of the qi of the lung and spleen, deficiency of qi and yin, deficiency of lung and spleen, stasis of phlegm blocking the meridians. Using moxibustion, we can do it ourselves, like self-therapy or application. Each moxibustion takes about 10 minutes. And those are the points selected in the protocol. Tuina or acupressure, we can do it in meridian massage, Tuina, or intermittent pressure over the acupoints or acupressure points. So these are the points selected. With Qigong treatment, we can do traditional exercises, such as the 8 pieces of brocade. We can see here the 8 positions. We can do 5 animal exercise. These are specially for children. We can do also muscle tendon change classic. And as another kind of exercise is breathing. Breathing of 6 healing sounds: turtle, breathing, Qigong to benefit the lungs. So healthy Qigong, Daoyin, and meditation. During the phytotherapy treatment, we can compare if the patient has fever or no fever. If the patient has no fever, we can give Gegentang with Fuling and Baizu. If the body's temperature is above 3, is with fever, we can give immediately before the patient to develop high fever, Da King Long Tang. And we can separate if the chest imaging has changed or no change. So we can choose the decoction more properly. And if the patient has cough, it could sound turbid or irritating dry cough. In case of sounds turbid, it may indicate phlegm, and we can give Qian Jing Wei Jing Tang. Dry cough, it's this all decoction. Poria prepared licorice, it's glycyrrhiza, schizandra, ginseng, azarum, pinelia, and apricot decoction. And if the patient is suffering from heat above and cold below syndrome, we can use Pao Fu Tzi, it's the aconitum, to warm the lower jiao properly. When the kidney yang is sufficient, the breath is well incorporated. When the patient has nausea, this may mean the disease has entered the Xiao-Yang level. So always, in this case, use bupropion. With diet, we can treat using foods and herbs that are known to display antiviral and immunomodulatory activities based on selectivity, stimulating cytokines, activating lymphocytes, increasing natural killer cells, and enhancing macrophage actions. Food with immunomodulatory properties by stimulating phagocytosis. And food for lack of fluids. So what should we do? Avoid hot food and avoid excessive alcohol and coffee. Take a glass of juice. It can be of pears and pineapple every day. Clear soup bones, chicken bones, not only in the evening. Drink tea, especially Scrophularia. If cough with phlegm, so you can drink water, always hot water, and you can mix with the 5 sappers to make the wheel run. Avoid overspicing food, avoid cold food and cold beverages, and avoid everything that makes feel tired after meal. And at the end of the day, it is very good if the patients with COVID-19 do a foot bath. Selective Chinese herbs with the function of dispelling wind and heat, eliminating pathogens. You can make a decoction with these herbs and 15 grams each, and for about 30 minutes. Use aromatherapy, eucalyptus essential oils, or many others have reported to improve the immune response. And now some references.
I have a question to you.
Yes, yes.
Alexandra.
Okay. It was a very nice summarization about the Chinese protocol and everything. My question is, how do you use the Chinese herbs? Because they are prohibited. Most of them are prohibited to import from China.
Yes. In Portugal, do you hear me?
Yes, yes, now no, it is okay.
We cannot use a carniton because it's forbidden. Although we can ask in a pharmacy in Germany. That's what we do. And yes, and the quality is very good. They all do analysis as chromatography, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so it's very safe to ask to a German pharmacy.
I see. Yeah. It was a very nice summarization.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I enjoyed it.
Thank you. Where are you from? Dr.
Me?
Gabriela? Where are you from?
I am Hungarian.
Oh, yeah.
Hungarian. And I am a WHO advisor for complementary medicine. And I teach at the Hungarian Medical University of Pécs, traditional Chinese medicine, for 32 years.
Wow.
Wow.
You look very young.
You look beautiful and young. How come?
You haven't been here previously, but I told my age. My age is 74.
Yes, that's right. You told us.
That's really
So
unbelievable.
Can you release your secret? What do you do?
Water roses.
I tell you the top secret.
What is the top secret?
I have. The first one is I was educated as a midwifery nurse because I was not admitted to the medical university. That was my first profession, midwifery nurse. After that, I went to the medical university, and it was a very high level, and I have 3 different professions: specialist for internal medicine, specialist for rehabilitation, and specialist for the general practice as well. And after that, I was very interested to the traditional Chinese medicine, and I went to Japan and China, and I am in the Hebei United University as a professor as well. I established the Confucius TCM Institute in Pécs. And my force was in my whole life to do what I would like to do. You know, this is the top secret. I enjoy what I do. I am working very active in this COVID time as well. I have an institute in Budapest. I teach at the university, unfortunately online. And I enjoy the life with the patients. I have success, and the success is very important in our life. And permanently, I am learning, permanently. I have learned a lot from the lectures from you as well, because I was participated in this conference as well. And I enjoy, yeah. There is a sentence in Latin. Who is speaking in Latin? No?
We are Latins.
No, I tell you, quid agis, prudenter agas, et respice finem.
Oh, can you say it again, please?
What you do, very proud, you should do it. And please look at the final, the end. Yeah. This is the top secret.
All of that is very good advice, Dr. Heggie. And
Yes.
also from
Gabriela. My name is Gabriela. You can
Gabriela. Okay, Dr. Gabriela. And from a auricular point of view, even though I can't see your complete ear, but from an auricular point of view, you have a long life ear. So she has very strong constitution and long life.
Yes.
So, you know, all of that is absolutely true, but you're also gifted from birth, from your heritage.
The second advice is...
Excuse me?
The second advice from me for you, don't worry. Don't worry. This is the first one.
Yes.
Just I fulfilled a questionnaire at the university because there is a questionnaire for the medical professors and lecturers. What we have the feeling in this time, you know? What we have the feeling. And I am satisfied because I can continue my work with the patient. This is the first one. I sleep very well. Do you remember yesterday, no, 2 days ago, I told you my Budapest COVID protocol, I do it. And every day I stand up. If the day would be more prolongated, you know, but I am ready to finish in every moment, you know? It means that in my mind, inside, I am very quiet. That's all. No. I stopped my speech. Okay. It was very lovely to listen to you. Okay, I finished.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure hosting you all in this online platform.
Can I make a comment here?
Yes, please. Yes.
To all of us, yes, I will truly appreciate this gathering from all over the world, and based on Buddhism, as I mentioned, I am Buddhist. Based on Buddhism, whoever comes to your life at the personal level, professional level, and family level, it means that you are to a point, your frequency and you're vibrating at the same frequency. So that I felt it during the 3 days. I felt this frequency that we are almost vibrating at the same level. So it gives you such a good feeling. Then imagine somebody is, even having a lecture, but it's a very from negative, point of view, or by negative energy, you feel it. But what I felt during these 3 days, I felt that we all harmoniously vibrating at the same frequency. That's why it was very harmonious, and we really try to teach each other, learn from each other, heart to heart. So, and I wish that is going to continue, and we're going to be connected always. And as I just heard from Mr. Nawaz, that our next conference is going to be in February.
Yes, and I'm happy to announce that our next webinar would be from February 22 to 24, 2021, and hope you all will join again together in the month of February.
Yeah, you guys come back with the same frequency.
Yes.
It's kind of we attracting each other, because that's all about it. We are some way we're, I don't know, it's a universal point. So, and we attracted each other. And everything happens for a reason. I always say, whoever comes to your life now, you guys all came to my life at the professional level, it's for a reason. For a reason to make me a better practitioner, to make me a better person, to opening up my eyes. And I learned so much from you, and we all are lifetime students. Mm-hmm. And I always say that even if you want to learn things better, teach it. And it's like hand to hand, teaching and learning, it's kind of hand to hand. And that's what we did here. We learned from each other. We try to teach each other, and that's how life is all about. And it's so enriching, and I'm so grateful.
You all people were very enthusiastic. Your enthusiasm was fantastic to learn, to share the knowledge.
Amazing people. It's just such a great, good-hearted people. Yes. And I said yesterday, where have you been, guys? Because the feeling that I had, the connection that I had with each one of you is was unique. To me, was just unique, because I've been in international conferences around United States, Canada, everywhere. I never had this kind of connection.
And I've known Professor Gabriela from almost 2.5 years from now. She is a fantastic human being.
I know.
Tell you, she is excellent.
I look your faces, and I analyze everyone. Maybe Sheldon Karashik, I cannot see your eyes. Mr. Sheldon, I cannot see your eyes.
Mr. Sheldon. Sheldon?
Sheldon.
I just
Dr.
see
Sheldon.
Mr.
Yes,
Sheldon right
yes,
now.
Yes, that's right. And you are very lovely people. And love to all, okay? And Merry Christmas for everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.